Zhou Hao is indeed a little moved. Kinjiro Yanagi is a supermaster. Maybe he can't treat himself to Zhou Liren. But if he attacked other people, even if there is an army of people, it would be very dangerous. The ninja is better than the attack. The general warrior is more difficult to guard against, not to mention a ninja with extremely master strength. The Yanaja family has never had any grudges with them. If you hand over the agency to them, it is not impossible. Just go back to Nanami Karu and ask if the relationship between the Yanaju family and the Japanese government is particularly close, especially their relationship with the little dog Koichiro. As long as they are not from that faction, they can consider cooperation. When Yanaju said that his family is a pro-China faction, Zhou Hao was completely moved. As Kinjiro Yanaju, and everyone will cooperate again in the future, he does not believe that he can say something to deceive himself at this time. In just a little investigation, you will know that it is a lie that can be broken in one poke. Mr. Zhou Hao, please believe me. Our Yanagi family has not been involved in politics since ancient times. Unless the emperor strongly invites us, we will do something for the country. We are only committed to the rise and fall of our own family. And what he pursues is the highest state of ninjutsu, and he will definitely not be the enemy of the Chinese. Kinjiro Yanagi knew something about Zhou Hao, and he naturally knew his attitude towards the Japanese, and immediately said the most sincere words. Mr. Yagyu Kinjiro, I believe you will not lie to me about this kind of thing. Since you came to work with me, you must know me a little bit. I also know the situation in Japan very well. If your Yagyu family is really like you, in other words, our cooperation is really possible. Zhou Hao pondered for a moment and said solemnly. Kinjiro Yanaju smiled. He knew that Zhou Hao would definitely be moved. The Tokugawa family's industry was not involved in the pharmaceutical industry itself, and he, as a top master, took the initiative to discuss cooperation, not only sincere, but also threatening enough. It was also the main reason why Kinjiro Yanagi was the #1 master of the family, but came to be a lobbyist. Mr. Zhou Hao, you can rest assured that we are indeed invited by the emperor this time. The purpose is naturally your secret formula for cancer treatment. But our own purpose is only to sell agency rights. After all, we are very friendly to the Chinese, and I don't want to risk being an enemy of the Chinese government. To do this kind of thing, our cooperation is the best choice. I will let your drugs generate the greatest profit in Japan. Yanajo Kinjiro is very sure of his family's strength. Confidence. Seeing that he is now a standard businessman, Zhou Hao really wonders how this kind of person can become a supermaster. He is due to chance. Kinjiro Yanagi should practice hard. If he puts too much energy into business, how can he have such strength? Japanese ninjas are indeed abnormal. From the words of Kinjiro Yanaju, Zhou Hao actually heard something else. The reason why Kinjiro Yanaju chose to cooperate rather than be an enemy was not only because they were pro-China, or they could definitely get the most benefit in this way. It is probably because of the Chinese government's deterrence. They knew that the Chinese government would intervene, so they chose this way. It seems that letting the central government intervene in their own pharmaceutical business is really a clear choice. After all, there is a strong backing, and most people will be scrupulous. Mr. Lu Sheng is right. Since we produce these drugs in batches, we naturally hope to make a profit. As for saving people, it depends on the situation. We are in business, saying that those hypocritical are also deceptive. Both are supermasters and speak more directly. But anyway, this cooperation can only be regarded as the intention of both of us at present. As for whether we can reach a cooperation, you have to send someone to negotiate with us. Kinjiro Yanagi also understood that Zhou Hao naturally could not agree to this kind of thing, but as long as he agreed to this point, the negotiation would at most be a discussion on the benefit and price. As for whether it could succeed, basically there is no need to worry. After all, Zhou Hao the boss has agreed, so there is no problem. The main purpose of Kinjiro Yanaja's visit to China this time was to talk to Zhou Hao about cooperation. It was just a matter of getting to know Zhou Hao, a young superb master. As he said, although the Yanaju family is a ninja family in Japan, they do not often participate in political activities. The relationship between China and Japan is rarely involved. In that case, I will go back to find someone to talk to your people about cooperation. Our meeting today is very pleasant, and I don't have to worry about it. So I will leave. Yanaji's goal was achieved, and he was about to leave. In the face of a supermaster, he also had to remain vigilant. Who knew if Zhou Hao would suddenly attack? Zhou Hao rolled his eyes and said, Mr. Yanaju Kinjiro, don't leave in a hurry. The sky is not much today, and the moon is scarce. It's so rare. It's such a beautiful day. Wouldn't it be a shame to leave like this? Kinjiro Yanagi didn't understand what Zhou Hao meant. He looked up at the sky. The dark clouds covered the moon. Then he looked at the surrounding environment. The body of the shrill ninja was still on one side. There was no sound in the surroundings, no matter what. It's not a beautiful scene of a good day. He didn't understand what Zhou Hao meant. When Zhou Hao saw Kinjiro Yanagi looking around, he looked at himself with a puzzled look. Zhou Hao also blushed a little. The words he thought of were all commonly used in Chinese martial arts novels. The following words are actually very simple. Just leave your opponents to learn from each other. But this Kinjiro Yanaju obviously has never read Chinese martial arts novels, nor can he understand his cold humor. He is flattering the blind. Mr. Yagyu Kinjiro, everyone is a great player. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to meet opponents of the same level. Since you and I meet today, if you can't compare and compare, wouldn't you waste this great opportunity? Anyway, everyone is free. How about doing 2 tricks when you are idle? Zhou Hao felt helpless, so he could only make his words clear. Kinjiro Yanagi was in a daze. He didn't understand that Zhou Hao obviously wanted to do it with himself, and he had to talk so much nonsense. But he could also understand Zhou Hao. Although it is possible for everyone to become partners, after all, the 2 sides have different positions and did not move their hands. As soon as the cooperation began, it is estimated that Zhou Hao was not reconciled. In fact, Zhou Hao did think so. Originally, the other party was aggressive, but in the end he was only talking about business cooperation. This is somewhat dependent on that he is an absolute master. Even if everyone's cooperation is the choice to maximize the benefits, Zhou Hao can't let him feel that he is afraid of him. What's more, everyone has the desire to see the heart of hunting. It is rare to see a master at the same level. It is a bit wasteful not to compare them. Zhou Hao is not that kind of martial arts madman. But if his cultivation reaches a certain level, he will naturally give birth to masters and loneliness. The one who can be his opponent in China is his father Zhou Liren. The other is Li Shuihan's father, and his father-in-law, no matter which one. If you can't be the object of your own discussion, Yanaju Kinjiro is different. Everyone is not relatives, and they are still hostile. Since they are here, let's do it. Kinjiro Yanagi came here to look for Zhou Hao to cooperate. In fact, because Zhou Hao is a super master, if it is how ordinary people are qualified to work his big driver, he has passed the age of being brave and cruel, and always finds someone to discuss with him. But he is the Yanagi family, the #1 master. A super master naturally can't be afraid of other people's challenges. Zhou Hao has said so clearly that he can't shrink back. Well, since Mr. Zhou Hao is interested, I will accompany you to fight today, but no matter how our battle is today, we hope that our cooperation will not be affected. Yanagi was also very simply, his body drifting back 3 meters, and Zhou Hao Yuan left again, and said in a deep voice. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Mr. Kinjiro Yanaju, don't worry. Zhou Hao is not the kind who can't tell the difference in major events because of his own selfishness. Just let go and don't let water behave. Everyone is super master. No one can hide his eyes. He is different from Kinjiro Yanaju. He did not step back, but approached 3 meters. He kept a distance of 10 meters from Kinjiro Yanaju. The 2 had different fighting styles. Zhou Hao had a variety of powerful attack methods, 5 animals plus his own. All kinds of moves are more powerful in close proximity, while ninjas rarely go head-on. They like to keep their distance. There is not much difference between Kinjiro Yanagi and Zhou Hao in martial arts cultivation. Once activated, they will naturally no longer let themselves be passive. They will move quickly, keeping a distance of more than 10 meters from Zhou Hao, and carry them with them. With a short knife drawn out, the ninja always has 2 knives with him. Zhou Hao did not use any weapons, nor did he feel that having a weapon in his hand is better than no weapon. His White Tiger 5 Emperor sword is no worse than a real weapon. What's more, ninjas are good at using knives, but Zhou Hao has never used it before. Taking a weapon is not as convenient as empty-handed. Yagyu Kinjiro has the weird body technique that Japanese ninjas are used to, and it makes people unable to determine his identity. Sometimes because his body moves too fast, he even leaves behind an afterimage. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's strong strength, he would really be confused by him. Despite this, Zhou Hao and Yanaju Kinjiro turned a dozen laps with each other, and none of them actually played against each other. A master's moves often determine the outcome with one blow, but before the victory, there will be a period of temptation, especially the two different styles of warriors who do not understand each other. It must take some time. Zhou Hao's cultivation is not weaker than that of Kinjiro Yanaju, but he had a fierce battle with 4 ninjas before. After all, he killed 3 of the 4 characters and injured one severely. He also suffered a bit of injury. The leg injury is indeed scabs now. Just playing against a master like Kinjiro Yanaju, any inefficiency will have an impact. Just when the two were anxious and no one wanted to do it first, Zhou Hao stepped forward, and the wound on his crusted leg suddenly burst open, and a burst of blood appeared, and Zhou Hao's body trembled a little by surprise. And this small change couldn't escape Kinjiro Yanagi's preparations. No matter what happened to Zhou Hao, Kinjiro Yanaju had seized the opportunity to bully him. Zhou Hao's wound broke at a critical moment, and his movements stopped for a moment. If he were an ordinary person, he would not have noticed such a momentary change. However, as a super master and a sneak attack, Kinjiro Yanagi would naturally not let go of this moment. Kinjiro Yanagi was already bullying him when Zhou Hao's body stopped. He didn't plan to kill Zhou Hao, and the two sides should continue to cooperate. His position was not to pick each other's key points, but the short knife was very fast towards Zhou Hao's shoulder. Cut down, with his strength, even if he was merciful, this knife would not be less severe than Zhou Hao's previous injury. His reaction speed is absolutely super fast, but he still didn't notice the deceit flashing on Zhou Hao's face. Zhou Hao, as a super master, has great control over his body. If he is injured, it will affect the competition. Before that, Zhou Hao would not survive now. In fact, he did this completely deliberately. The masters played tricks, and there were many wins and losses in an instant. Zhou Hao was not an upright gentleman. He had to make a hard-to-hand touch. He was not a super master. It was done by a reckless man, let alone. Kinjiro Yanagi was a ninja who mainly used sneak attacks, and Zhou Hao felt at ease with a little strategy. Kinjiro Yanagi knew something about Zhou Hao, but he couldn't imagine that as a super master, he would trap himself in this regard. The short knife hurried to Zhou Hao's shoulder, but Zhou Hao didn't wait for the knife to touch Zhou Hao's shoulder. Suddenly, he lifted his right hand and pressed as to clamp his short knife. Zhou Hao's reaction was a bit beyond what Kinjiro Yanaju expected. Even if he believed that Zhou Hao could react, he could not expect it to be so fast. At the same time when the knife was caught by Zhou Hao, Kinjiro Yanagi felt his chest hurt and his whole body flew. When I got up, I kept falling for more than 10 meters before stopping my body, but the internal organs were tossing vigorously, not because of deep internal strength. This blood spurted out. Kinjiro Yanagi stood in place to adjust his breath. He knew that he had lost the test. He didn't expect that this was a trap that Zhou Hao deliberately set for him. He only thought that Zhou Hao's cultivation was higher than himself and reacted more quickly. Obviously, Zhou Hao's subordinates were merciful. Otherwise, with Zhou Hao's skill, even if he was both a super master, one palm would be enough to kill him. Zhou Hao kept his posture and slowly retracted his palm. When he saw that Kinjiro Yanagi took the opportunity to stab himself at the shoulder, he knew that Kinjiro Yanagi was indeed not murderous. In that case, Zhou Hao certainly wouldn't. Assassin, this palm only used 30% of his strength. With Yanaju Kinjiro's strength, at best he would have poor blood and no internal injuries. Kinjiro Yanagi used his internal strength to calm the tumbling internal organs, and then he admired him. It is indeed a master who defeated Kotaro Fomao. I am deeply impressed by the strength of Mr. Zhou Hao. My trip to China this time is really not in vain. It used to be a bit arrogant, but now it seems to be far from it. Zhou Hao was a little surprised. Kinjiro Yanagi's Chinese pronunciation is already very standard, and he can actually use idioms correctly. This is really amazing. It is already very difficult for Korea and Japan to learn Chinese. Kinjiro Yanagi can put Chinese literature to such a standard, if saying that they are pro-China faction is really a bit credible. Thinking in his heart, he smiled and said, "I'm just a fluke. Mr. Kinjiro Yanagi's weird body style is the only thing I have seen in my life. If it weren't for your carelessness, I really can't win." He was speaking from his heart. If Kinjiro Yanagi didn't think that his injury would affect his movements, he would definitely not lose so fast. and his body technique was indeed the strangest body technique Zhou Hao had ever seen because of his ninjutsu. Kinjiro Yanagi only thought that Zhou Hao was humble, and he admired him even more. As a peerless master, he didn't have any pride. No wonder he had such an accomplishment at a young age. If he was himself, he would be in his youth. Reaching this level will definitely look down on the people of the world. Okay, Mr. Zhou Hao, now that the business has been discussed and the discussions have been conducted, I will go back, and tomorrow I will send someone to talk to you about the cooperation in selling cancer drugs. The turmoil in Yanjiro's heart calmed down. Very solemnly, agreed to negotiate a time. Zhou Hao nodded and said, "Okay, if that's the case, Mr. Kinjiro Yanagi will go back and make arrangements. When that time comes, we can go directly to the pharmaceutical company to discuss cooperation matters. I hope that both of us can be satisfied with the conditions proposed by each other and reach cooperation." Made a pleased gesture. Kinjiro Yanagi took the Chinese fist-holding ceremony as his farewell, and then he shook his body without knowing what exercises to use, and disappeared out of thin air. If it weren't for Zhou Hao, such a master, he wouldn't have any feeling at all. Zhou Hao could only rely on it. I feel that Kinjiro Yagyu is flying towards the city. No matter who wins or loses in this competition, Zhou Hao can feel that ninjutsu has its own unique features like Chinese martial arts. If you really do it, it depends on who uses the exercises more. Great. It's like the difference between the previous four ninjas and Kinjiro Yagyu. They are both ninjas. Even if they practice slightly different ninjutsu, they are definitely the same, but their powers are very different. Kinjiro Yagyu is not a little bit stronger than the four ninjas. If not for his own little tricks, I want to win him, he probably needs to use both the White Tiger 5 Emperor's sword and the 4 Demon Ape blocks. Thinking of the four ninjas, Zhou Hao remembered that the ninja with the sword still had a sigh of relief. He wanted to get this guy back and send it to the First Army to ask what he should know. Ninjas are also human, and there is always a way to let them. When he spoke, Zhou Hao decided to see how the ninja with the sword was doing. Zhou Hao's sharp-sounding ninja pierced his heart with a sword, and he had died completely. On the way back, I saw a fool ninja playing with fire. The neck was twisted, and he was obviously dead. The strong ninja was also killed by Zhou Hao was killed, and all three of them were completely killed by Zhou Hao. And the ninja with the knife, who was severely injured by Zhou Hao and lost his combat effectiveness at the beginning, was not far from them, and he should have a breath. But when Zhou Hao came over, he found that his neck was wiped and his eyes widened. He didn't look down at him. Obviously, he didn't believe that the person who killed him could attack him. After Zhou Hao's mind turned a little, he knew that the person who started the attack must be Kinjiro Yanagi, and the time to kill him was when he was chasing the shrill ninja, before he could quietly come to him for 10 meters. Wanting God, it is absolutely easy to kill this ninja, who has no resistance without knowing it. He could understand what Kinjiro Yanagi did. Zhou Hao pursued the shrill ninja because he wanted him to die. Kinjiro Yanagi killed the ninja with the knife and wanted to shut the ninja, because only the dead can keep the secret, not only Zhou Hao. He couldn't ask anything from his mouth, and at the same time, he could guarantee that he would not reveal the things that the Lu Xing family wanted to cooperate with Zhou Hao, a typical murder. When Zhou Hao and Kinjiro Yagyu met for the first time, they probably already felt what kind of person they were, but he didn't think he was more cunning than he thought. He had already wiped out the only living mouth first, from the face of the ninja with the knife. He could tell from his expression. He originally thought Kinjiro Yanagi was here for him, but he died in his hands. All his livelihoods are gone. Zhou Hao regrets that at the same time. He actually doesn't feel too much. The Japanese ninjas are not only the IGA family. Then there will be a sneak attack. Just try to get alive. In fact, there are Nanami Kazuo. Jingu Yifengliu should be regarded as an internal response, and I can know things about Japan in advance. After thinking about it, there is nothing depressed, but I still called Yu Jingyu of the First Army and asked him to send someone to deal with the bodies of the four ninjas, otherwise they would be discovered, and that would not become the scene of the murder. It will cause a lot of trouble to the public security department, especially if 4 Japanese people still die. Now because Yu Jingyu is the newly promoted 4th master, he has to deal with many things, and besides Zhou Liren, he is the person who knows Zhou Hao the most. Li Shuihan's current task is to lead people to protect Zhou Hao and his family and friends. Feel free to deal with these things. Yu Jingyu heard that Zhou Hao had killed 4 ninjas at night and couldn't help but feel a little headache. After arresting those Americans, Zhou Hao said he was going home. Who knew he was going to be a ninja? He naturally understood Zhou Hao didn't want others to intervene, but he was still a bit afraid. If something happened to Zhou Hao, he would be in trouble, not to mention Zhou Hao had helped him so much. Apart from anything else, he brought people directly to the scene to dispose of the Japanese ninja's body, and when the body was processed, for ninja identities were also derived from the body. He is different from Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao listened to Nanami Count. As Hong Yehina said, without first-hand information, Yu Jingyu, as the 4th master of the army, naturally knows the situation of Japanese ninjas better than him. The 4 IGA sect leaders were killed by Zhou Hao in one night. Among them, the ninja with the sword was actually the deputy sect leader of the IGA sect. No wonder they possessed superb strength, but I don't know how many of their sect owners are. Great. And the other 3 ninjas that Zhou Hao killed were all masters. Yu Jingyu is also a super master, and he can naturally understand the result of being besieged by the 4 Shangren. With his ability, he certainly cannot cope with it. Even if he defeats the 4 of them, he cannot kill all of them, and he will definitely be injured. Yu Jingyu could only feel that Zhou Hao was unfathomable, that he was a great master far away from Zhou Hao. He didn't know that the ninja with the sword was not killed by Zhou Hao. It all boils down to Zhou Hao. Naturally, Zhou Hao would not explain that this person was killed by Kinjiro Yanagi. He didn't even mention the matter of Kinjiro Yanagi. Meeting in secret, whether it is for discussion or cooperation, is not convenient for official people to know. Even if Yu Jingyu and Yijuan are his own, Zhou Hao would not tell them everything. After seeing Yu Jingyu, Zhou Hao left after a few confessions. Although his injuries were not serious, he shed a lot of blood. He wanted to go back to take a rest, and he first fought 4 ninjas, and then he fought with the top expert Kinjiro Yanagi. Comparing with each other, this evening can be considered exhausted. After all, he is a body of flesh and blood, and he is a little weak after the battle, but Yu Jingyu can't see this. In order not to worry about people, Zhou Hao even concealed the injury. As a result, Yu Jingyu admired even more. For so many masters, Zhou Hao could retreat with his whole body. His strength should have surpassed the master. Zhou Liren and his son are both super masters. While Yu Jingyu admires him, he feels full of energy. He is such a big master, and his son is so powerful. The First Army is definitely the trump card in the military. He didn't tell Zhou Hao these thoughts. Just Zhou Hao can also feel it from his words and deeds. Zhou Hao didn't go home after leaving the place where she fought with the ninja. His injuries were not obvious, so he could hide it from outsiders. His family would definitely not be able to hide it. Zhao Yuqin was full of love for herself. If she saw that she was injured, it would be very distressing. Anyway, I have something to come out today, and I have already greeted her. The best place at this time is Hong Yehina and Li Shuihan. They are both martial arts practitioners. They have different views on injuries from ordinary people, and they have to learn about the Luxing family. No one is better than Hong Yehina. I know about the Japanese ninja. Zhou Hao felt that Li Shuihan and the others did not take long from the outskirts of the city. When he arrived, the wound was scabs again, and he felt a little bit that his physical fitness was not like that of human beings. When he was an ordinary person, he had suffered such injuries. At least he had bleed many. As a result, his wounds broke open twice, and they failed to affect his actions. Why are you here at this time? And you are so murderous. When Zhou Hao knocked on the door, Li Shuihan came out to greet her. She looked so while wearing underwear that was not on her tall body, but she opened the door. He frowned, feeling something wrong with Zhou Hao. Li Shuihan and Hong Ye have already rested. Usually she is responsible for the safety of Zhou Hao and the people around her, but she doesn't need to act personally. She usually lives at home. She knows that there is no one else here except Zhou Hao, but she is just wondering what Zhou Hao did at this time. Married men are not free. Zhou Hao did not speak. He did carry a murderous look on his body. After all, 3 people were killed tonight. Ordinary people could not feel this murderous look. People who practice martial arts can definitely feel it. He walked in and took off his coat. If it wasn't for being a little tired today, Li Shuihan's temptation would really make Zhou Hao's heart moved. Hong Yehina heard the sound of the door and came out one step later than Li Shuihan. She was different from Li Shuihan. She was neatly dressed, as if ready to take action at any time. Zhou Hao thought this was a ninja habit, but usually two people get along. Hongya never after such a time. Did you start with the ninja today? The young lady informed me that the Japanese ninja has already begun to act. Hongya knew more than Li Shuihan and asked directly. After Zhou Hao sat down, he said to the two women, "Sit down first. I have encountered a lot of things today. I will tell you slowly. Hongya, I just have something to ask you." Then he took off his pants. It was not the first time that the two women had with him, but they didn't expect Zhou Hao to walk in and took off their pants. They blushed, but they misunderstood Zhou Hao. When he exposed his wounds, the two women were shy. It immediately became distressed. Although the wound was crusted, the flesh and blood turned over was very scary. "Zhou Hao, why did you suffer such a severe injury? Who did it?" "With your strength, no one can make you suffer such a severe injury." Li Shuihan and Hong Yi prepared a medicine box for Zhou Hao to bandage. Asked full of surprise, "It's not easy for the top master to get hurt." Zhou Hao nodded, let the two women busy dressing their wounds, enduring the pain, and said, "Today I did meet ninjas, and I met several ninjas. This is because I deliberately brought them out. As for the injuries, it was not because of them. The strength is very strong. It is true that I am a little careless, but there is no problem. They are all solved by me." Then Zhou Hao told the two of what happened today, especially when Kinjiro Yanagi was mentioned. He described the strength of Kinjiro Yanagi in detail, and he even said that he won by cheating. Both Li Shuihan and Hongya, it was his own woman, and Zhou Hao didn't have to hide it. His strength was indeed higher than that of Kinjiro Yanagi, but if he worked hard, he wouldn't win so easily. Kinjiro Yanagi? He actually came to China, and his strength has broken through to the realm of supermasters. I didn't expect that the Yanagi family will become the overlord of the Japanese ninja world. Koga and IGA are not supermasters. The only one, the Wind Demon clan, was also destroyed by you. Hongya was busy bandaging Zhou Hao, and did not forget to express her surprise. Obviously, she still didn't know that Kinjiro Yanagi became a supermaster. This Yanagi Kinjiro is not only a good martial artist, but also a cunning man. I can't get any advantage of talking to him. He even killed the job. I left in advance. That person is said to be the deputy head of the IGA school. Kinjiro Yanagi is a very cruel person. Zhou Hao recalled the impression that Kinjiro Yanagi had left on him, and the more he said it, the more difficult it was to deal with. The Yanagi family has rarely participated in political affairs since ancient times. Compared to other ninja sects, it is indeed considered the closest. Kinjiro Yanagi has not lied to you. If you have common interests, you can definitely help you. Don't worry. Hongya Hina is very smart. Zhou Hao said this specially and naturally understood what he meant. Zhou Hao was even more relieved when he got Hongya's affirmation. Kinjiro Yanagi is an old fox. If he lied to himself, he wouldn't know it. Fortunately, when he talks about cooperation tomorrow, he can instruct the cooperation to succeed. The key lies in the distribution of benefits. His wounds seemed to be churning with flesh and blood, but in fact it was not that serious. Otherwise, Zhou Hao would never be able to make it home. The two women bandaged his wounds as soon as they were busy. As for Zhou Hao's wounds, neither would the two women. Understand why. The average person should not have such a strong resilience. It can only be attributed to Zhou Hao's adventure or special physique. Kinjiro Yanagi came to cooperate with us and wanted to represent my cancer treatment drugs. I plan to cooperate with him like this. Anyway, the Tokugawa family's pharmaceutical industry is not the main business. Zhou Hao listened to Hongya's evaluation of the Yanagi family and said to himself Hongya and Li Shuihan's decision were told. Although Li Shuihan has some understanding of the ninja world, she is far inferior to Hongya. At this time, she didn't want to be jealous. After all, she was talking about business. Hongya pondered and said, "I can't be sure about this matter. He might be true at the time. It may be an excuse to cooperate with you. After all, when two great masters meet, he is not sure of winning. It is entirely possible to find some excuses to get out. Just wait for the young lady to call and ask tomorrow." "My sister, I must ask about it. Kinjiro Yanagi told me that the Yanagi family is the family with the best drug sales channel in Japan, and the Tokugawa family is not as good as them. If they let them act as agents, it will definitely make the most profit." Zhou Hao nodded, took out the words of Kinjiro Yanagi before, and said again. Hongya nodded after hearing this. This Kinjiro Yanagi is not deceiving. Their main business part has medicines. This may be because of their close relationship with China. They can even sell Chinese medicine. Now your cancer medicine. It is indeed more suitable for them to sell as agents in Japan than other families. Zhou Hao nodded slowly. He decided to call back to ask Nanami Kazuo. In terms of the specific situation, whether the Yanagi family has an advantage over the Tokugawa family, the wound on his leg has been bandaged now. Even if he uses a little force, it won't collapse again. Zhou Hao felt that he should rest. I'm staying here tonight. One of you has a relatively empty room. Whom should I go to sleep in? Zhou Hao thought about going to bed and naturally glanced at the two women with dishonest eyes. Even if the two women have a good time together, still couldn't help but spit. Li Shuihan groaned. You sleep on the sofa today. No one's room is empty. Everyone must meditate. Hongye smirked and said, Shuihan, Zhou Hao finally came here, so don't always think about cultivating. Besides, even if you meditate, you can completely meditate in his arms. It's so interesting to practice the exercises together, don't you think? Relatively speaking, Li Shuihan is not as good as Hongye. Hongye grew up in Japan. Women in this environment can at least be more relaxed even if they are not very lustful. Moreover, everyone is already so familiar. Hongye is not honest when he talks. Touched Li Shuihan's chest. Li Shuihan has always been showing people in a cold and frosty form. Only in front of Zhou Hao is he and sultry, because everyone has already made love together, and she can't keep her state in front of Hongye, and she can't help but shoot Hongye's plump buttocks in great embarrassment. He slapped him and said grotesquely, It's you who think about it. If you want to sit in his arms, just go. Don't push me down. I am not as coquettish as you. Hongye didn't get angry and continued to laugh, touched Li Shuihan's thigh again, and chuckled. You said you don't want to. You look charming in your clothes. It's just to seduce Zhou Hao on purpose. Men, you can't help but eat you. You are thin-skinned, or I will not look at it first, and you will call me when you are done. He turned and wanted to leave. Zhou Hao was just a joke, but he didn't expect that the two women were already so familiar. While stunned, he felt burning in his heart. Seeing Hongye saying something to leave, he hugged her and gently patted her ass. After slapped twice, he pretended to say angrily, Don't even want to leave today, and serve as husband together. He picked her up and went straight into the house, but before going in, I didn't forget to say hello to Li Shuihan. Li Shuihan was not affected by it. The one who was in control was also drawn in by Zhou Hao. When Zhou Hao woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock the next morning. Even though his physique was special, Hongye Hina and Li Shuihan were not ordinary people. The three of them went crazy all night. When Zhou Hao woke up, the two girls were still in his arms. In the middle, Zhou Hao really embraced the left and the right. In fact, this is not the first time, but Zhou Hao is still in a good mood. These two beauties, whether they are martial arts in appearance, are one in a million. What is rare is that they both have a soft spot for themselves. He is arrogant, but he deliberately welcomes himself in bed. Li Shuihan and himself have gone from the initial tit-for-tat confrontation to the present mutual affection. The whole body has let himself play with it, leaving everything to himself. Zhou Hao can't help but feel enthusiastic when he thinks of the past between them. A scent on the mouth. Li Shuihan is a martial artist and feels very keen. Zhou Hao stolen a kiss, frowned slightly, and twisted her body, but she and Zhou Hao's body were tightly attached to each other. Such twisting undoubtedly brought Zhou Hao. It was a great stimulus, and the body naturally appeared immediately, pressing Li Shuihan's lower abdomen hard. At this time, Li Shuihan was actually not quite conscious, just an instinctive reaction. Now Zhou Hao pushed him a bit and woke up. He twisted his little hand on Zhou Hao's waist and whispered in Zhou Hao's ear. You have been tossing for so long yesterday. How come this is recovering so quickly? Nevertheless, Li Shuihan stretched out his hand very gently and touched it gently. Zhou Hao knew that Li Shuihan had a stiff mouth and closed his eyes slightly to enjoy the beauty service. But at this moment he suddenly felt that another small hand came over. He knew it. Li Shuihan's actions affected Hongye, and Hongye woke up. Compared with Li Shuihan, Hongye was active and enthusiastic. He didn't say anything. He just pressed her body against Zhou Hao's body and twisted slightly. Her little hands moved faster than Li Shuihan. The hands of the two women touched each other from time to time, obviously. Already knew what the other party was doing, but everyone chose to remain silent. Zhou Hao, who was well-rested, was already energetic, and in the morning when every man was full of energy, the two fairies were so teasing. If Zhou Hao could hold back, he would not be a normal man. I caressed my body indiscriminately, and my breathing suddenly became short. The two women knew that Zhou Hao was already agitated. Not only did they not stop, but they also twisted more violently. Both of them were martial artists, and their resilience was much stronger than that of ordinary women. At this time, it seemed that their combat effectiveness was different. It happened to cooperate with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't even need to think about it. He stood up very cooperatively and started a war with the two women again. He felt that if the arrogance of the two women could not be suppressed, he would not be able to be the master of the house in the future. Sometimes the man was in bed. Victory can become a constant victory. The tossing time this time was not short. Until the afternoon, the two women were exhausted, and Zhou Hao was already very satisfied. If it hadn't been for his cultivation base to reach a certain level, there would be kidney deficiency if there were more battles like this. Fortunately now, he has already passed the time of consolidating his roots. As long as he is not very intemperate, he will not have physical problems. Taking the two women out for a loving lunch and enjoying the service of the two women, Zhou Hao suddenly felt that when he was with these two women, he really felt like an ancient emperor. If other women could be like them, get along with each other, thank God. After they go back, Zhou Hao will go home. He didn't return all night yesterday and didn't go home on time today. No matter how generous Zhao Yuqin is, she will inevitably be upset. Zhou Hao doesn't want to be good. My sister is angry, not to mention his current body has almost recovered. Zhou Hao's body is really tough. He fought a ninja one night, and then tossed with the two women several times. His trauma was almost better. Of course, this is also because he suffered only skin trauma. It looks scary, but it's not too serious. Just when his home was not far from home, the phone rang suddenly, showing that the number belonged to Yu Jingyu. As long as it was his call, it was usually a business matter. Zhou Hao didn't delay it. He picked up and asked straightforwardly, "Yu Jingyu, what's new? I'm almost home." Yu Jingyu and Zhou Hao are very familiar with each other. Naturally, they don't know how to circumvent each other. They said quickly, "There's really something to do. If it's convenient for you, just come to me. We will say in person. If it's not convenient, we'll wait for you to eat. Let's talk about it after dinner." Zhou Hao took a look at the time, and it was only after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It seemed that he had nothing to do today, and Yu Jingyu could let himself pass. There must be important things. He immediately replied, "Wait for me. I'll be there in a while and have dinner. Don't worry. The most important thing is to finish the business first. Okay, come here as soon as possible. There is indeed a new breakthrough here. When you arrive, I will talk to you," and hang up. Yu Jingyu hung up the phone quickly and waited for Zhou Hao to go. Zhou Hao thought for a while, called Zhao Yuqin, and said his whereabouts. He knew that Zhao Yuqin was reasonable, but he was already a husband and wife. It's best to talk about this kind of thing. Zhao Yuqin didn't ask much about it. Let him be careful. Zhou Hao has been busy. She has long been used to it. On the phone, he repeatedly assured Zhao Yuqin that he would pay attention to safety, and he coaxed Zhao Yuqin for a long time before hanging up the phone. When the phone was hung up, people were not far from Yu Jingyu. He is now a frequent visitor to the First Army office. Regardless of whether it was the reception staff of the First Army or the main personnel, they were very familiar with Zhou Hao, who now seemed to be a non-staff member of the First Army. Only some core people knew that Zhou Hao was actually here to help the First Army. A superb master with more strength than the big masters can play a key role in many cases, and recently everyone knows that the First Army is busy in the country. It was Zhou Hao's cancer treatment. When he came in, Yu Jingyu was waiting for him, and when he saw him, he said directly, "Zhou Hao, the Americans we caught yesterday have already been pried open by us. We already know from their mouths. The whereabouts of the American cyborgs are now preparing to catch them, but the cyborgs are not very easy to deal with, so I need your help again." Zhou Hao nodded and said obligedly, "Jingyu, what you said is out of the question. It was originally because of me that I attracted so many artificial people. I have an unshirkable responsibility. When to do it, American artificial people are really difficult to deal with. I and them playing against each other many times is a lot of effort." Yu Jingyu nodded in agreement. The United States has always been committed to graduated weapons. Now, Even if these artificial humans are the initial biochemical products, I really don't know how many more annoying things they can make in the future. After a pause, again, said, tonight, maybe because of the special nature of humanoids, they didn't dare to arrange these humanoids in the urban area this time. They are all outside, and they are still in the mountains. Zhou Hao thought for a while, and found it reasonable. The destructive power of the cyborg is similar to that of the supermaster. If it is placed in the urban area, problems will occur sooner or later. And then he suddenly asked Yu Jingyu, since you know the location of the cyborg, yes, I don't know that there are a few humanoids, these monsters comparable to top masters. If there are too many, we will have to trouble. Zhou Hao, don't think too much about it. Even in the United States, it's impossible to create a lot of artificial people. The cost of this monster is very high. It's great to have two. You and I are one person. There should be no problem. Others can just catch ordinary Americans. Yu Jingyu smiled, and he told the information he knew. Zhou Hao also thinks it makes sense. Although the formula of cancer drugs is very important, the United States can send a large number of spies or secret agents, but the artificial people cannot be mass-produced. At most, they will send 2 or 3 to join forces with Yu Jingyu, even if not. Kill them easily, at least not in danger. Well, as long as we can determine how many artificial people are there, it will be easy to handle. We should have no problem dealing with one of us. I have played against them a few times, and I have already had some experience. Zhou Hao thought for a while and asked, I do have some experience with artificial people. After all, I have dealt with the United States many times. Yu Jingyu smiled and said, of course we know that you have experience. This is the reason why we took the initiative to look for you. After all, we have only heard of American robots. There is no real experience in fighting against other people. But according to those few, the Americans say that this time the artificial man is different from the previous one. Oh, what's the difference? Is it more difficult to deal with this time? Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. It's not a big difference. It is said to be the second generation of humanoids. As for the difference between the first generation and the first generation, they don't know. This will only be known when they really fight. Yu Jingyu smiled and said it's easy to get up, but the look on his face is very solemn. The first generation is already so powerful, and the second generation is definitely even more powerful. Zhou Hao is the one who knows the power of cyborgs best. Even the second generation of cyborgs came out. Zhou Hao felt that the matter was serious. The biotechnology in the United States is indeed very powerful. The generation of cyborgs is succeeding. I really don't know they will get the first. For several generations, if you continue to study in this way, who will be able to fight? Whether it is the first generation or the second generation, we will know when we meet. But I think that with our two strengths, one-on-one should be fine. Otherwise, the single monster force in the United States will be too strong. Zhou Hao doesn't matter. He smiled and has no fear of the unconscious man-made in the United States. Yu Jingyu is very clear about Zhou Hao's strength. With his strength, whether it is a robot or a martial artist, who can be stronger than him? Yu Jingyu hasn't seen him yet. If he acts with himself, Yu Jingyu will not worry too much. At night, Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu brought a group of people to the place where the Americans gathered. This is also a mountainous area in the north of Beijing. Zhou Hao thinks that he has a good relationship with the suburbs recently. After such a long time in Beijing, he has almost visited districts and counties around Beijing. But all of this is among lovers. The destructive power of artificial humans is too great. No matter how arrogant the Americans are, they dare not blatantly let them out. There are sparsely populated mountains in the mountains, and no one will know even if there is a big disturbance. This is exactly what Zhou Hao and the others want. The news this time should be reliable. Our people have already investigated before they came. People in Shanxiao village said that they have seen several foreigners recently, but they have not entered the village. At first they thought they were passing by. If it weren't for us reminder, they still can't remember. Yu Jingyu and Zhou Hao were together. They didn't know the specific location of the Americans, only that they were in this mountain. Zhou Hao thought for a while and said, as long as we can determine their location, it will be easy. Let's go first and let your people wait. We will lead the artificial people away and let them deal with ordinary American spies. If you encounter an artificial person first, you will definitely have big trouble. Yu Jingyu also understood this reason, immediately arranged it. and then walked side by side with Zhou Hao. Both of them are supermasters. Even if it is difficult to walk in the mountains, it will not affect the speed of the two of them. They soon separated from the others. Distance. Because of the communication tools used to communicate, each other can know each other's location. Although Beijing is in the north, there are actually no big mountains. The so-called deep mountains and old forests are nothing more than hills slightly higher than other soil packs. They are basically below a kilometer. The height of this kind of mountain, whether it is Yuzhengyu or Zhou Hao, can reach the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Even if it is searching, it will not be too laborious. The United States sent not many people this time. The main combat power is the two artificial humans. When Zhou Hao and Yuzhengyu met these Americans, they started to have headaches. They could not tell which two were artificial humans. According to past experience, Zhou Hao should be easy to distinguish between cyborgs and ordinary people, but this time he didn't know at all. This is probably the difference between the first generation and the second generation. We are going to do our best this time, at least to verify who is a cyborg. After watching for a long time, Zhou Hao pondered and whispered to Yuzhengyu. Yuzhengyu nodded. Although he is the fourth master of the first army, whether it is personal or by strength, Yuzhengyu is willing to listen to Zhou Hao's arrangements. What's more, today everything is dominated by Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao fights against the robots. More than once, even if you can't tell a human being, you can know what to do. Seeing Yuzhengyu's agreement, Zhou Hao didn't speak and just made a gesture. Zhou Hao was stronger than Yuzhengyu. He planned to attract the attention of those people by storming, and then let Yuzhengyu sneak attack from behind. Needless to say, they could understand each other. Mind, working together many times, there is a tacit understanding long ago. Americans are different from Japanese ninjas. No matter how powerful they are unofficial personnel and do not carry guns or weapons. They are superstitious of force. Not only do they not use hot weapons, they are also very disgusted with hot weapons. Americans are different. They use them. At the same time, they rely more on firearms. The Americans caught before have a firearm master. Zhou Hao knew that the other party had weapons, so naturally he did not dare to take risks lightly. When he was a certain distance away from the Americans, a huge white tiger 5 Emperor's sword smashed it directly. The Americans had several tents over there. This is what they were in. Since Zhou Hao wanted to drive out the houses in the mountains, his goal was their houses. The white tiger 5 Emperor sword is very domineering, just like a real sword. It smashes down with force. Nothing is spared from the tent dozens of meters away. As long as it is under his sword, all become 2 petals, and the people in the tent. Naturally, there was no good end. 2 people were killed by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao had no sympathy for them. Since he dared to make his own mind, he had to prepare to die. Zhou Hao kept his hand after a sword and continued to slash with the sword. The first attack was a sneak attack, even if it was a humanoid. He certainly couldn't react, but Zhou Hao believed that they would definitely avoid the second sword. As he guessed, just when the second white tiger and 5 Emperor's sword was about to smash each other, 2 of the strong-looking white men jumped up and rushed at the other Americans quickly, each holding one in each hand. The 6 people quickly drew to the side, avoiding Zhou Hao's powerful sword. There were less than 10 Americans present. 2 cyborgs saved 4 people. The others were not within the range of Zhou Hao's sword light. As a result, this sword returned in vain. However, the purpose of Zhou Hao's sword was not to kill. It was to force the humanoid out, and now it seems that this sword has successfully completed the task. This time, there is a clear difference between the second generation of cyborgs and the first generation. The first generation of cyborgs will basically lose their minds as long as they do their hands. However, the second generation can save people in such a crisis. It can be seen that the consciousness is very clear, and the more so, the more difficult it is to deal with. A sensible artificial person is comparable to a supermaster. Zhou Hao's sword failed, but Yuzhengyu quietly moved in. He did not learn from Zhou Hao's grandeur. He wanted to approach someone undetected with his strength. Unless the opponent has the ability to perceive a supermaster, otherwise he would not at all. I found that artificial people are not good either. They are just technology products, absolutely incomparable with the perception of the top masters. The result was obvious. 2 ordinary people were approached by Yuzhengyu. Even if they had guns in their hands, they could only be slaughtered. Just when the attention of the Americans was on this Chinese youth, another, of death approached them. When two of the attack targets twisted their necks inside, the other one did not even react. Fortunately, the cyborgs are comparable to supermasters. Even if Yu Jingyu succeeded in the first round of sneak attacks, he was unable to continue to kill the only United States that was not protected by the cyborgs. Humans have amazing speed. In the process of rushing past, the clothes broke apart, revealing the powerful muscles unique to artificial humans. At this time, the battle began, and Zhou Hao finally felt that these two cyborgs were different from the first generation. The first-generation cyborgs were already regarded as beasts. It was flattering to say that they were created, but the second-generation cyborgs were different. Without knowing their true identities, at best, I think they are a bit wilder and rougher. I never think they are artificial people. Yu Jingyu knew how powerful the humanoids were. He greeted them with a punch with 8 successes, but still wanted to get close to some Americans who were in a daze. None of the Americans here is simple. Kill one more, and one less dangerous. It's just as one. Fist didn't push back the robot, but instead he couldn't move on. The greatest strength of cyborgs is their strength. Yu Jingyu's 8 strength punches are at least tens of thousands of kilograms. However, the cyborgs use their special body to carry them down, fist to fist, and without stopping after a punch. He continued to attack Yu Jingyu, just like a beast. At this time, the fighting skills displayed by the cyborgs made Zhou Hao feel at ease. Whether he is the first or second generation, at least he is a fauvist. He lacks rationality when he actually does it. He must not be compared with the supermaster, otherwise the United States. As long as you are willing to spend money and get a few more intelligent robots, no matter it is doing any special work, there will be no disadvantage, and no one can use them. Yu Jingyu's punch was made by internal force. It didn't really touch the fist of the humanoid, but the whole person also flew out uncontrollably under the punch. He was a little unbelievable, but his paralyzed right hand told him that all this happened. It's true, even the big boss doesn't have the ability to knock himself off. Jingyu, don't go head-to-head with him. These people are all animals, and their strength is immense. Zhou Hao's expression changed when he saw Yu Jingyu flying out. He knew what he was thinking and quickly shouted, as a warrior, he is most afraid of losing. Confidence and strength are not what the martial artist is best at. If he chooses to head on, he will definitely suffer. When Zhou Hao yelled out, he was already bullying him. His goal was another artificial man. This man also left 2 Americans aside when his accomplices started to help him. It's just that Zhou Hao stared at him. He finally had some brains, waiting for Zhou Hao to take action. Now Zhou Hao came to his side, just in line with his intentions, and with a grin, he sent his fist to Zhou Hao. With Zhou Hao's strength, even if he had a head-to-head confrontation with this man-made, he would definitely not suffer. It's just that Zhou Hao was a fool, disdainful of using it. His body twisted in the air, and it flashed past the artificial human's body, even turning behind him. No matter how powerful the cyborg was in combat, after all, it entered a state of madness, and its sanity almost disappeared. Seeing that the opponent suddenly disappeared in front of him, he paused slightly, and at this pause, Zhou Hao had already turned his palm into a knife and smashed the cyborg. On the posterior cervical artery, whether it is a human or an artificial person, if the neck artery is severed, it must be linked. Zhou Hao's sword aura could be invincible, not to mention the palm of his hand that turned into a hand knife. But there was a clanging sound, and the robot was chopped by Zhou Hao with a single hand knife and fell more than 10 meters away, and it rolled twice on the ground. However, Zhou Hao clearly knew that even if this man-made man was chopped off by himself, his neck remained unbroken. The man-made man is really different from ordinary people. The body is as hard as steel, even harder than steel. He just couldn't let him. His neck is broken, but it is not likely to feel good. Yu Jingyu over there is not as relaxed as Zhou Hao. After flying out, the cyborg has followed him. He does not know Chinese kung fu, but American boxing is very familiar, and because the modified body is very powerful and punches fast. Like lightning, every punch has thousands of kilograms. Even Yu Jingyu, a super expert, is very strenuous to deal with it. The battle between Yu Jingyu's second-generation cyborgs fell short, but after all, he was a super master and would not be defeated by cyborgs. The cyborg who was fighting against Zhou Hao was watched by Zhou Hao's knife on his neck and flew out. Yuan just rolled on the ground a few times, stood up, twisted his neck, roared wildly, and rushed again. Zhou Hao had a deep understanding of the cyborg's ability to fight, and he didn't feel that he could kill him with a knife in one hand. When he saw him rushing forward, he started to deal with him again. The second generation of cyborgs not only possessed amazing power, but also moved faster. It's quick. It can be said that the American artificial humans were beasts and killing machines before. By the second generation, they have become much stronger. You can tell from his certain wisdom. No matter how high in martial arts, Zhou Hao, after all, is a body of flesh and blood. In order to deal with artificial humans, he dare not easily get close to him, keep a certain distance from him, and maximize the skills of Wu Qinshi. He and Kinjiro Yanagi are the best. The masters didn't have to work so hard. This time it was his full display in recent time. Cyborgs are different from Kinjiro Yagyu. Kinjiro Yagyu is a master of ninjutsu. Zhou Hao can win with traps. Cyborgs, such non-human things, cannot be dazzled by fancy tricks. They must be defeated by every punch. Zhou Hao thousands of caddies were hit on the humanoid, and the mountains made noise. They are head-to-head here. As time goes by, Yu Jingyu gradually adapts to the way of fighting with artificial people and also restores the decline. Although they can't win in a short time, at least they are no longer dangerous. Other Americans are not better than melee. They have pistols in their hands and don't know how to shoot. They are all agents who came to China with artificial humans. They know very well about artificial humans. They are indeed non-human monsters, but in the final analysis they are still flesh and blood, and they are also afraid of guns. If they accidentally injure the artificial humans, not only can't help them, and can even anger the artificial people. If the cyborg is provoked by himself, it suddenly erupts and counterattacks itself, and the remaining American agents can only wait to die. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu are both supermasters, and the two cyborgs have surpassed the limits of human physical fitness. The speed is lightning fast. Even if the Americans have good marksmanship, they can't guarantee the hit rate. Zhou Hao, hurry up and get rid of them. Our people are coming soon. If we let the cyborgs attack them, we will lose a lot. After Yu Jingyu stabilized the situation, he immediately called to Zhou Hao. Knowing that he might still be a little weak in dealing with artificial people, but Zhou Hao should be fine. Zhou Hao is now preparing his 4 magic apes locks. First lock the actions of the cyborgs, and then use the White Tiger 5 Emperor's Sword to kill them, but it will consume a lot of money. If you are negligent and injured by those Americans, I felt a little bit at a loss. Hearing what Yu Jingyu said, he immediately decided to take action. Okay, I will solve him now, and then I will help you. Zhou Haoren was in the air, splitting the man-made man by 5 meters with a palm, and then yelled for demon ape locks, immediately bound by an invisible force on the opposite side of the humanoid. Even if he struggled to break free, it still didn't help. Although Zhou Hao's demon ape's 4Ju locks are powerful, they can only limit the cyborg for a few seconds. But with these few seconds, the time is enough. When the cyborg stopped moving, Xiao Yifeng shot a White Tiger and 5 Emperors. Sword, this is also his sharpest attack. In view of the fine steel, it is very difficult for the robot to kill him. Fortunately, Xiao Yifeng's White Tiger 5 Emperor sword is invincible. No matter how high the defense is, the robot has weak points. For example, his neck must be weaker. Zhou Hao's White Tiger 5 Emperor's sword was cut on his neck. Zhou Hao flashed a sword, and suddenly the head of the man-made person rose into the sky, and a burst of warm blood spurted from his neck, and the blood was actually not red, but a little green and yellowish. This was very different from the first-generation man-made. Fortunately, Zhou Hao hid quickly, or else it would fall on him. No matter how powerful the artificial human is, no matter how non-human it is, it can't support it anymore. It falls to the ground and can't die anymore. Zhou Hao is also relieved. After all, he is not sure whether the artificial human's neck is real. Fortunately, the White Tiger 5 Emperor's sword did not let himself down. This time killing the cyborg seemed easier than killing the cyborg at the beginning, but it was actually more dangerous. Zhou Hao used almost all his abilities, and he also used 2 consecutive killing tricks. At the same time as he was killed, Zhou Hao's face became pale, and the drama was consumed. And during the battle, he actually kept paying attention to the other 3 Americans. They had weapons in their hands. As long as they changed, they would have become dead. When Zhou Hao dealt with the cyborgs, he kept a little bit of strength. The experience gained from years of fighting, otherwise I don't know how many times I have died. The three Americans were obviously frightened by the artificial people losing their heads. They were even capable of artificial humans. Actually, the Chinese saw his head off without using any weapons. Someone once tried to use a machete. There is no blood on the neck, and it can be seen how powerful Zhou Hao's White Tiger 5 Emperor's sword is. Yu Jingyu was also a little surprised. He knew that Zhou Hao had a higher cultivation base than his own, but he didn't expect to be so much higher. He simply put his hands and feet to kill the artificial man, and he still couldn't control the artificial man in front of him. In the same way, according to scientific principles, the strength of the two artificial humans should be almost the same. That is, the gap between himself and Zhou Hao is very large. But this is nothing. When he was still a quasi-absolute master, Zhou Hao had already reached the top for a long time, and since the United States, Zhou Hao's strength has increased a lot. He became a top-level master, and he has become even more powerful. And it seems that his strength is still increasing day by day. Because everyone is a friend and his own, the stronger Zhou Hao is, the happier Yu Jingyu will be. As long as he cooperates with him, many cases can be solved easily, but what he wants in the end is to solve this artificial man, and then the rest of American agents brought back to investigate. In fact, he wants to bring back the cyborgs, but the second-generation cyborgs are obviously not that easy. It is no problem to kill them. It is basically impossible to capture them alive. Even Zhou Hao might not be able to. A monster comparable to a master, if it can. Easily caught. The United States has spent so much money, which is really a waste. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhou Hao had already joined the battle group. Since the three agents did not take the opportunity to attack, let them spare their lives and just wait for him to kill the humanoids. Zhou Hao was too expensive before. He did not continue to use the 4 magical ape lock, but only combined with Yu Jingyu to attack the humanoid. The cyborg screams strangely, showing the anger of being bullied, but his screaming can't enhance his strength. With Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu's joint hands, no one in the world is their opponent, let alone this unconscious cyborg, and soon he was near death. According to the cooperation of the two of them, it was Yu Jingyu's turn for the final blow, but when Zhou Hao retreated, the moment Yu Jingyu attacked, the robot suddenly roared, and the whole person exploded. The violent air wave was stronger than any. The fists are more powerful, even more powerful than the general heavy weapons. Yu Jingyu hadn't come over yet, so he was not affected much. He was just blown back a few steps, and Zhou Hao, who was beside him, was unlucky. The man-made blew himself up next to him, and his body was directly blown up. Fortunately, his body is strong enough. Even though people can't help vomiting blood in the air, there is no particularly serious trauma. However, sometimes internal injuries are more serious than external injuries. Zhou Hao is obviously the case. He didn't expect that there could be bombs in the human body. He didn't believe that this was an evil skill such as detonating internal force. The human being was originally a product of science, and it detonated this. The artificial man must be one of the three agents. Go and catch them. I want them to look good. Zhou Hao suffered a serious internal injury and hurriedly sat on the ground to heal his injuries. He did not forget to remind Yu Jingyu that he hated these foreigners in his heart and pretended to be shocked. Secretly detonated the bomb. Fortunately, he has a thick skin, otherwise he would be choking. Yu Jingyu was hurt because of Zhou Hao's injury. He would not have been injured if he hadn't invited Zhou Hao himself. If he wasn't strong enough, Zhou Hao would not help him. It was all because of Zhou Hao's injury. Zhou Hao's words did not hesitate and rushed to the three Americans. He didn't know how much Zhou Hao was injured. It was just that the cyborg's explosion was shocking. Even if Zhou Hao could not be seriously injured, it must be very painful. The three people in front of him were the culprits. To escape, at least the same level is required. Yu Jingyu is not sure who the three Americans detonated the cyborgs, but he would rather kill them and catch them all. Anyway, these three agents can't let them run away, and all of them are a little skill, whether it is a gun fist is good, but after all, it is at most quasi-first-class level, and there is not much resistance to Yu Jingyu. Yu Jingyu shot with hatred. Every punch and kick was full of power, and his body style was very fast. Almost all the Americans could not reflect it. Even if they had guns, they were just decorations. Soon the three were knocked to the ground by Yu Jingyu, except his eyes can move, and his limbs and joints have been removed by him. At this time, Zhou Hao opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Some said in the back row, "Fortunately, I was already a few steps away from the cyborg at the time. If I still fight against him, I can just lie down on the bed." Months. Even so, my injury is not minor now. At least in a short period of time with people, my strength will drop by 30%. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu finally teamed up to kill the second generation of two cyborgs, but when dealing with the second one, the cyborg was detonated. This kind of bomb hidden in the cyborg cannot be detected at all. It is useless for Zhou Hao to have a strong hunch. It happened instantly, too late to guard. Fortunately, his strength is very strong. At the moment when the robot exploded, he tried his best to dodge. Even if it is still affected, he is still free from danger in the end. Even if the martial artist has cultivated to the extreme state, he encounters this powerful bomb. There is no way not to be afraid, which is why there are fewer and fewer people practicing martial arts. Thinking of the danger just now, even Zhou Hao has lingering fears. Probably the United States has already studied its own strength. This time it is not 100% sure that the cyborg will be arranged to come to China. The cyborg will put a bomb or be on him during the development process. It is not impossible to install an explosion program. Although Zhou Hao didn't know the specific technology of the cyborg, it wouldn't be too bad to estimate it as a robot. As for why the first cyborg didn't explode, Zhou Hao didn't think it was because the incident happened suddenly. If it is too late to detonate, it is possible that not everyone can explode. But in any case, 2 artificial humans were killed and 3 American agents were arrested. Today's mission has been completed. The only regret is that Zhou Hao was injured and the second man had blew himself up. If he can complete one, bring the artificial humans back and let the national scientific researchers conduct research, maybe there will be significant progress in biochemical science and technology. The other personnel of the First Army came to perform auxiliary work under the notice of Yu Jingyu. They looked at Zhou Hao, and their eyes were full of admiration. They all knew that Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu made everything here, and Yu Jingyu was their fourth master. He was originally his own person, and he must be very capable, but Zhou Hao had no actual relationship with them. It was already rare to be able to help them, and it was even rarer to be such a good expert. Zhou Hao has long been accustomed to this kind of gaze. Recently, he has been in the First Army for a long time. He already has a special status in the First Army. He is considered a non-staff. It has nothing to do with being Zhou Liren's son. He is completely with his own strength. He won the respect of others. The members of the First Army are skilled in handling things here. They don't need Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu to worry about them. Their purpose is to deal with the cyborgs. Now that it's over, Zhou Hao intends to go home. He has internal injuries. If he doesn't recover soon, he must influence the enemy in the future. The artificial man without his head was eventually transported away. After all, even though he died without his head, he was still a complete person. Not only did the artificial man from the United States not come in handy this time, it was also used for China's biochemical research. Provides valuable materials, a real artificial person. Zhou Hao didn't think so much at all. Even if the robot was transported back and worked out how to make it, it is estimated that the country would not pay for it. The robot is powerful, but there are not many places that can be used in China. There is no shortage of talents. The problems that someone can solve are small problems, and the problems that people cannot solve are not necessarily solved by artificial people. He estimated that one reason for studying artificial humans is to develop methods to deal with them. The other is that artificial humans must be able to use a lot of advanced biochemical technologies. These should be the most interesting to researchers, and biochemical technologies can also be used. Many areas. Yu Jingyu knew better than Zhou Hao why they wanted to take away the robots. Zhou Hao didn't mention it. He certainly wouldn't take the initiative to say, but because Zhou Hao was injured, he took the initiative to send Zhou Hao home. Even if Zhou Hao said it was okay, Yu Jingyu, but he knew that Zhou Hao's strength could not be restored to its peak state in a short time. Even if the top masters can't be everywhere, but now in Beijing, there are many top masters and quasi-top masters. If they join forces to deal with Zhou Hao would really be in danger. He can't put Zhou Hao in danger. And it was because of helping myself to get hurt. On the way back, Zhou Hao was still adjusting his breath and recovering his injuries. His internal injury this time was considered to be quite serious. Probably since the time in the United States, he has not been injured so severely. After all, He was next to a humanoid bomb that was so big, even if he reacted fast enough, the impact is not small. Zhao Yuqin didn't ask much after he got home. Zhou Hao's affairs were usually mentioned by him. Zhao Yuqin rarely asked. She actually knew that Zhou Hao had many secrets, but he had already married himself. Zhao Yuqin was very satisfied. Zhou Hao's face was too pale, so he asked with concern. In order not to worry Zhao Yuqin too much, naturally he couldn't tell him the truth. He just said that he was a little tired and just rested. Zhao Yuqin knew that he was not telling the truth, but also knew that he was afraid that he was worried. So he made him some soup. Let him eat it while it's hot. It's almost early morning. Zhao Yuqin's concern made Zhou Hao's heart warm. Zhao Yuqin is not only beautiful, but also considerate. If he had a wife such a husband, what would he want? If it weren't for the injury today, he would really like to have a good affection with Zhao Yuqin. Sleeping with Zhao Yuqin, there is no affection, only warmth. In the next few days, Zhou Hao's life was not so busy. He had fought against yogis in India, ninjas in Japan, and cyborgs in the United States. He was also arrested, and he was a good lesson of the threats from various forces. During this period of time, no matter which party it is, Zhou Hao's strength must be reassessed. According to the news from all parties, he used the help of some other people when arresting these people. He was the main force of the battle every time, and those people who wanted to deal with Zhou Hao had to be deployed again. In the past few days, Zhou Hao has lived very leisurely, looking at his business every day, gathering with his family, and dating his own women. This is the most comfortable period of his life in Hong Kong in so long. Since reaching an agreement with Run Run Shaw, don't worry too much. Those entertainment shows will be launched soon. Shenyang did not disappoint Zhou Hao. It received financial support, and ATV's actors helped to make movies immediately. Those movies that Zhou Hao was familiar with in his previous life have also entered the shooting stage, but there have been some changes. It should be a movie made by other film companies, which was made by Haohan Entertainment. In fact, he can be sure that he was reborn and achieved today's achievements. Some things that should have appeared in the previous life have changed because of him. He has long been used to not paying attention to such changes. On the phone, he constantly encouraged Shenyang and let he has developed Haohan Entertainment even more. It is estimated that after the new film comes out, he will soon become one of Hong Kong's leading large-scale film companies. Moreover, Shenyang is very grateful for Zhou Hao's help. There is no change in the company because of the expansion of the company. He also regards Zhou Hao as a friend as before. The two often talk about the film business together and the future development of the company. This is Zhou Hao. If you are happy to see it, prove that your vision is okay. He had never heard of Shenyang in his previous life. It is probably because he did not meet a friend who trusts him as much as he did in the early stage of his business. Since he cannot change the international style, but in the film industry, he can change as much as he can. Zhou Hao thinks he is like this. The choice is correct. After a period of busy work, the first batch of cancer drugs from pharmaceutical companies will be available immediately. The drugs produced in batches by these pharmaceutical factories are naturally not as effective as the drugs he specially gave away. After all, the products of the assembly line are not as effective. The effect is not as good as the independent production. Despite this, Zhou Hao is also very satisfied. As long as this batch of medicines can come out, at least many cancer patients will be relieved. When the medicines come out, it should probably be when all the forces come out again. Getting busy, so calm recently, everyone guessed that they must be waiting for the opportunity. In the past, except for the Stormwind mercenary group, other forces have suffered a lot. They have to deal with Zhou Hao. They have to think about it. This is actually a good thing for Zhou Hao. Since the members of the First Army can guess that the other party is about to break out, they will do everything else. The people on the mission are all gathered here. Especially the medicine is about to come out, and the people in the central government are paying more attention. The factions that are not in harmony with the Zhao family on weekdays are also secretly dispatching troops. As for their purpose, Zhou Hao doesn't know. He is not interested in what these people do. Just take precautions, no matter what they have. No matter what the purpose is, there is no way to use it. In addition to these things, Zhou Liren has also been busy recently. Because Zhao Lisin retired, he was actually a candidate for the standing committee of the Central Committee. He was basically ready to go up. Because there was no one to replace him as the leader of the army for the time being. He continues to be the master. In the recent period, Because of Zhou Hao's help, Yu Jingyu has completed the task continuously. Although he has not finally resolved the threats from all sides, his performance is outstanding after all. Zhou Liren intends to give up the position of the master and let Yu Jingyu be the master. He shifted the focus of his work. Both Zhou Liren and Yu Jingyu are members of the Zhao faction, and when Zhou Liren really enters the central government, people from the Zhao faction will be changed to the Zhou faction. In fact, both the Zhao faction and the Zhou faction are all a family. This is not a good thing for other factions, otherwise Zhou Hao would not be so scrupulous. Fortunately, Zhou Hao is patriotic. He does not hesitate to participate in everything that is beneficial to the country. He has things in his previous life and knows that whose boss will be important to the country in the future. Whether it is the Zhao school or the Zhou school, he will follow closely. Boss whose footsteps are not visible from the outside. But Zhou Hao has been paying attention to boss who secretly. The calm days are just the surface. Whether it is a member of the army or Zhou Hao, they all know that this is the tranquility before the storm. The reason why the forces of all parties do not move must be planned secretly. They plan to make the final attack. After all, Zhou Hao made them lose. Disastrous, no matter which force it is, it has received a lot of impact. The mercenary group is different from the other forces of the three countries. They live for money. Which faction in the country should be the person who invites them? After all, the mercenary group that can be invited is definitely not an ordinary person, and the main thing they should pay attention to is people from the United States, Japan, and India. They clearly came for the secret recipe. Zhou Hao is very clear about the purpose of each country, and he also knows a little bit more about the situation in Japan than the members of the First Army. They are not only interested in secret recipes, but also want to deal with themselves, except that the Yanagi family has received their own perfect answer, and they are fighting the people of the pharmaceutical factory negotiated cooperation, and the people of IGA and Koga are ready to deal with themselves. He has already arranged all the power he can use to protect him by his close friends. Unless there are too many masters, or there are really a few quasi-excellent masters, he wants to deal with the people around Zhou Hao. That is to say, after all, Zhou Hao's ninjas plus bodyguards, as well as members of the army, are also masters. I spent more than 10 days in peace, and 3 more days will be the day when the new drug is released. This time should be the most dangerous moment. All actions will definitely come. The bodyguards around Zhou Hao's family and friends are already busy. Get up, but although they work hard, they are not as good as real masters after all. On this evening, Zhou Hao was still having dinner at home and received a call. The call was made by a staff member of the First Army. He was full of anxiety. He told Zhou Hao clearly on the phone that although he was very protected this time strictly, but the opponent dispatched a lot of masters, including ninjas, yogis, Japanese and Indians, and according to firepower suppression, there should be Americans. Zhou Hao knew that after waiting for such a long time, the accident would not be small, but he did not expect that the 3 countries could join forces. Japan and the United States would make a joint move. It was reasonable. After World War II, Japan has always been the dog of the United States. But India actually mixed with them, which is a bit outrageous, not to mention that he has already captured 3 first-class yogis, and India can send people to them. Their strength is really not to be underestimated. And these are not what Zhou Hao is worried about. What makes him worry the most is that the person in this accident is Wang Shijuan, the little girl next door he cherishes most, the weakest of all his women, whether it is Situ, Jianying, or Yang Jiabao. Although they were about the same age, they were stronger than Wang Shijuan. Even if they were reluctant to bully, they were actually taken away by people from these 3 countries. Zhou Hao actually received news of other people being attacked, but Wang Shijuan should be their focus. In the end, he was outnumbered. His own people have worked very hard, but they still haven't protected Wang Shijuan. People from the First Army have been on the phone, said it was his own mistake. However, Zhou Hao understood all of this, that it was entirely a premeditated action by the enemy. With so many relatives and friends of his own, if they had the intention to target one, even if the number of people protecting them was doubled, it would not work. No one would have imagined such 3 countries that can join hands. Unless you are on the field to protect, or there is another top player on the field, you may be able to ensure their safety, but the premise is that you can have it in the opponent's camp and know who their next move is against. Unfortunately, The only thing that can reveal the secret only Kinjiro Yagyu. He refused to say. Zhou Hao has been loving Wang Shijuan for so many years. This time Wang Shijuan was taken away. Zhou Hao wanted to catch up with them immediately and smash them into pieces, but he must calm down now and wait for news from the First Army or the other 3 countries. Since they arrested people, they must be used in exchange. This is not the first time Zhou Hao has encountered this kind of thing. Although he was anxious, he calmly finished eating with his family on the surface. Except for his mother Yin Tong, he didn't notice it. Whether it was Zhao Yuqin or Zhou Liren, they knew something happened. Later Zhou Liren also received a report from the First Army. Zhou Hao, if you have something to do, go ahead. I have me here. Remember to get things done before you come back. Zhou Liren told Zhou Hao immediately after knowing the whole story. He didn't dare to explain the matter clearly and didn't want to let it. Yin Tong and Zhao Yuqin knew that they both loved Wang Shijuan very much and were afraid they were worried. Since Zhou Hao's unhappy not, his relationship with his father is also a friend of his father. The two of them can understand each other's meaning without speaking too clearly. By saying this, Zhou Liren basically tells him and lets him do it. As long as Zhou Liren is here, there is no need to worry. In fact, even if Zhou Liren didn't say anything, Zhou Hao knew in his heart that the people targeted by the United States this time were not only him, but also his own family members, including Zhou Liren and Yin Tong. But as a military leader, he was also a master. Zhou Liren, as long as he sits at home, he is safer than Zhou Hao himself at home. Regardless of Zhou Hao's strength, when compared with Zhou Liren, at least 1,000 moves can be used to determine the winner, and the winner is not necessarily Zhou Hao. This is not a gap in absolute strength, but a gap in experience. Zhou Liren is practicing martial arts. For decades, how could Zhou Hao be able to compete with him after decades of battles? Among all the top players, in fact, Zhou Hao's most troublesome opponent was his father. Yin Tong didn't know what Zhou Hao was going to do. He just treated it as a work matter, so he said to go home and rest after finishing his work. Don't be exhausted. And Zhao Yuqin knew it was definitely not that simple, but Zhou Hao always had a lot of things. Can only tell him to pay attention to safety. Remember that there is still a sister waiting for him at home. Zhao Yuqin's words moved Zhou Hao very much. This sister has always supported herself unconditionally since she knew herself. Even if she married herself and became a wife, she never made trouble because of her outside lover. Now she knows that she might have rescued her. The other women just asked him to pay attention to safety. If it wasn't for his own debts, he would really want to stay together with Zhao Yuqin. Zhou Hao knew that when he was not in love with his sons and daughters, he could only temporarily press these feelings in his heart and left home directly to the First Army headquarters. It is still Yu Jingyu who is still in charge here. Except for the current leader Zhou Liren, the person who has been in charge of recent times is Yu Jingyu. A discerning person, it can be seen that he should be the successor of the master. Yu Jingyu was not surprised at Zhou Hao's arrival so quickly. He knew that Zhou Hao was a kind and righteous person. If something happened to Wang Shijuan, he would definitely come right away. He, an important figure in the army, naturally knew Zhou Hao's relationship with other women. He was not interested in this kind of thing, but Zhou Hao was very good to every woman, to the point that Yu Jingyu admired it very much. He asked himself that he couldn't make a bowl of water. It would be good to everyone. Seeing Zhou Hao now, Yu Jingyu didn't talk nonsense. He frowned and said, Zhou Hao, this time the trouble is a bit big. Although Wang Shijuan was looted by the other party, our people cannot resist, but the army is not for nothing. Someone has already caught up with them. Without the strength to grab someone, and fearing that Wang Shijuan is in danger, they have been staring at them. This time they seem to be using this as a bargaining chip to fight you in the final battle. I have already thought of this, but why do you say that? Where are the people staring at them? This tripartite cooperation between the United States, Japan, and India is beyond my expectation. Zhou Hao was calmer than expected. His eyes, the cold light, flashed by. Even if he didn't say anything cruel, others could feel the murderous in his heart. Isn't it right? Yu Jingyu, few people in the First Army can suffer such a big loss. Under strict protection, they were arrested by the protectors. This time it is Wang Shijuan. If it is the state leader next time, then the brand of the army. It can also be withdrawn. It is inefficient, so what's the use of keeping it? The direction of their departure this time is very clear. They want to leave the customs and go to the northeast. They have already left the scope of Beijing. This situation shows that they are well prepared and have arranged bases in other cities. It seems that Beijing is in the front section. Time is too big. They dare not stay in Beijing. Yu Jingyu frowned and pointed to the map. I really didn't expect these people to use this method. If I leave Beijing, no one will host the new drug release here. I can postpone the release time and want to use Tiaohu to leave the mountain. Unfortunately, they only know that I am the owner of cancer drugs. But it's not me who really handles the issue of the new drug. Zhou Hao sneered, breaking the enemy's purpose in one sentence. Yu Jingyu actually guessed that they might have such an idea, but it was not as clear as Zhou Hao. After all, Zhou Hao was the protagonist of the incident. The members of the First Army only thought that the other party wanted to use Wang Shijuan as a hostage, and then used her to replace the cancer drug. The secret recipe, it seems that the other party still doesn't want Zhou Hao's cancer medicine to come out. They must think that's such an important matter. Only if I personally come forward. Unfortunately, they don't know. No matter how important the matter, I will not show up casually. It is my style to direct behind the scenes. Zhou Hao thought for a while. He said again, "Tell me the contact information of the stalker. I'm leaving now. I'm going to save Shijuan back." Yu Jingyu knew that Zhou Hao was definitely going to save people, so he thought about it for a while and said, "Okay, you can do it yourself. I will arrange a driver for you. If you have any trouble there, contact the local army. People, every city has our staff." Zhou Hao didn't say much. After nodding his head and agreeing, he waited for the staff of the army to accompany him. Zhou Hao was actually right. The United States really wanted to hold Zhou Hao. It was not that they didn't know Zhou Hao's style, but that they didn't think so. For important things, he can let others take responsibility, which is also destined to fail. Accompanied by the staff of the First Army, Zhou Hao drove out of Beijing all the time. They took the Beijing-Shenzhen Expressway. According to the followers' prompts, the other party was clearly prepared this time. Their route was clear. The staff of Hao's First Army also went well without too much trouble. According to their direction, it should be Shenyang, which is considered a big city, and the defense here is much weaker than Beijing. The main force of the First Army is definitely not here. No matter what traps are arranged here, it is better. Beijing is easier, but I don't know why they chose the north instead of the southern coastal cities. Zhou Hao has been in contact with the members of the First Army. The people who shot this time are all together. They took Wang Shijuan away from Beijing and went to Shenyang nonstop, and the members of the First Army have also reported back. At present, Wang Shijuan is all right. Their purpose was Zhou Hao, and they did not do any harm to Wang Shijuan, which made Zhou Hao feel at ease. It took only 5 or 6 hours from Beijing to Shenyang when the speed was not slow. Because Zhou Hao had to keep up with the car in front, he naturally drove a little faster. It took only half a day to reach Shenyang. After arriving in Shenyang, a staff member immediately contacted Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou, the people you want to chase are currently under our supervision. They must have a stronghold in Shenyang, but they have been followed by us. It is not easy to get rid of us." The person receiving Zhou Hao is a middle-aged person. People, judging from his steady appearance, it is estimated that he is also a practicing family, but he doesn't know how strong he is. Zhou Hao didn't talk nonsense and asked directly, "Have they not found you yet? Or is it because they have hostages in their hands, so they feel confident?" Zhou Hao hasn't received a call from the other party until now, so naturally he is anxious. They don't know that they are calling. What kind of idea? The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou's question is actually very easy to answer. Our people have received professional tracking training. If you want to track anyone, you can do it without any gap between the other party. But this time is a bit special. The opponents are all masters. Even if our people are good at tracking, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not be discovered. I guess they have discovered it long ago, but they don't want to stop it." Zhou Hao understands what he meant. The purpose of the Three Nations Alliance is to deal with himself. Since I haven't called for a long time, I should know that I have followed them to Shenyang. According to previous speculations, their main purpose is I transferred myself from Beijing. This time I achieved my goal. Mr. Zhou, the report they just got, they have stopped, and they are in a mountainous area on the outskirts of Shenyang. It seems that this is their stronghold, but there is nothing special about this place. I don't know why they chose it there. The middle-aged man answered the phone and said to Zhou Hao, who was thinking deeply. Zhou Hao thought for a while. The other party probably wants to choose to solve the problem in the mountains. It is more convenient to be in the mountains than in the busy city, but he also doesn't know why these people choose to be here instead of on the road. Isn't it more convenient to be a place without people? At this moment, he also received a call, and there was a rather blunt voice on the other side, using non-standard words. Hello, may I ask, are you Mr. Zhou Haozhou? Zhou Hao has been waiting for the call from the other party. It would be great to be able to receive the call at this time. Hello, I am Zhou Hao. Who are you, and what can I do? Mr. Zhou, my name is Thomas. You don't know me. I just want to inform you about something. The person on the other side of the phone paused, as if they were organizing language, and then continued. We are now in Xinyang. I should have guessed it. And you have a friend with us. She wants to see you very much. I don't know if you have time. He was very polite, but Zhou Hao could understand the meaning of what he said. They really knew that he was being followed, and he must have estimated his location when he called at this time. The caller should belong to the United States. They are not ordinary kidnappers. They are mostly well-trained agents and ninja yogis. Zhou Hao is not a reckless person. The more dangerous he gets, the calmer he becomes. He has this very powerful martial arts, and he also has an unknown sensitivity. With these two in hand, even if he encounters an opponent who is also a top expert, he can also turn the danger into a bargain, and he doesn't believe that there are other supermasters besides Kenjiro Yanaju, so supermasters are too worthless. And no matter which force, you can't just send out so many masters. There are many first-class masters who have been kidnapped this time, but in the eyes of the top masters, they are actually similar to ordinary people and can only cause a little trouble. In his heart, thinking, there was a moment of silence. Mr. Zhou Hao, if you don't come, your friend will be disappointed and probably sad. I'm right. Tom's words fell, and Wang Shijuan's exclamation came next to him. Then Tom continued. Sorry, I just touched your friend by accident. Can you hear her voice clearly? Of course, Zhou Hao was very familiar with Wang Shijuan's voice, and he could hear it too. After Wang Shijuan exclaimed, it turned into a woo-woo sound, which was obviously gagged, but depending on what the other party meant, it shouldn't be. As for hurting Wang Shijuan, this is more at ease. Zhou Hao is not the first time he has faced kidnapping, and he can calm down. When Zhao Yuqin was kidnapped, he could desperately rescue him. Now that his strength has greatly increased, he will naturally not shrink back. He thought in his heart and calmly said, no matter what force you are, I hope you don't hurt my friends. I am ready now, and I will see you right away. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. We just want to invite you to talk. As for your friend, we will certainly not embarrass her. But remember, we just want to see you alone. If you bring someone else, don't blame us. Don't talk about credit. Tom's voice is still blunt, but a little more gloomy. Zhou Hao didn't doubt that the other party could say that he could do it, and he really didn't plan to take others there. After all, there are not many people who can cooperate with him except for the top masters. If there is not enough tacit understanding, it is really easy to delay things. Yu Jingyu, who has been cooperating tacitly, cannot leave Beijing and can only act on his own. You can also rest assured, I must come by myself. I hope you can say credit, otherwise no matter who you are, I will not let you see the sun tomorrow. Zhou Hao also replied in a deep tone. Those enemies who dare to hurt those around them will never show mercy. Mr. Zhou Hao, in that case, we are determined. We will meet tonight. As for the location, I believe you can know it. So let's do it. Don't use tricks. You can't invite your friends back. Tom's didn't seem to hear Zhou Hao's threat, and he hung up the phone directly after speaking. It is estimated that Zhou Hao will not see the sun tomorrow until they want to come. Mr. Zhou, the other party wants to see you alone. This is not okay. Our people have to act together. It is too dangerous for you to go by yourself. Zhou Hao and Tom did not avoid the middle-aged person on the phone. He knew that Zhou Hao would be alone. When the man went, he immediately blocked him. He didn't know that the young man in front of him was a master. Zhou Hao shook his head and said, you just heard that if you accompany me, my friend will definitely be in danger, and at this time, I am more flexible to go. Although they are not weak, I am not as for being afraid of them. You don't have to worry about me. Mr. Zhou, you are the person our four bosses especially urge to protect. If you have any accident, we can't explain it. Even if it is to complete the task, you should not take the risk alone. The anniversary person sees his own dissuasion. It was useless, and Yu Jingyu moved out again. He didn't know Zhou Hao's true identity. You don't need to say, just find someone to take me there. I'll tell him on Jingyu's side. Even if I'm injured, I won't blame you. It's not that you can't complete the task as required, it's me. The problem. Zhou Hao knew that the order of the First Army was a military order. If it was not implemented well, it would be punished, so he quickly comforted. He was very grateful to Yu Jingyu in his heart. This Yu Jingyu really regarded himself as a friend. He didn't think that Yu Jingyu was so good to him because of Zhou Liren. When he saved Yu Jingyu by himself, he found that he was righteous, which is definitely a matter of righteousness. People. The middle-aged man saw that it was useless to dissuade him again and again, so he had to say, Mr. Zhou, be careful. Put on the headphones we gave you. If there is any danger, greet us quickly. We will all be nearby. A few masters, but our army is not weak. Zhou Hao did not refuse this time, and it was not the first time to rescue people. He would not think that he was invincible. He knew that more people would have more strength. At least he could let them help and take care of them when Wang Shijuan escaped danger. He still had to deal with those people. Those people didn't want to let themselves live. Zhou Hao didn't want to let them go. Prepared together, the middle-aged people sent Zhou Hao to the other stronghold. They are now in Xinyang City, and it will take a while to go to the suburbs. But according to Zhou Hao and the other party's reservation, Zhou Hao can enter the mountain before dark, and the other party has Zhou Hao's phone number, so you can contact them at any time. Each of them is very powerful, and with the hostages in hand, they have no fear at all. They know Zhou Hao better than middle-aged people. They know Zhou Hao's ability, and no one dares to underestimate a supermaster, if it is not because it is not convenient to use. Heavy weapons, they probably all have a rocket launcher. Driving deep in the mountains is more inconvenient. When Zhou Hao reached the foot of the mountain, he left the car of the First Army and went up the mountain alone. According to a report from a soldier, these people were on the mountain, and because they were afraid that the other side would hurt the hostages, the soldiers did not dare to go up and investigate. Zhou Hao let the people of the army wait at the foot of the mountain. He planned to go alone. Wang Shijuan was in the hands of the other party. Zhou Hao didn't want her to be harmed. Even if it was full of danger, he must rescue Wang Shijuan, and he believed that by his own ability, when faced with danger, should also be able to turn danger into a breeze. The mountains in Xinyang are much higher than those in Beijing, but with Zhou Hao's feet, it will not take long to reach the top. It is estimated that since there are so many people on the other side, since they can know that they are being watched by a member of the army, they can definitely detect Zhou. When Hao arrived at the bottom of the mountain, they were confident and in no rush. Zhou Hao has always carried his cell phone. At this time, the cell phone was not as advanced as in the future, and the signal in the mountainous area was not very good. He was really afraid that the other party would not be able to receive the call. Fortunately, Nokia at this time was very powerful. At least there is a signal, which makes him feel at ease. About 200 meters up, Zhou Hao's pace was not fast, just waiting for the call from the other party. At this time, the call came to mind. After Zhou Hao answered the call, Tom's voice came out. Mr. Zhou Hao, you really said and you believe. We are waiting for you on the top right now. You can keep climbing. We will not have any action within half an hour. Okay, don't hurt my friend. I'll come right away. Where are you guys? Zhou Hao talked to each other while speeding up his steps. This mountain will definitely be able to reach the top within half an hour, but he doesn't know where the opponent is. Mr. Zhou Hao, although you can rest assured that you just want to invite you to come and talk, you won't do anything to your friends at all. But if you can't come on time, I'm not easy to say. You also know that your friends are so beautiful. We these people are all normal men, so you can't help but do something you can't accept. Tom's voice is still calm, but the threat in his words is getting stronger. Xiao Yifeng's face sank. He was afraid of the other side. Even if he rescues Wang Shijuan, there is no guarantee that she will not be harmed. If Wang Shijuan is harmed, even if he kills all of them, it cannot be saved. He quickly said, "Don't worry. Okay, I'm here. Don't worry. I'll be there right away, and tell me the specific location." Tom was very satisfied with Zhou Hao's attitude and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, since you are here, we naturally won't be in a hurry. You walk halfway up the mountain and look for it. There is a stone facing the wind, and there is a cave. You get in. I'm not there. You'd better not play tricks, otherwise hum." Zhou Hao held the phone tightly in his hand. His heart was full of anger, but his voice still calmly said, "Okay, I will come right away. There is no tricks. I hope you can believe it. Don't hurt me." Friends, I don't care what power you are, it's best not to annoy me. His words seemed to make Tom reconsider, and then he heard Tom say, You can rest assured, our goal is you. Your friend will not be harmed. Then that's it. Wait until you enter the cave. Come to us, that's it. He hung up the phone while speaking. At this time, the two parties have already picked up the words clearly, and there is no need for the hypocritical tone of the previous one. Zhou Hao knew the location of the other party, and his pace became faster. He was not far from the mountainside at this time, and it didn't take long before he had reached halfway up the mountain. This location is hundreds of meters below and hundreds of meters away from the top of the mountain. It can be said that there is no shop in front of the village. He didn't know if his position was what Thomas said. He turned around the mountainside. Fortunately, although the mountains here are much higher after all, the mountain is flat and not so steep, even if it's around the mountainside. There was no difficulty in one lap, and Zhou Hao, such a supermaster, was naturally not a problem. When he turned to a position facing the wind on the mountainside, he saw a stone cave. I don't know whether the cave was formed naturally or artificially. It actually looked like a door, but there was no stone door. He guessed that this is what the other party said. I just don't know if they are really inside. Zhou Hao's cell phone didn't ring again. The other party didn't know if he didn't want to call him or he was not sure where he was. Zhou Hao wanted to wait for a while, but thought that the other party gave him only half an hour. By this time 15 had passed. Minutes and a quarter of an hour left. If he doesn't go in, Wang Shijuan will be hurt. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Hao still spread his inner strength all over his body and then got into the cave with his short body. From the outside, the cave was only the size of a door. Zhou Hao felt that even if the cave could not be very narrow, at least not it will be very spacious, but only when people walk in it. It is completely unexpected. The inside of the stone cave is polished very smoothly. Even if there are 3 or 5 people in parallel, it will not feel crowded. It is much larger than the entrance door. The most powerful thing is that there is a torch on the stone wall about 10 meters each. It was as if many street lights were installed, and it was a bit dim. In fact, with Zhou Hao's current skill, even in a dim cave, you can see the scenery within 3 meters. Otherwise, he would not dare to go directly into the cave without taking anything. But now, because of the existence of these torches, Zhou Hao felt that the cave was as bright as day. And the more so, the more unreliable Zhou Hao's heart is. If it is really a trap set by the Americans, Japan, and India, how can there be such a large project? And it will take at least several years to complete such a large underground palace. How can they have so much strength, can complete it in just a few days? Because of this, he felt that this cave should have existed for a long time. He didn't know what the cave was for. He even suspected that it was an air raid shelter dug here by the people of Xinjiang during the anti-Japanese war. It is now being used as a hiding place by the other side. The place, although a little bleak, is safer than outside after all. The most important thing is that Zhou Hao doesn't know if there is only one entrance to this cave. In case there are other exits, it will be more troublesome to save people. But he has walked nearly 100 meters, and the cave is still winding and winding. Moving forward, and along this road, the width of the cave changes occasionally, but it has always been very spacious. Zhou Hao was very careful along the way. Since the other party knew that he had entered, he would have been ambushing. Ninjas were good at sneak attacks. Zhou Hao felt that if there were ninjas, he would be in trouble. As for the Americans, it is also very threatening. They should have someone who is good at using arms, and if they deploy a bomb or something, it will be deadly enough. As for the yogis in India, Zhou Hao is not too worried. These people's kung fu is more special, suitable for frontal and self-management, not suitable for ambush and sneak attack. However, Zhou Hao did not encounter the slightest danger in this way. Let him I wondered if I had gone the wrong way. Fortunately, when he wanted to go back, the phone called in time. Mr. Zhou Hao, have you entered the cave now? The passage of the stone cave is a bit long. Please be patient and continue walking. Don't stop. When you reach the end of the same road, just I can see my people, and then we can have a good discussion. Although Zhou Hao didn't fully believe James' words, he could only do what he said. After all, Wang Shijuan was what he wanted the most. His pace was quickened. He wanted to hurry up to the passageway. Anyway, there was a fire catching cold. Even if there is any danger, Zhou Hao can evade in time. The passage of the stone cave is indeed very long. Zhou Hao is not sure where he has been now, and looking at the distance, He must have left his entrance to the cave a long way away. Perhaps he has already arrived in the belly of another mountain. Zhou there is a feeling of being led by the nose. If it were in normal times, he would certainly not be so tossed by others. But Wang Shijuan was too important to him. As long as she could be rescued, Zhou was not afraid of taking risks. Fortunately, although the passage is very long, it has an end after all. After walking about 400 to 500 meters, Zhou suddenly sees his eyes. At the end of the passage is a mountain belly. The space is afraid of thousands of square meters. It is estimated that a mountain has been hollowed out. A huge building was built in it. When Zhou's body was walking at extreme speed, he planned to enter the building. He felt that Wang Shijuan and the others should be inside. But this ancient building looked like a palace, but it was only reduced in size. He has now overturned his previous guess. This is not a bomb shelter. Just when his feet were about to step onto the building land, he suddenly felt that his feet were soft, and his whole person fell down. Zhou knew that the organ he had waited for a long time had finally appeared. He had always remained vigilant, even if he saw it. In this reduced version of the palace, I was surprised to protect myself. When the footsteps are in the air, the real chi is lifted, the whole person becomes lighter, and then the feet are stepped on each other, and the force rises by 1 meter. At this time, the whole person has already escaped from the trap and rises to the surface. And then Zhou quickly slapped 2 palms, lifted up 2 meters again. With force at the waist, the whole person flipped back and landed on the edge of the passage. This kind of ability of having nowhere to borrow, full-screen self-strength from danger, can only be done after quasi-extremely extreme. Even if Zhou does it, it is not so easy. The first thing after landing is to check whether his feet are on the ground. Then he looked into the trap. The trap is a hole in the ground with a depth of 5 or 6 meters. However, the ground is full of spikes. Each spike is like a spear of an ancient weapon. Once someone falls, directly pierce through it. Zhou just fell. Must be nailed inside. And in addition to the spikes on the ground, there are actually several sharp knives on the wall of the cave. There is no need to fall on the spikes below, but in the process of falling, it will be cracked. Even if Zhou had a lot of knowledge, he couldn't help taking a breath. There were too many traps, and it was rare to see them so vicious. If he hadn't gotten his skills, he would have died here now. Zhou was in a cave and saw a place that looked like a palace. He wondered if he had gone in the wrong place. The other party was a combination of people from the United States, Japan, and India. How could it be possible to set up such a trap? This is the Chinese palace. He has seen Beijing. I have also seen the Qing Imperial Palace in Shenyang. The palaces here are like miniature versions of those palaces. Although they are a little smaller, they are also very large scale. If this can be a trap set by the 3 kingdoms, you can really save yourself. But if it wasn't for them, yes. What does someone do with such a large number of buildings? Zhou looked at the trap underground before, and when he was hesitating to enter, another call came. It was still Tom. His voice was a little bit more excited than before, and his speech was a bit hurried. Zhou, you are not already, are you there? Keep coming in. We will be waiting for you inside. There are still 10 minutes. If you don't want your friend to have an accident, don't hesitate. You are in the underground palace? Didn't I go wrong? You can really find a place. Zhou looked up at the palace. Since they knew that they were all close, obviously they were inside. Zhou suddenly felt like things were it's not as simple as I thought. You don't have to worry about so much. If you want your friend to be okay, come in as soon as possible, otherwise we can't say anything. My friend is already about to move. Tom's voice became dark, as if to increase his momentum. People also moved Wang Shijuan, and she screamed. Fortunately, Zhou is more familiar with Wang Shijuan. Although her voice is full of fear, there is no pain. It should be just to frighten herself, but she still said in a deep voice, Tom, you can be honest with me. I will come right away. Hope don't let me see her being hurt. Otherwise none of you can live without her today. Stop talking nonsense. Come in quickly. What's the use of saying so much? Tom's patience is obviously running out, sweeping away the previous fake gentleman's attitude. He kept urging Zhou. Zhou didn't know what was going on with them, but the less patience Tom had, the more calm he became. Although Wang Shijuan was in their hands, he was already in front of them, and they would definitely not hurt Wang Shijuan. Wang Shijuan was just using it to threaten their bargaining chips. Their main goal is still themselves. After hanging up the phone, Zhou came to the palace. He was still in front of the trap that almost let him fall into it. Looking at the murderous weapons everywhere, he couldn't imagine that this was the mechanism arranged by the other party. It is impossible to make so many institutions. Zhou Hao has already encountered a trap. He believes that there is not only one here. The internal strength is all over his body, and he walks lighter. It is about 100 meters from the entrance of the passage to the entrance of the palace. Within this distance, if Zhou Hao is in usually, 3 or 2 ups and downs can be reached, and now he dare not do this. Since these traps can be punished for walking, he estimated that even if he was in the air, he should not be so easy. Every step he took was kept at about 5 meters. When he took the 3rd step, Zhou Hao felt that when the hostile wind howled, hidden weapons of martial arts flew from all directions. It's not the first time that Zhou Hao has worked with people, but like the organ encountered this time, it's really never happened. He immediately jumped up, took off his coat in the air, danced in the air, and clothes filled with inner strength. A weapon that knocked down those hidden weapons. These hidden weapons were mainly flying knives, and some were iron briars with thorns on all sides. According to Zhou Hao's understanding, neither the United States, Japan nor India would use such hidden weapons. Now that he is attacked by these hidden weapons, the source of these hidden weapons is not certain. Even if Zhou Hao is dull, he can almost be sure of this. The strange thing about it, although these hidden weapons were powerful, they wouldn't hurt Zhou Hao. When Zhou Hao fell on the ground, the slabs around him suddenly collapsed like a bad one. Zhou Hao stood still and looked around. All collapsed. He didn't know where it was safe, and he didn't dare to act rashly. This place is strange. Zhou Hao has encountered so many dangers and has never scared him. This time he feels that everything is beyond his control. His premonition seems to be inoperative when he is here. He has never had a premonition to a dangerous existence. The scope of the collapse is not very wide. It is only within a radius of 30 meters. After everything collapses, Zhou Hao can see the place where it collapsed. All of them are like the previous traps, which are filled with various spikes and spears. Unfortunately, someone who falls into it will die. The place where I stepped on should be the opening of the mechanism, which activated the hidden weapon sneak attack. If people who are not strong enough are forced to take a step back by these hidden weapons, they will fall into the trap below. And if it is not Zhou Hao alone, if other people come together, the whole army will be wiped out. With Zhou Hao as the center, the 30-meter, square, meter collapsed is not only his foothold. It is an octagonal shape with 8 pillars. If viewed from the air, these 8 pillars are exactly a gossip-shaped pattern. It is determined that the palace has nothing to do with the people of the United States, Japan, and India. It is estimated that they discovered it accidentally. Zhou Hao didn't dare to be careless. He stood up, tapped the stone pillar lightly, and stood up again. The front looked smooth, and he didn't believe it. What he saw with his eyes might not be true, but fortunately, there was a front. Zhou Hao finally came to the door after several dangers. Looking back and looking down the road, he triggered a total of 5 organs. No matter which time it was fatal, Zhou Hao really didn't know what man-made this palace was, and there were so many vicious organs set up, but he didn't understand. How did those people in Japan and India enter it without triggering the mechanism? Mr. Zhou, since you are at the door, please come in. Are you still waiting for us to invite you? Zhou Hao is still hesitating to open the door. Tom's voice has been heard inside, and it seems that the other party has been watching Zhou Hao's whereabouts. Zhou Hao stood at the door and said loudly, "Since you are so anxious, I can't let you down. I'm here." When speaking, he reached out and pushed the door. It looked like he was pushing with his hand, but he didn't even touch the door, but pushed the door open with internal force. After pushing the door open, his legs did not move, and the person moved back 10 meters straight. His guess was completely correct. It was impossible to eliminate the situation along the way before. It was impossible for this gate to have no mechanism. Just after he stepped back, 2 guillotine knives were cut on both sides of the open stone gate, sharply cutting anyone's neck. If Zhou Hao stepped in with the door opened, he would definitely be cut into 2 stages by the knife. When the knife fell, a large net and 4 ropes flew out from around. Their function was to trap the people trapped in it, fearing that they would escape the range of the knife. The traps here are almost all mutually generated. When there is no single one, if the person is not capable and thoughtful at the same time, he will really die without knowing what is going on. Mr. Zhou is really amazing, and he can walk here unharmed. No wonder so many masters have lost your hands, but I don't know if you can still save yourself today." After Zhou Hao opened the door, he already saw the situation inside, and Tom was standing about 100 meters away from Zhou Hao and said loudly. When Zhou Hao saw Tom, he also saw Wang Shijuan and other people. According to the information provided by the soldiers in the previous army, there should be about 10 people on the other side. Now it seems that there are only 4 people, one talking Tom White, and there is a black man and 2 Asians. It is estimated that they are either Japanese or Indian. In addition to these 4 people, it was Wang Shijuan. Although Wang Shijuan looked a little embarrassed, at least his clothes were neat. Obviously, they did nothing to harm her, which made Zhou Hao feel more at ease. As long as Wang Shijuan was not harmed, everything would be fine. "It is good. Mr. Thomas, I have already come. You can let my friend go. If you have anything to do with me, it has nothing to do with her." Zhou Hao walked slowly to the door and said as he walked. See Wang Shijuan when she arrived. Her eyes became calmer, but Zhou Hao still couldn't put her in danger. Thomas laughed, "Haha. Mr. Zhou, you are indeed more powerful. I have already said that you are beyond our imagination, but if you can come over now, we will let her go. If you can't come, I'm sorry, we can't agree to your request." Zhou Hao knew that they definitely wanted to rely on the organs in the palace to deal with themselves, and Zhou Hao felt that there were only 4 people on the other side, and the number of people reporting to a soldier was wrong, and there were 6 others who didn't know where they were. He will definitely attack himself. "Okay, I'll be there now. Although the distance of 100 meters is quite far, if you dare to hurt Shijuan, I will definitely make you inseparable from here forever." Zhou Hao walked in without threatening him. Regardless of safety, he could kill him even at a distance of 100 meters. Thomas already knew something about Zhou Hao. Naturally, he didn't doubt what he said and didn't say much. He just gestured the gun to Wang Shijuan's temple. The meaning was very obvious. If Zhou Hao wanted to kill him, he would have enough time Wang Shijuan killed. Even if Zhou Hao's martial arts were stronger, he would not be faster than him. Under such circumstances, no matter how high the martial arts is, he must also answer the request of the respondent. Since Zhou Hao's rebirth, even if he encounters many dangers, Zhou Hao has been able to reduce the dangers, but this time the situation is a bit different. Strange. Even if Zhou Hao's hunch was out of order, everything can only depend on himself. When Zhou Hao stepped into the palace gate, he found that this place was different from other places. The gravity here seemed to be stronger than other places. Even with Zhou Hao's strength, walking was a bit difficult, and he had to gather his power into his legs. As Zhou Hao walked forward, he did not forget to ask Tom Sherdao, "Mr. Tom, why did you choose to meet me here? You probably didn't build this place. Although you don't deny the American technology and architecture, you in such a short time, it is impossible to make such a big project." When Tom saw Zhou Hao walking towards him, he laughed, "Ha! Mr. Zhou Hao, since you are so curious, you are here anyway. I am not afraid, you know. You are right. This is indeed not our construction, yes. Even if we have sufficient human and financial resources, we will not set such a big trap for you." Zhou Hao nodded. This was all expected, and while listening to Tom's words, Zhou Hao was also watching the surroundings carefully. This was nearly 100 meters. He had to step by step and be cautious. He would not be unable to guess Tom. "If my attention is attracted by his words, if you encounter danger, it will not be so easy. As for why we chose to be here, we naturally have our own ideas. Don't you think the architecture here is very characteristic, very similar to your Chinese Forbidden City?" Tom saw that Zhou Hao's attention was not diverted because of his own words. Then he said, pointing to the surrounding buildings. Zhou Hao's footsteps paused slightly, and Tom's words came to the point. "You're right. I've already discovered the situation here since I came here. You chose this place. Sure enough, the purpose is not so simple. Let's just say it, you guys. What do you want?" He didn't finish his words. Before Tom could speak, Zhou Hao felt a wave of fluctuations on the ground. His heart was so bad that he jumped up without hesitation, and as he lifted into the air, a knife tip appeared on the ground. As he flew together, underneath was a masked ninja with a samurai sword following Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao had always been on guard, but at the time he was mainly guarding against agencies. According to his thoughts, the agencies inside were everywhere. Even the other party's people should not have their talents at the door. Here, there are already ninjas lurking over. His light skills are not the best, but with his strength, he still flies more than 10 meters. The ninja exploding below is not as powerful as him, and a bit lower than Zhou Hao, but with his samurai sword, it is comparable to Zhou Hao. Both feet. From this point of view, the ninja who attacked him is at least a quasi-master. The 4 ninjas of IGA were sent to assassinate him for the first time, but none of them returned. The Japanese side must find a master again. A supermaster like Kinjiro Yagyu is not planning to take action. The quasi-super from other families will definitely join this time. Action. Zhou Hao was not surprised by the strength of the ninja. Zhou Hao was in the air, and his internal strength was transported under his feet. Just when the ninja's power was exhausted, Zhou Hao had already put his foot on the tip of the knife and passed the vigorous internal strength along the hilt into the ninja's body. The ninja was also in the air. There was nowhere to focus. The power of this foot was fully accepted, and a mouthful of blood was spewed out, and the whole person fell to the ground faster than when he rose, and he dared not to come out directly. However, Zhou Hao used the power of this foot to twist his waist and back in the air, and with a shot of his body, he flew out more than 10 meters in the air. He estimated that even if there is a mechanism at such a high altitude, it is estimated that there is no threat. And he didn't plan to attack Tom directly. He must be prepared. Tom was also surprised at Zhou Hao's greatness. He knew Zhou Hao was great, but when he saw a person who could soar into the sky like a bird, he even thought he had hallucinations. Before he came, someone warned him. Don't use a gun against Zhou Hao. It's useless. At first he didn't believe it, but now he has to believe it. He thought to himself that fortunately, he was more careful and didn't ignore his companions. Otherwise, he might be dead now. When Zhou Hao's body fell, the sound of the wind breaking through the air sounded. Like before entering the door, various hidden weapons were flying in. At this time, his coat had already been used by the organs he had dealt with before. This is not Zhou Hao's habit. With both hands bent in the air, he continued to eject, and his internal force shot out. With his eyesight, even if these hidden weapons were fast and powerful, he could bounce them all. Some larger hidden weapons were even broken by his internal force. When Zhou Hao landed, there were hidden weapons scattered all over the ground, some of which were distorted in shape, and some were broken in half. Zhou Hao's magical skill of snapping fingers was evident. Even though the danger is turned into a breeze, Zhou Hao's consumption is also huge. After all, he is a man or not a god. He is highly concentrated, and his internal strength is constantly practical. He also feels a little tired. Although the traps outside are dangerous, after all, most of them are based on testing light work. Now the internal strength has to be tested. Mr. Zhou is really powerful. This can alleviate the dangers. Okay, let me tell you the purpose of our visit. Tom swallowed first. Zhou Hao's magical skill of snapping fingers even surpassed the power of guns. If you and him close contact, you don't know how to die if you die. Very well, don't let me down. You have seen it. If you don't hurt Shijuan, it will be fine. If you hurt her, those hidden weapons are your role models. Zhou Hao said as he stepped forward. He is not so now. Be careful. Anyway, there are dangers everywhere, and being careful is also dangerous, but the internal force is already all over the body. This is actually a separate courtyard of the Forbidden City of the Qing dynasty, where other emperors before the founding emperor of the Qing dynasty were buried, and because they were afraid of being stolen, they were established in this relatively remote place. Our explorers found this place by accident, so we came to hunt for treasure. Tom said in detail, without hesitation this time. Zhou Hao was suddenly surprised. No wonder I think about the Forbidden City so much. It turned out to be the tomb of the Manchu emperors before the Qing dynasty, and it was eventually discovered by foreigners. I have never heard of it in my previous life. I don't know if it was secretly excavated by foreigners or because of himself. It changed the world. After all, these foreigners came mainly to deal with themselves. We have a map in hand, and we can come in from another entrance. There is a clear diagram of the mechanism. We can walk here without being affected, but it won't work later, so I want you to help us break the mechanism. If you can do it, we will offer Wang Shijuan with both hands, and at the same time will no longer have any doubts about your secret recipe for cancer medicine. Tom's eyes flashed cunningly, and he said his purpose. Zhou Hao has guessed what they mean since he heard the other party mentioning the royal palace. They really like their super strength. In terms of organization, the production must be the most powerful in ancient China, and it must be the Chinese only to destroy it. The most proficient, the map in their hands is probably the outer map, but the internal design map does not. Since you want me to help, why are you still setting up traps, and the ninja just assassinated me? It doesn't seem like you are trying to let me help. Zhou Hao's vigilance is even higher. He thinks Tom is talking stabilize yourself. There must be other attacks. Tom shook his head and said, "This is not meant to kill you. We just want to test whether you have such an ability. As for the Japanese just now, it is entirely because he wants to kill you. And what does it have to do with us?" Zhou Hao sneered. They were so clean. These people were clearly on the road. They were so shameless to open their eyes and refuse to admit it. No wonder they could think of threatening him with Wang Shijuan. But instead of turning his face in person, they continued to ask, "Since you said that, I will help you, but I don't know if I want to walk this path by myself, or if you will guide me." Tom chuckled. "Mr. Zhou Hao, this is just the beginning of the test. If you can't pass this section of the road, how can we trust your ability to break through?" After finishing talking, he pressed Wang Shijuan's forehead and smiled. Very grimly said, "Mr. Zhou Hao, you have no choice. Just think of a way to come to my side. Don't be afraid to tell you. Even if you can kill me, you don't want to save her. We control everything about her. Help us complete the treasure hunt." Zhou Hao didn't doubt what he said. These people even created artificial people. It was too easy to make a sly trick on someone, but he didn't do it so easily. Just when Tom finished speaking, Zhou Hao suddenly stepped on the ground and immediately centered on him. 3 cracks appeared in front of him, each of which was 2 meters deep. He gathered his whole body skill with this foot and stepped aside the floor in front of him, and the ninja who was supposed to be active underground suddenly exposed his figure. It seems that there are really a lot of ninjas this time. This time, 3 people are revealed. People are all black scarf masked, with katana in their hands. They should be waiting for a good time for the assassination, but they were exposed all at once. Zhou Hao sneered and stretched out his hand from afar to inhale. The hidden weapons scattered on the ground quickly flew towards Zhou Hao's palm, and then he slapped the ninja on the ground with his palm, and the hidden weapons were sent out by him. But also fast, with a sharp piercing sound. He shot too fast. The nearest ninja hadn't even reacted yet, and his body had been pierced by several hidden weapons. No matter how powerful the ninja was, his heart was penetrated and his throat was cut. He couldn't continue to live. The ninja didn't even have a chance to react, so he died. The latter 2 ninjas were relatively far away and reacted quickly enough. They used the samurai sword to chop and stab the hidden weapon to the ground. When they were in the low-end hidden weapon, they didn't even notice Zhou Hao had moved. Zhou Hao entrained the momentum of Wanjun, and lightning flew between the 2 of them. With one hand, they pinched the necks of the 2. The ninja felt his neck tighten, and then he felt his head hit with something, and everything turned into darkness. What Tom saw was red and white flowing all over the ground, and he almost couldn't help but vomit. Zhou Hao's move was merciless. The previous ninja was killed by a hidden weapon. It was considered the luckiest. These 2 ninjas were quite miserable. It goes without saying how powerful Zhou Hao's hands were. He pinched the 2 ninjas with both arms. Their heads collide, and their heads will not be more comfortable than being hit by a car. Before he did it, Zhou Hao had actually signaled Wang Shijuan to close his eyes. Wang Shijuan was the most obedient among all Zhou Hao's women. Although she didn't know why Zhou Hao wanted to do this, she still closed her eyes very obediently. When there was a scream, I knew that Zhou Hao was afraid that he would see a scene that he shouldn't see. Naturally, Tom couldn't know what Zhou Hao did. When he saw the horror of the ninja, he almost vomited it out. It's not that he had never killed anyone, but the way he killed people was to kill people with a pistol at best. Seeing such a scene, even if the United States is good at making some disgusting thrillers, it is not as real as it is right now. Mr. Thomas, I hope you still don't let your people do it. Although they are good at it, if they want to attack me, they will probably find it hard for themselves. Anyway, I remind you that if they do it against me, I'm sure I won't be soft. You can figure it out. After Zhou Hao killed the 3 ninjas, he had already flown into the pit. At this time, he was only about 50 meters away from Tom. Tom's face was a little pale. He was an American agent and had been trained as a negotiator. Otherwise, they would not let him go in negotiations with Zhou Hao, but he really faced Zhou Hao, no matter if he was right. Zhou Hao's fierce action, or the pressure on him, gave birth to a kind of fear in his heart. He has seen Zhou Hao's ability. The distance between the two of them is less than 50 meters, and only 3 ups and downs can be reached in front of him. At this time, Tom didn't dare to be too arrogant, so he calmed down. Mr. Zhou Hao, since you said that, in order to show our sincerity, our people will no longer attack you. Let's cooperate to develop the palace tombs of the Qing dynasty. Zhou Hao shrugged and said that it didn't matter, and then walked forward step by step. Tom could guarantee that his own people would not sneak attack him, but he had to walk past and still have institutions. He didn't expect the other party to tell him how to walk to be safe, and he didn't believe it they will kindly tell themselves. Tom didn't say much in this meeting. He just looked at Zhou Hao quietly. In fact, part of what he said was true. It really needed a master like Zhou Hao to break the mechanism, even if Zhou Hao didn't. He knows what organs ambush, but his skills are so powerful that he can dodge before danger comes. Among the people they pass by, Kinjiro Yanaju is actually enough, but he is a member of the Yanaju family. Although the members of the IGA and Koga families are on the same side as the Yanaju family, they actually compete secretly. With such a big benefit, how could they allow the Yanaju family to participate? The only remaining people are the 2 first-rate masters of the IGA faction, one of Koga's quasi-top with 2 first-rate masters, and 2 top-ranking masters from India. Almost none of the 3 Americans are martial arts masters. To get the treasure, it was very difficult, and finally negotiated to bring Zhou Hao over. In their eyes, neither the secret recipe for cancer treatment nor the revenge on Zhou Hao are important. If they can dig up the treasure, it is definitely a real benefit. They all have some understanding of China and know that there will be treasures in such large tombs. Existence, as long as the treasure is dug up, it is more suitable than cancer medicine. Zhou Hao knows Chinese history better than them. He didn't think about it carefully before. Now I want to come to history. It is indeed mentioned that before the people of the Qing dynasty entered the pass, there was a saying about the Dragon Cave, and the Dragon Cave in the Qing dynasty has always been outside the pass. Zhou Hao thought of this now in this former Qing imperial palace. Although the remaining 50 meters are similar to before, with Zhou Hao's skill, he came to Tom's face without any effort. They kept a distance of about 5 meters between them. This distance Tom has already never let Zhou Hao come close. Otherwise he could use his martial arts to kill himself at such a distance in seconds, even if he was hostaged. Mr. Thomas, I have come to you according to your request. Can I let go of my friends? Since I am already here, I will definitely help you break the mechanism. Zhou Hao stood in front of you. In front of Tom, he said easily. His inner strength was still swelling with his clothes, and there was a big disagreement, and he meant to act immediately. Zhou Hao's words were not recognized by Tom. He shook his head and smiled. Mr. Zhou Hao, you think very well. I should believe it according to the truth, but I still feel that the hostage is in my hands. I am more reliable. There is no need to preemptively kill me. With so many people here, no matter who fires a shot, your friends will have no way to survive. Zhou Hao had already thought of Tom's attitude. He said this only to test Tom's mind and to comfort Wang Shijuan. Zhou Hao was very angry when he looked at Wang Shijuan's helpless eyes close at hand. I want to kill everyone in front of me. If it wasn't for anger, Zhou Hao wouldn't be such a heavy killer when dealing with ninjas. He wouldn't refute Tom's words. He turned to look and asked, in that case, I won't talk nonsense with you. Now you will lead the way. Let's go in and explore. I hope you don't play tricks. Within this distance, I want to kill any of you in an instant. When Tom saw Zhou Hao obedient, he didn't care about his threats. Their purpose was to seek for money anyway. As for how to keep Zhou Hao in the underground palace forever, they had already thought about it before they came in, but it was not the time yet. Just let him go arrogantly. Tom handed Wang Shijuan to an Asian next to him, and took the lead to walk towards the entrance of the underground palace. Before Zhou Hao came to the underground palace, but that was the city wall outside the underground palace, and this time they were going to enter the palace hall. You don't need to ask to know that the treasure must be hidden in the palace. Although the whole place looks like a miniature of the Forbidden City, but the palace, it is very majestic, just like the real one. The Asian who controlled Wang Shijuan did not keep his hands on Wang Shijuan's neck like Tom did. He just grabbed Wang Shijuan's arm. From the way he walks, he should not be a ninja. Then you can imagine that he is an Indian yogi. For yogis, Zhou Hao is actually more afraid. He and Yu Jingyu once dealt with 3 yogis. Although they were not as weird as the ninjas, they had special abilities that ordinary people could not predict. Later, the soldiers of the army could not pry their mouths open when they forced a confession. How difficult to deal with. Before they became super masters, they did not have super attack power, but in terms of defensive power, they surpassed other martial arts masters of the same level. It is indeed better to let a yogi control Wang Shijuan than Thomas himself. Zhou Hao, you can't kill a yogi in one move. Mr. Zhou Hao, our people will protect Wang Shijuan's safety. Just come with me. We have to go and see the organs inside. If you help us break all the organs, we will naturally give her to you. Tom walked in the front, came to the door of the palace, turned back to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's distance from Tom was always about 5 meters. Since he couldn't take Wang Shijuan from the yogi at once, he was really interested in the tomb of the Qing dynasty. So he didn't speak much, and took a step forward and appeared directly in Tom. By his side, Thomas took 2 steps backwards in fright. Only then did Tom know that he had underestimated Zhou Hao before. If he didn't hold Wang Shijuan's hostage in his hands, he would have died many times, especially when Zhou Hao stood by his side. The pressure made Tom feel afraid to face it. Zhou Hao, as a supermaster, if all his momentum is released, how can an ordinary agent resist such pressure? Being in the underground palace, everywhere is full of dangers. Even if the 2 sides cooperate now, who can guarantee that they will not attack? The internal force has been flowing all over the body. This is the ultimate master. If you change to a weaker warrior, it will consume internal strength like this, and you will be unsustainable. Although Zhou Hao's invisible body protector is invisible, it actually exists all the time. He stands at the gate of the palace. Before, I looked at Sherman, my mind was all around. No matter who wanted to attack, there would be no good results. Mr. Thomas, I'm starting to destroy the mechanism now. I hope you don't do anything that upsets me. Zhou Hao looked at it, pressed his hand on the door, and turned his head and said to James. A flash of light flashed, and he exhaled and said, "Open." Before Tom could speak, he saw Zhou Hao actually open the stone door. The stone door was not open normally, but it was shattered by Zhou Hao's palm. When Zhou Hao held the stone door with his hand, he was feeling the stone door. After he felt he could open it, he started to do it. In fact, whether it is Sherman or other, there are mechanisms to open, but Zhou Hao chooses to use brute force. Based on previous experience, no matter how to open, when entering, there may be certain killing skills. It is better to use his own method. It's more practical, but it looks silly. Fortunately, Zhou Hao's strength was so strong that this stone door could not stop Zhou Hao. He shook the stone door open with a single palm, which did not trigger the chain mechanism, and naturally did not appear the various killing formations when entering the siege before, which saved him a lot trouble, and at the same time his previous words became more deterrent. When he turned around, everyone else stared at him with horror. They probably couldn't think of how a person could have such a strong power. Now let alone Zhou Hao reminding them not to do anything to Wang Shijuan. Even if he doesn't remind them, no one dare to move Wang Shijuan easily. She is a lifesaver. Zhou Hao's supernatural power shocked everyone. Even Wang Shijuan didn't expect Zhou Hao to have such a great skill. The thick stone gate was shattered by him at once, as if it was blown by a missile. It was something that humans could not imagine, and suddenly appeared in front of him, and Wang Shijuan admired Xiao Yifeng even more. Thomas was shocked in the same way. He was taken aback for a moment before he admired. I have always heard that the super master has surpassed the limit of human physical ability. I have never believed it. Now it looks like a Superman. It seems it is really wise to choose you to help. This was his sincere admiration. He had already noticed Xiao Yifeng's power before, but in his opinion, in addition to quick shots and light work, Xiao Yifeng may not be as powerful. In the eyes of Americans, only strong and powerful men are the most difficult. Dealing with it now seems that Zhou Hao doesn't look strong, but he is much better than those big guys in the United States. Since he is one of the agents sent by the United States this time, he naturally knows about humanoids. He didn't understand how Xiao Yifeng could defeat those non-human guys. Now he finally understands that Xiao Yifeng is a good man, quick to shoot, and extremely powerful. Even artificial humans are not so strong. Zhou Hao didn't put Tom's words in his eyes. He had already seen the site of the palace after the stone gate. The palace in the catacombs was not much different from the Forbidden City. It was also the presence of the main halls in conjunction with the partial halls. They saw the palace outside. The main city is just a hall that relies on the back mountain. I really opened the door and found out that this place is actually much larger than the outside, almost as big as the outer palace wall. There are several main halls and side halls inside. Behind this stone gate is a piece of marble floor. There are institutions, no one can guess. Regardless of these institutions, the emperor of the Qing dynasty was able to build such a large building here. But the emperor of the Qing dynasty did not spend much time. No wonder the end of the Qing dynasty was so corrupt, and it was able to maintain a 400-year history. It is already a relatively long dynasty in ancient China. It has a certain relationship with this dragon cave. Zhou Hao is not a superstitious person, but he can happen to be reborn, and he maintains a calmer view of those supernatural things. In this underground palace, his own premonition fails. He doesn't believe it is his own problem. It must be this underground palace. There is a problem. Maybe it's like those buildings that shield signals. Here they have blocked their hunches. Mr. Zhou, don't hesitate anymore. The doors are already open, so you can go in. We are all waiting for you to get rid of the mechanism. After complimenting Zhou Hao, Tom urged him when he saw that he was not moving. Zhou Hao nodded and said in a deep voice, I still said that. I will help you solve the problem. I hope you don't hurt Wang Shijuan. He has already stepped in. He has never experienced adventure, but with him presumably his strength is not so easy to be killed by the agency. After he walked in, everyone in Tom was waiting outside the door. They knew that there was a mechanism inside. If Zhou Hao couldn't crack the mechanism, they would naturally not enter casually, otherwise they would not know how to die. They were all cunning people. Wang Shijuan will not take the initiative to hurt anyone. She is the only person who can make Zhou Hao obedient. Zhou Hao's footsteps are very light. After his whole body strength is concentrated, his people are like fallen leaves. It can actually be the same when outside, but it will be because he doesn't know what Tom's people are thinking, and at the same time, he is guarded against sneak attacks. It can't be used all to use light gong. Now that he knows their purpose, he feels relieved. According to the truth, there should be a lot of institutions in the palace, but until Zhou Hao has reached the door of a main hall after 100 meters, there is still no movement. Things are strange, whether it is Zhou Hao or the Tom at the door. Everyone didn't believe that there was no mechanism in it, which was simply unreasonable. Mr. Thomas, if you want a baby, just come in. I have already walked over, and there is no problem. If you wait for a while, I will go in. Zhou Hao tentatively found the surrounding area without any danger. Turn around to Tom Shido. Wang Shijuan is in the hands of the other party. Zhou Hao can't worry about putting Wang Shijuan outside, too far away from him. If Wang Shijuan is near him, the other party wants to hurt him. The big deal is to fight for the injury, and he can rescue Wang Shijuan. If the distance is too far, then I can't help it. Tom had already seen Xiao Yifeng walk safely across the square in front of the main hall, and naturally found that there was no danger. After listening to his words, he did not hesitate to say a few words with a few people around him, and walked along the place where Zhou Hao had just walked. Step by step, he quickly rushed towards Zhou Hao. He really didn't worry that Zhou Hao would take the initiative on his own. The baby couldn't let him take it. Zhou Hao has many women. This is a well-known thing. If he ignores Wang Shijuan's life for the sake of his baby, no one can tell. After all, everyone is a man. They judge Zhou Hao by their own mentality and think that something may happen. The safest method is close supervision. They all forgot that even if they were close supervisors, if Zhou Hao wanted to abandon Wang Shijuan, he could kill them instantly. They had seen Zhou Hao's ability, but after all, they still felt that they were not bad, so many people joined hands. It is not difficult to attack Zhou Hao in a sneak attack and make him a looted soul. Everyone in Tom was trained agents or very powerful martial arts masters. Since Zhou Hao was allowed to explore the way ahead, he naturally remembered the route he passed. It was almost stepping on the footsteps that Zhou Hao had just passed to the main hall, running over. Even if he couldn't completely step on the place Zhou Hao had stepped on, he would still step on the same piece of marble. According to their thoughts, this kind of result would surely lead to the hall without any danger. Tom was at the forefront, and no problem occurred. The Indian yogi who pressed Wang Shijuan was in second place, and there was no danger. Walking over, another yogi and his companion can get together in only half a step, so naturally there is no problem. But when the last American followed him, his footsteps did not go wrong. It was just that he was physically fit and he weighed more than the person in front of him. And because of the marbles, 5 people had already walked by, and he was a bit overwhelmed. He walked halfway through, when it suddenly collapsed. The people in front did not expect that there was a trap here. When the Americans uttered an exclamation, the Thomas and the 3 did not want to look back to rescue them, but ran forward faster. No matter how large the collapse was, at least they can be seen that Zhou Hao's location has no impact. Zhou Hao was also taken aback in the distance. When he walked over, it was a smooth journey. Fortunately, it was not Wang Shijuan who had caught the trap. He was facing the direction of the Tom and everyone, and he could clearly see that the collapse was only about no meters away. Tom and the others have left and collapsed for 30 meters. It will not affect. As long as Wang Shijuan is safe, he will not bother to care about Tom's people. The Americans fall into the traps, and there is no way to survive, no matter what. None of the traps here are for trapping the incoming people. The whole purpose is to kill. This is also not to blame for the people who built the crypt in the Qing dynasty. They are really tomb robbers. The thief is very hateful. If he didn't come here by accident, Zhou Hao would definitely not participate in this tomb robbery. As Zhou Hao expected, the Toms ran up to Zhou Hao, shocked, and when they looked back at the trap, the screams of the Americans had already been heard in the trap. I don't know what kind of organ he encountered. It didn't end with a scream, but a few painful screams before gradually disappearing. Except for Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan, the other 3 all saw sweat on their foreheads. Suddenly, they felt that even with Zhou Hao, they might not be able to retreat. If it were not for the attraction of huge treasures, they would definitely have to go back and die for money. To die for food, this is an unbreakable truth. Wang Shijuan was not that scared either. She believed that if she was in danger, Zhou Hao would definitely step forward to save herself. Just like this time, she had been taken to Shenyang by them, and Zhou Hao followed all the way here, and she was not afraid of danger. Wang Shijuan always wanted to save himself. Wang Shijuan had always loved Zhou Hao, but now he is even more determined. Mr. Zhou, you saw our companion fall into the trap. Why didn't you help out and watched him lose his life? To stabilize his mind, Thomas glared at Zhou Hao and asked, Mr. Thomas, did you make a mistake? You asked me to help you get rid of the mechanism, and now you ask me why I didn't save your person. Is this ridiculous? Besides, we are not really a cooperative relationship. You arrested my friend and threatened me. Even if I can't kill you all, at least I won't rescue your people. Zhou Hao shrugged and said. Tom was pushed back by Zhou Hao with a single sentence, and he didn't know what to say. His purpose was to get Zhou Hao to help break the organs of the palace tomb, and he could be regarded as cooperating with him. But he grabbed Zhou Hao and forced him to shoot. After all, it's really not a cooperative relationship, and my question is unreasonable. Well, even if I ask too much about this matter, but you have already come here, but my people are caught in a trap. How can you explain this? If you keep doing this, we can't get out of the underground palace. The same, if we can't get out, and don't expect your friends to get better. Tom became angry and said viciously. The Indian yogi and Tom had a certain tacit understanding along the way. Hearing Tom's words, the hand holding Wang Shijuan's neck was slightly hard. Wang Shijuan felt that his breathing was not well, and his pretty face was flushed. Obviously, it was uncomfortable, but she didn't want Zhou Hao to worry, and the ninja didn't say a word. It was also the first time that Zhou Hao saw Wang Shijuan so strong, and he felt distressed. He quickly said, You stop. I will follow our previous agreement to get rid of the mechanism, without hurting my friend. Throwing a rat trap, Zhou Hao finally felt that he had a lot today. Things are not so easy to solve. Wang Shijuan is in the hands of the opponent's yogi. Zhou Hao dare not act rashly. If the opponent hurts Wang Shijuan, he will regret it. His strength is very strong, a supermaster, but the opponent's person is not weak. The strength of the yogi, it has reached the quasi-extreme peak. If you want to do it before you grab Wang Shijuan, you can do it. Tom also knew that people like Xiao Yifeng could not be forced, waved his hand, and said to Zhou Hao, Mr. Zhou Hao, in fact, it is already very difficult for us to get here. You and I know in my heart that there must be many treasures, even if Wang Shijuan is not in our hands. Are you really unmoved? Of course, with Mr. Zhou Hao's net worth, even if he is not tempted by the baby here, it is excusable. but I heard that there are many things in the ancient Chinese palace that cannot be measured by value. I want to see what a priceless treasure is and what a peerless baby is. Tom really deserves to be trained as a negotiator, and his speech is very inciting. Zhou Hao is also an ordinary person. Even though he has seen his wealth of hundreds of billions and how much money since his rebirth, he is actually not a fan of money, and he is not making money for the sake of making money. Now that he listens to Thomas, he really wants to see what a priceless treasure is. But not for the purpose of taking smuggled possessions or taking out takeaways for profit. He wants to keep a little national treasure for the country. When the Qing dynasty collapsed, how many treasures were snatched by the 8-nation allied forces, and now finally there is a treasure house in front of you. If you can't protect as much as you can, then you will call the descendants of Yin and Huang. But he can't tell Thomas, just silently looked at everything in front of him, carefully observing the possible mechanisms. Thomas thought that his words had already touched Zhou Hao. As he said, there are many rich people, but there are many things that you can buy without money. No matter how rich Zhou Hao is, he is still a young man. He has no curiosity and does not want to. Treasure hunting is impossible. Tom felt that he had found Zhou Hao's weakness. However, Wang Shijuan is still under the control of the yogi. He doesn't want to be taken away by Zhou Hao because of his carelessness. He is already close to the top master, and he is the person who knows the dangers of the top master best. Otherwise, will not take the initiative to take control of Wang Shijuan's job. I'll go forward in a while. You must follow me well. If something happens, don't blame me. I will try to walk slower. I will get rid of any mechanism. Zhou Hao felt a bit, calmly turned his head, and said solemnly to the three Thomas. When talking, his eyes gave Wang Shijuan a look. The tacit understanding between the two people could not be understood by outsiders. He wanted to reassure Wang Shijuan that he would definitely be able to save her, but the time is not ripe. Wait a while. Zhou Hao's the look in his eyes comforted Wang Shijuan. Although it had no actual meaning, it could relieve Wang Shijuan's tension. Tom believes Zhou Hao very much at this time. Since he said so, he nodded without hesitation. Don't worry, we will not go wrong. You can lead the way. If there is danger, I hope you can warn us. Otherwise if we are in danger, your friend can't take care of us and was hurt, so he won't blame us. Zhou Hao really wanted to kill him for this, Tom. He didn't say anything shamelessly, and he kept threatening himself. Since his rebirth, when he was so suffocated, Tom thought he was holding a hostage in his hand, but he didn't know that. Zhou Hao's hatred for him deepened, and he dug his grave in advance. Now that the discussion has been done, Zhou Hao will not talk nonsense with him and push the door of the hall first. He has just observed that there should be no danger here, otherwise he will still choose to destroy the door. Of course, it is estimated that Zhou Hao will not be able to destroy it this time. It is made of bronze, not a stone gate. The tomb hall looks magnificent and magnificent. It is not like a tomb, much like a palace. In the main hall of the palace, there are 2 coffins parked very conspicuously. Zhou Hao has no research on wood, but what can be placed here is definitely not an ordinary wooden coffin. Hundreds of years have passed without any signs of decay, which is really strange. The main hall feels magnificent, and naturally it lacks some of the gloomy crypts that should be. When Zhou Hao saw the main hall, everyone in Tom could see clearly. Although there were golden lacquered jade everywhere, they didn't see any treasures. He set his gaze on the 2 coffins unconsciously. Foreigners are different from Chinese. Chinese people may regard grave digging and tomb robbery as wicked behavior, but foreigners do not have these concerns. They think that these treasures are really a waste in coffins. It is better to use them. In the early years of the Qing dynasty, it has been 500 years. Any jade article is an antique, not to mention an ordinary utensil. Zhou Hao, the baby should be in the coffin. Let's do it. You see what mechanism is inside. Tom expected that the baby should be in the coffin, and he couldn't wait to urge Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao thought for a while, and said to Tom surely, "Whoever of you takes off your shoes, let me use them. I will try the mechanism inside. I have only a few things on my body. I have nothing to take off. Hurry up, or everyone. Evacuate together." His attitude was very tough. Tom didn't know whether he really needed shoes or was deliberately punishing, but he still asked the yogi who hadn't done anything to take off one of the shoes and pass it away. He wanted to see Zhou Hao has to do something. If he is really playing tricks, Let Wang Shijuan suffer a bit, and let Zhou Hao know that his cleverness is to be punished. Naturally, Zhou Hao was not joking. When he got here, he didn't believe that the organs in the hall were worse than those outside. Before walking from the palace gate to the hall entrance, their maps had already shown that it was safe, and an American had died. The organs in this hall must be more powerful. Zhou Hao had to be careful. The yogi's shoes are not sports shoes worn by ordinary young people, but a kind of cloth shoes. These two yogis practice yoga every day and torture themselves assiduously. I really don't know if these babes get their hands. Can they resist spending time and wine and continue practice yoga every day? As Zhou Hao thought, he squeezed the shoe in his hand, and his internal force instantly penetrated the cloth shoe. It seemed that there was no special cloth shoe on the outside. He immediately hit 4 or 5 kilograms, which is 3 points heavier than a normal brick, and then ran his wrist. Throw the shoes out according to your own distance. With his arm strength, coupled with the shoes that are now infused with internal force, the weight of an ordinary person's landing is about the same. If there is a trap, you can activate the mechanism with just one click. This is also Zhou Hao's cleverness. If it was before, he pounced on himself. The yogi's cloth shoes quickly fell on the ground. After a click, there was no response around him. Obviously, Zhou Hao's choice was not the place where the mechanism was opened. It was also about 5 meters away from them. This is Zhou Hao. Taking into account the strength of the other 3 people, if they are too far away, they can't keep up with themselves. As an American agent, even if Tom is not as good as these martial arts masters, it is not a problem to let him jump 5 meters, and the other 2 yogis, let alone worry. Even with Wang Shijuan, 5 meters can be easily reached. A few seconds after the shoes fell on the ground, Zhou Hao's people found that there was no problem, and they jumped up where the shoes fell. When his feet fell on the ground, your internal strength was still flowing on your body, and his triumph was at its peak. Standing on top of the cloth shoes were not even wrinkled, as if the cloth shoes could always support Zhou Hao's strength. Although the Toms were not far from Zhou Hao, no one would have thought that Zhou Hao would be so cautious. Even though his feet were still a little away from the ground, he couldn't tell. After he leaned over and picked up the cloth shoes, he only needed to support him. Yes, but his light work is very powerful. The floor under Zhou Hao's feet is even more relaxed than before with a cloth shoe. After Zhou Hao landed on the ground, he followed the same procedure, leaving his shoes at a distance of 5 meters in front of him again. After waiting for no danger, he jumped over again. He left the previous position for the 3 of Thomas, and the 3 of them would also come in. Who knows whether other places are safe except for this? After Zhou Hao landed, Tom followed him to his previous foothold. After Zhou Hao advanced 5 meters again, the yogi who controlled Wang Shijuan jumped to the place where Zhou Hao stepped on for the first time, and Tom also moved a step forward because of this. The position was exactly as Zhou Hao said before, and he dared to go desperately. Tentative, no one except Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao has no strange premonitions, and he doesn't know which direction is more dangerous. He now mobilizes his whole body, increasing his awareness of danger, and at the same time, he can react to emergencies more quickly. When he throws it for the 4th time, when he came out of the cloth shoes, he was only 30 meters away from the coffin. As long as he moved a little further, he could see if there was any treasure inside. It's just that the organ here made a joke with everyone again. When everyone thought there was no danger, it suddenly broke out. There were 5 people in total, all of whom had entered the hall, and the last yogi landed where the 4 had stood before. No collapse occurred, but everyone heard a mechanical turning sound. Then everyone saw the door that came in, and suddenly fell a door made of steel bars with the thickness of arms, which blocked the entire palace at once, and then cracked a few ditches on the ground, and the whole hall was divided into several pieces by these ditches. The ditch was filled with hot mercury after a while. Even Zhou Hao is a bit silly at this time. He didn't even think about this kind of mechanism, let alone know what the purpose of all this was. He didn't dare to act rashly for a while. Zhou Hao didn't dare to move. Everyone else naturally. He didn't dare to move casually. The most coincidental thing was that the yogi who had captured Wang Shijuan was lost by Wang Shijuan, and Wang Shijuan was separated from him. The unexpected mechanism produced results that no one expected. Wang Shijuan has been controlled by a yogi, but because of the sudden appearance of the mechanism, he gained himself. Although he is still in danger, he lacks the most direct threat. nor was he in the mood to deal with Wang Shijuan. At this moment, let alone the three of Toms, even Zhou Hao dare not act rashly. They don't know where the threat of this organization is. Separating everyone with Mercury does not affect everyone's actions. However, according to various agencies before when the situation arises, everyone is standing still. The three of Toms have guns in their hands. If they want to shoot Wang Shijuan, it is not impossible, but everyone understands. Wang Shijuan is Zhou Hao's heart. If you really want to attack her, it is estimated that if you don't touch the mechanism, you will be Zhou Hao kills. Zhou Hao is indeed not with them, but with his skill, it is easy to kill people remotely. Zhou Hao did not expect that his previous very difficult things would be easily solved by the appearance of the organ. As long as Wang Shijuan is not in the hands of the three Toms, he will not throw a rat, whether it is to kill them or abolish them. He can easily do it. Think of this. He was the one who was least afraid of organs, and he acted immediately. Because he has been exploring the way ahead, about 5 meters away from Tom, and about 10 meters away from the yogi who controls Wang Shijuan. But now he is separated by authorities. The distance between him and Wang Shijuan is about 15 or 6 meters. Zhou Hao must be cautious and dare not move. Now that Wang Shijuan is no longer in danger, he doesn't care whether he touches the organs. When he got up, Thomas already yelled, "Zhou Hao, don't act rashly. Be careful of the organs. We won't do anything to Wang Shijuan. Don't mess around." His voice was loud and yelling. Soon, unfortunately, it was not fast enough for Zhou Hao's actions. When the voice ended, Zhou Hao had fallen by Wang Shijuan's side and held her in his arms. Tom is not worried about Zhou Hao's safety. He is really afraid that he will touch the organs in disorder, and the unlucky one will be everyone. Relatively speaking, among the four, he is the easiest to hang on. 2 yogis are even strong. Inferior to Zhou Hao, self-protection ability is still very strong. When Zhou Hao hugged Wang Shijuan, Tom even wanted to shoot Zhou Hao to death. He just thought of Zhou Hao's abilities. It is estimated that he would be killed by Zhou Hao before he was killed. In the end, he was rational. He chose to give up, and he didn't realize that Zhou Hao had encountered any organs. After Zhou Hao hugged Wang Shijuan in his arms, his heart could be considered to have fallen to the ground. No matter how many institutions here, he was not afraid. He was afraid that Wang Shijuan would be harmed. As for the treasures, he actually didn't care too much about them. At most, he was curious. Now it is the most practical to hold Wang Shijuan in his arms. "You finally came. I know you can save me, and now I am more at ease." Wang Shijuan was unexpectedly strong, not only without fear, but deeply stuck in Zhou Hao's arms and muttered. Obviously, he was very confident in Zhou Hao and believed everything about him. Zhou Hao was very moved and felt that everything he had done for Wang Shijuan was worthwhile. It's not a big deal to have a girl like this, but now they are tens of meters away from the door, not to mention that he also brought a person. Even if you are alone, it is not easy to leave here. Zhou Hao, we are all in the same boat. I hope you can get rid of the previous suspicion. Now our goal is to leave here. Even if you are strong, it is difficult to support one-handed. It is better to cooperate wholeheartedly. As for any grievances, we will count after we go out. After looking around, he spoke to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, "Yes, anyway, the current situation is uncertain. I am not in a hurry to settle accounts, but I advise you to put aside the idea of sneak attacks. Don't think that you have a gun and it is powerful. Tell you the truth. Pistols are no different from children's toys in my eyes." A little sweat appeared on Tom's forehead. He knew that cooperating with Zhou Hao was tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger, but if he fell out now, the three of himself would definitely stay here. Even if Zhou Hao would not be able to go out in the future, the three of them would definitely want to. One step ahead of him, for him who is greedy for life and fear of death, doing so is definitely not worthwhile. Now let's share knowledge. Although there is no part of the palace in our map, as mentioned above, there is actually only one large organ in the palace. As for what it is, you don't know what it is. Those in it don't even think about going out. To make Zhou Hao feel at ease, Tom didn't hesitate to tell a big secret. "Mr. Thomas, why didn't you tell me this first? Now everyone is trapped here. Are you happy?" Zhou Hao didn't care too much about his news. In fact, everyone was trapped here and said no, it's useless to say that. But I can't help but sarcastically say something to Tom. Thomas was also a little embarrassed. Although it is a bit late, it is mentioned above that this is because it is a big mechanism. As long as the overall checkpoint is broken, you can still get out, and the final checkpoint is in the coffin. Here, this is what I want to share knowledge with you. Zhou Hao's heart moved. It seems that all the agencies have a way to crack it. Few people can make an absolute dead place, especially such a large tomb, which should belong to the royal family. This is just to prevent someone from stealing the tomb, not to rob the tomb. It's ruined. Since he said there are total levels in it, there should be no problem. Okay, since that's the case, let's give it a try, but this time I don't want to take the lead. It's better to let your people try first. Zhou Hao nodded, but he was not stupid to try. Before, he had Wang Shijuan in their hands. Here, I can only find the way, and now I don't have to listen to them, so I won't risk the way to find the way. Tom's face is a bit ugly. He knows that Zhou Hao will no longer be controlled by himself and others. Although the two yogis are his subordinates, they may not be able to listen until everyone is uncertain whether they can leave safely. In my own words, after all, everyone is cooperating, not subordinates. After a little hesitation, he finally discussed with the two yogis in English. Zhou Hao's English is good, and he can understand it naturally. Tom's meaning is obvious. He asked one of them to try it. Zhou Hao can't. The only control is to do it yourself, and the responsibility lies with the yogi who previously controlled Wang Shijuan, and can only let him go. Although the two yogis didn't want to go, Tom was just an ordinary person. Even if he were allowed to go, it was only a death. Of the two yogis, indeed only the yogi who was just in charge of controlling Wang Shijuan could go, let alone him. His cultivation base is slightly higher, and the actual responsibility lies with him. The yogi looked at Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan bitterly, and agreed to the requirements of the two companions. His skill is not as good as Zhou Hao, but he is considered a master. After agreeing, he has already acted very simply. His body seems to be boneless. In the same way, there was a slight shock, and the whole person flung to another piece of ground separated by mercury. Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan watched from a distance without making a sound. He also didn't know the danger of this mechanism. Just as Thomas said, the big mechanism was already opened, and he didn't believe that it was not set up just to trap people. Other levels, in this case, anyone can walk to the coffin and ruin the overall level. The yogi's first two choices were no problem and did not cause any danger. When he reached the third place, the sound of gears sounded again, and 4 doors suddenly opened on the surrounding walls, and 4 bronze figures slid out of them. And everyone is riding a horse. The 4 bronze figures are much smaller than the average person, which is about 1 meter to 3 meters tall, but the bronze horses they ride are not small. The overall size of the horses is larger than the average person. 4 of them are along the mercury. The track of the ditch slides out as if there is a track. The 4 of them glide very fast, directly surrounding the yogi, and then the 4 of them came out with swords, guns, swords, and halberds. They were even more flexible than the living, and the speed of their shots was very fast. The specific principle of their actions is not clear to Zhou Hao. It's just that this bronze villain who looks like a work of art is very lethal. The weapons of the 4 of them are all bronze. The sharpness of the weapons can still cut off people's arms directly even after many years. Zhou Hao, who is proficient in Chinese martial arts, can also see that these bronze villains have every move and every style. Clearly, it was definitely incorporated into Chinese martial arts routines by the designer. Yoga is very strong. Under the siege of the 4 bronze villains, using the weirdness of yoga, he can still persist in not falling into the wind, but he is only a master of fists and feet after all, without suitable weapons, and wants to bring the 4 bronze villains. It is not easy to defeat. These villains are not only exquisite in martial arts, but also not afraid of fists and feet. This is the most troublesome. Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan are together. Tom and another yogi are standing separately. None of them will go up to help. The yogi touches the mechanism and leads to 4 bronze villains. They don't know if there will be others. It is not difficult for how to defeat these 4 bronze villains, but he is afraid there will be more. The yogi struggled with the bronze villain for a while, and after he was basically familiar with their routines, he began to fight back. After all, the bronze villains are dead, and their attack routines are fixed. They can't compare to real people and can adapt to changes. See, the yogi has gained the upper hand. Now it's up to him how he ruined the bronze villain. Even if the bronze villains are not afraid of fists and feet, they cannot do a complete defense against swords. After gaining the upper hand, the yogi suddenly made a mistake and snatched the sword of one of the bronze villains, and then waved his sword against four. A bronze villain attacked. Even if he was not a master with a sword, at least it was filled with internal power, and it was infinitely powerful. Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan stood together and watched the yogi fighting with the bronze villain. Although the yogi was not as good as the Chinese martial arts masters and did not understand any swordsmanship, his strength was there, and his internal strength was poured into the sword. It is invincible wherever it goes. Even the bronze villain cannot resist. However, because the yogi didn't understand swordsmanship, Zhou Hao thought that the bronze villain had many flaws. He missed the opportunity in vain. Also because the bronze villain is a programmed program. Even if the attack is sharp and powerful, as long as it's easy to dodge by knowing the rules. The yogi's powers are running at full power, and in the end he slashed the sword on the neck of a villain with a sword. The most vulnerable part of human beings is the neck. The villain is made by imitation, even if the producer has already thought of this. Thick metal protection was added to the neck, but it was still cut off by the yogi. He uses a sword, but it can only be used as a knife. He has tried to pierce the body of the bronze villain with the sword, but it is useless. These bronze villains don't know how to act. The use of this mechanism can only be defeated if it is completely destroyed. Of the 4 bronze villains, 1 was killed by a yogi. The fate of the other 3 can be seen. The 4 villains can't hold him, let alone 3. Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan are already waiting for the 3 bronze villains to be killed. The yogi dealt with it, although it is regrettable that he did not see the yogi killed, but from another perspective, he can continue to explore the way. The 3 bronze villains really couldn't hold it. Not long after, 2 villains were slashed under the horse by the yogi again. Both were swords in the neck. He found that only this position could stop the bronze villain from moving, just like the law. The only thing that is a little puzzling is that the 3 horses have no owners, and they still circle around the yogi. Everyone just thought it was because the mechanism was operating like this. No one cared too much. The sword dance in the hands of the yogi was even more majestic. He felt that he was more powerful than Zhou Hao before, but fortunately he was sane and had no plans. Go to challenge Zhou Hao, or you will die miserably. The fate of the last bronze villain was not very good. He was cut under the horse by the yogi without any suspense. Everyone felt that the matter was over. The yogi himself felt that there was no danger, even though the bronze horses were still turning. But they don't have any attack skills. As a result, the moment the bronze villain was cut under the horse, the yogi had not had time to be proud, and the 4 bronze horses suddenly stopped, and then everyone heard a loud bang. The 4 horses exploded at the same time. At the time, several hidden weapons flew out of their bodies overwhelmingly. No one thought of the sudden change. Even Zhou Hao could not have imagined that the 4 bronze horses used as supporting roles actually contained organs, and when they exploded, the hidden weapons released were very clear, all pointing to the yogis among the 4 horses. The people on the periphery have no influence. The yogi's strength is not bad, and it can be regarded as quasi-excellent. Except for a supermaster like Zhou Hao, there are not many people who can defeat him, but now he is deeply involved in the plot of 4 bronze horses. No matter how weird he is, these are hidden weapons were shot from all directions together. No matter which direction he hid, the result was the same. Zhou Hao reacted quickly, knowing that the yogi had no way to survive, so he hugged Wang Shijuan in his arms, not wanting her to see the tragic end of the yogi. He did not expect this bronze mechanism to be so powerful, except for the attack power of the 4 bronze villains. In addition to not being weak, there is even such a hidden weapon in ambush. They have already experienced many institutions in front of them. No matter which is the same, it is almost a chain reaction. There are few separate institutions, but after entering here, everyone thinks that they have touched the largest institution, even if there is one. It is dangerous, and there is no chain mechanism everywhere. As a result, the yogi has paid the price for carelessness, and the design of the bronze villain is indeed very attractive. These 4 lifeless villains are more than enough to deal with the average first-class masters. If it is not for the yogi, the cultivation level is indeed high enough. And the body is weird, he really can't handle it. Everyone thinks that the mechanism this time is the attack of the bronze villain, but the actual focus is hidden in the horse. Who would have thought that these bronze horses with no offensive power are the killers? The people who designed the mechanism are not only ingenious, but also possessed by ordinary people. The wisdom of mankind and the deep understanding of people's psychology, such talents are the most terrifying. When Zhou Hao was thinking in his heart, there was no accidental scream from the yogi. His voice was full of unwillingness and fear. He certainly did not live enough, and he could not imagine that he could be hit by so many hidden weapons. When he fell to the ground, his body was already full of hidden weapons. Mr. Zhou Hao, why didn't you just save it? Although we had a bad attitude towards you before, we are all in the same boat. We are all our own people. If one is missing, we will lack a strength. Tom Shirwa, after the initial shock, he couldn't help but blame Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't care either, just tightened Wang Shijuan in his arms, and then smiled and said, Mr. Thomas, don't say whether I have the ability to rescue him. Assuming I have such strength, do you think I will save him? It's not just being polite to me before. If it weren't for someone from Zhou, he'd be fine. Maybe he wouldn't live now. You're right. Everyone is in the same boat. But you have to figure out that even without you, I can go to the coffin. Now you are begging me. I hope you figure out your stand. He didn't kill people before, and he was already merciful. After all, everyone is trapped here. One more person has more power. But now the yogi himself is besieged by the agency, and he has no reason to risk rescue, not to mention the distance between the two parties. The mechanism was so ingenious that Zhou Hao had no chance to rescue it. Now that Tom Shirshing asked the guilty question, Zhou Hao naturally retorted his lips. Zhou Hao would not be polite to them without Wang Shijuan's life, and he was telling the truth. Tom was choked and he was speechless. He suddenly found himself in his hands. Without the bargaining chips, there is no right to speak. Okay, Mr. Thomas, although I don't want to talk about it, but at present, the institutions here are really not simple. The Indians you just killed are not bad, and they were killed like this. The chances of leaving are not great anymore. Why don't you let someone try again? That Indian guy has no worse skill than the one who just died. Zhou Hao immediately suggested that Tom was speechless. After hearing Zhou Hao's suggestion, Tom jumped up and said, Mr. Zhou, what you said is wrong. It is clear that you have the highest abilities, and you can also save yourself from danger. Now if you let our people go up, that's not asking him to go. Send it to death? We have failed to find the way. You should go. Zhou Hao shrugged and stopped talking. Even if he is capable, he may be able to pass these institutions, but he doesn't seem to have to take risks at this time. There are two people on the other side, an American agent of Thomas, an Indian yogi, and the rest. Hao doesn't care where the Japanese ninja is. Tom had no choice, so he turned his gaze to the yogi and asked him if he would be willing to explore the way. Zhou Hao can't be offended at this time. It's not bad if Zhou Hao doesn't do it. Between himself and the yogi, you don't need to think about knowing that each other is more suitable. Tonlu, I just don't know how this yogi will react. The yogi's reaction was actually very clear. In Tom's expectation, his head shook like a rattle. He could see the death of his companion clearly. If he changed himself, he might not have another end. This catacombs, it was much scarier than expected. If it weren't for not being able to get out, he would have ran away. When Tom was communicating with the yogi, he did not forget to see Zhou Hao. He hoped that Zhou Hao would change his mind. In fact, there is no way to send a yogi. The yogi is his last strength. Danger, in fact, can protect him, but now he must be replaced. Zhou Hao's existence puts a lot of pressure on Tom's. He saves others by himself. If his relatives and friends are kidnapped by others, and when the relatives return to his side, he would definitely want to smash him into pieces. Zhou Hao can be so calm. Watching himself discussing with the yogi, I really don't know what idea he is making. He actually thought the same thing. Zhou Hao wanted to kill the Toms immediately, but also because Tom said before that if they can find the way for themselves, it would be a sacrifice, and he cannot kill them directly. In fact, with his ability, killing the yogi and Tom is easy, and no one will help him find the way. The yogi and Tom discussed for a long time. Finally, Tom even took out the gun. The yogi nodded obediently. He was not afraid of Tom's pistol, and seeing him take out the pistol, he was obviously really anxious. For so many days of cooperation, Tom has always been the mainstay. Deep down in his heart, the yogi didn't dare to violate his orders. and simply forgot who could listen to whom if he couldn't get out. Although the yogi is reluctant, but if he is not anxious to find the way, he is just a dream to count on Zhou Hao. And he also knows that Tom is not all greedy for life and fear of death. More importantly, even if he is willing to find the way, it is not that big. In the end, he sacrificed his life in vain. Mr. Zhou Hao, I hope that if you have enough abilities this time, our people will have an accident. Please help. I know that many times you have enough abilities. Tom saw that the yogi had followed the previous one. The yogi's walking trajectory moved, turning his head to plead with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, if there is a need, I will take action. I don't want to watch him die. If he dies, you will not be able to live safely. I just don't know how lucky he is. Don't let our hopes turn into disappointments." With Zhou Hao's assurance, Tom felt a lot of peace of mind. Although he didn't know if Zhou Hao's words could be fulfilled, at least it's better than no promise. At the same time, he also translated it to the Indian yogi. The yogi knew Zhou Hao's strength can naturally be more assured. The yogi knew that Zhou Hao promised to save himself. He was really happy. He didn't want to be the same as his previous friends. If he was really surrounded by bronzes, it would be difficult for him to die. But it was also because of the lessons learned that the yogi became more cautious. After all, it is better to rely on others than to rely on yourself. Zhou Hao stood with Wang Shijuan on the side without making a sound. His whole body strength was always covering his body, and at the same time, he was protecting Wang Shijuan. He didn't know how powerful the institutions here were, but it depends on the maliciousness of those institutions before. Are all fatal? He can't guarantee that no large-scale attacks are aimed at everyone. The yogi carefully followed the steps of the previous yogi. Since he was safe to walk before, there should be no problem walking by himself this time. However, when the yogi is at the place where the yogi is buried, he still walks a little to the side. This time it was safe and sound, and his heart also let go a lot. Just when he just raised his leg and was about to move on, the sound of a sharp weapon breaking through the air came, and a 3-meter-long guillotine fell from the sky at a rapid speed. If the person below is not a master of martial arts, ordinary people would definitely not react. Then, without thinking, the yogi flew out 2 meters diagonally. According to the consistent principle of the tomb organization, there is basically no separate organization. This time it is no exception. It seems that his landing point has been determined. When the yogi's person fell on the ground suddenly cracked, and the yogi breathed out. "I haven't breathed well. It has fallen." If you change to an ordinary person, it will be difficult to control your body when the old power has been used up and the new power is not born. Fortunately, this Indian is a yogi who can create possibilities in the most impossible, as long as he is not surprised like the previous yogi. It is not so easy to besiege, block all the way of life, and the agency wants the life of a yogi. His feet twisted from behind against the law of the human body and hooked to the edge of the trap. The inside of the trap was like all the mechanisms before, with long thorns protruding from the ground. If someone falls, it must be the result of 1,000 arrows. There are no blanks on the 4 walls, just like the ground, with barbs everywhere. It's just that relative to the ground, the spikes on the sidewall are much shorter. Their existence is only to prevent someone from falling into the trap and not dying. Now the yogi's body is hung on the side, and the whole body rushes towards the sidewall. Obviously, he had already taken precautions. He stretched out his hand and patted the spike on the sidewall, and the person shook, hooked the toes, and then hit the hook. The whole person flew out of the mechanism, then turned over in the air a few times and landed on the ground. Although it was very thrilling, there was no accident. This made one to watch. Tom's heartbeat increased a lot, and he thought the yogi was going to die too. Zhou Hao was not so surprised. If such an organization could kill him, this yogi would be too disappointing. And although he is far away from the yogi, if he really wants to save him, he won't do it. No, but he hasn't taken any action now, not because he wants to let the yogi die, but to see how good the yogi is. When the yogi fell on the ground, he also uttered a cold sweat, and he was in close contact with death. It was not the first time for him, but he had never encountered a mechanism like this. He already knew about the mechanism here, a certain prediction, but the first time he met, he was still a little frightened. Fortunately, the yogi's practice method is very special. It is different from ordinary warriors, but a way of being close to self-abuse. They are also afraid of death and difficulty, but when facing danger, they can stimulate their potential even more. This is the case with this yogi. Although his cultivation level did not reach the top master, he definitely reached the quasi-top master. The yogi's condition has never been better. He feels that today he may have to break through the bottleneck for many years. Although the front is still full of dangers, he does not care anymore. He even thinks that this time may be the best for him to become a super master. Opportunity. This is his dream for many years. No matter how much greed or interest a warrior has, as long as he is still a warrior, he will never forget that his ultimate dream is to climb the peak of martial arts, especially yogis. They abuse themselves so much. The purpose is to become a super master yourself. The yogi kept walking, but he was a little faster than the original plan. His strength was slightly improved, and his body skills were a lot more agile. The mechanism that may have been stimulated before may not be triggered this time. Although this is a good thing, it is not necessarily a good thing for James. Zhou Hao can help Wang Shijuan to leave with extraordinary martial arts, but the yogi may not be able to help Tom to leave. All this can only be experienced by Zhou Hao, a super master. Even a yogi can't feel it, but Zhou Hao naturally won't. Kindly remind these that being kind to the enemy is not his style. The improvement of the yogi's strength means that the ability to explore will increase, and the two organs will be stimulated again. After the danger has been reduced, his people have also come to the coffin. The most exciting time has come. The yogi is not bad and has been keeping calm. After all, when you are in danger, you must be more careful than usual. Tom was already excited and said, "Open the coffin. There should be the main checkpoint of the agency inside. As long as we break the main checkpoint, everything here will be ours. Come on." When he spoke, he said, "I wanted to run over, but luckily he was still wise and didn't do it." Zhou Hao held Wang Shijuan's hand. Everything is about to end, and this moment is the most dangerous. Zhou Hao, who has faced countless dangers, has entered the peak state at this time. His whole body power is running, and Wang Shijuan's body is at the same time, almost floating off the ground, as if weightless. When the yogi heard Tom's call, he no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hand to nest on the edge of the coffin lid. He planned to open the coffin with his hands. However, with his current cultivation base, he actually pushed it 3 times without pushing it away. It's amazing. If it wasn't for fear of organs or treasures in the coffin, he would even wish to destroy the coffin. "Mr. Thomas, there is a problem with this coffin. I can't open it anyhow, and it's very heavy, and I can't move it." "What the? Is this made of? Hell, how could ancient Chinese people be so strong?" "Do it." The yogi tried for a long time, and finally ended in failure, and couldn't help but scream. Zhou Hao naturally understood his words. Thinking of the wisdom of ancient Chinese people, he couldn't help but admire. The ancient people did not have much science and technology, but through the craftsman's craftsmanship, they created so many institutions that modern people can't enter. At the same time, this coffin there must be institutions, but these foreigners don't understand it. But since everyone was in the same boat, Zhou Hao decided to remind him. Before Tom could speak, he already said in fluent English, "Mr. Yogi, you might as well look around the coffin. There should be a specific mechanism. It was used to open the coffin. It is useless to use violence or brute force. You should also see this from the previous mechanism." The yogi and Tom didn't expect Zhou Hao to speak suddenly, and seeing his pure English, he was no longer inferior to the average American. This was what they did not expect. They only knew that Zhou Hao was strong, but they didn't know him. English is so good. When they talked, they thought Zhou Hao didn't understand, but now they know that Zhou Hao actually understands it. The yogi thought to himself that he still followed Zhou Hao's prompts and looked around the coffin. He did not understand these Chinese institutions, but what Zhou Hao said was also a native Chinese. He encountered many weird things. The proposal should be worthy of reference. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the yogi to find the mechanism in the lower corner of the coffin. If he is not careful enough, or can think of the existence of a mechanism, I really can't find it. The most depressing thing is that there is not only one mechanism, but 3 side by side. Without any notes, no one knows which is the opening mechanism. "Mr. Thomas, Mr. Zhou Hao, there are institutions here, but there are 3. Which one should I choose? I don't know which one is to open the coffin and which one is the trap." The yogi felt that he was not sure about things, so he asked two of them. It's better for everyone to concentrate. Thomas didn't expect such a situation and couldn't help but look at Zhou Hao. You Chinese are really cunning. At this time, you will have to come up with multiple choice questions like this. There is no hint on the map. I don't know how to choose. Which, Mr. Zhou Hao? You are Chinese. Do you know how to choose? Zhou Hao actually thought that it would not be so easy to open the coffin, but Zhou Hao also felt a bit of a headache when he heard the words of a yogi. He is not a person who specializes in institutions, and the person who sees institutions is not himself. Zhou Hao is also don't know how to choose. According to Zhou Hao's speculation, of these three organs, one is the switch of the coffin, the other is the checkpoint of the main organ, and the other is probably a trap. Although there are 1/3 of the organs in life, there are also 1/3 of dead ends. Opportunity, no one can determine how this should be. According to the truth, you should personally confirm it. But in such a dangerous place, who knows where is safe? In case the vicinity of the coffin is the most dangerous, wouldn't it be tantamount to dying if you passed it? The safest place is even more troublesome. Although Zhou Hao's cultivation base is extremely high, he doesn't know how to choose. 3 organ buttons, whichever you find pleasing to the eye, press whichever. I am not an organ expert. I don't understand. You should pay attention to safety. Zhou Hao thought for a while, but finally couldn't decide. Master, try your luck. Anyway, you are a certain distance away from the center of danger, and you should be in time for any danger. The yogi listened to Zhou Hao with a bitter face. He knew that no one could help himself this time. Mr. Thomas would definitely not be able to count on him. He could still rely on his conspiracy and tricks outside. But here, conspiracy and tricks are useless. It still depends on your own strength. Unfortunately, yogis lack confidence in their own strength. Although he has just improved, he has only improved a little after all. There is still a certain distance from the top master. Now Zhou Hao is helpless, and he can only try his luck. He has worked his whole body skills and tried to maintain himself at the peak state, so that even if there is danger, you can react faster. Zhou Hao also used his skills to the limit to defend against possible dangers. The choice this time was actually the most troublesome. The switch to find the coffin was not the most important. The most important thing was to find the general checkpoint of the organ. Otherwise, even if the coffin was opened, the baby still have to find a way to get out. In this way, the real chance is only 50%. This is what everyone understands. The yogi thinks the same way. Compared with getting the treasure and being trapped here, and getting out without the baby, this choice is a fool. It can also be understood that Tom thinks this is good too. Anyway, he knows the location and how to leave. The big deal is to bring people back after he goes out. No matter what everyone is thinking, the yogi has made his own choice very simply. No matter what the other 2 buttons are, he is very resolute in secreting the middle button. The middle button is red, the left is yellow, and the right is yellow. Is green, no one knows what it means. When everyone saw that he had pressed the button, they were waiting for the organ to erupt, but after waiting for a long time, there was no response. They don't know what this institution is actually doing. Tom and the yogi even think that this kind of prank is too scary. Only Zhou Hao didn't think so. The Chinese didn't know how advanced they were in organs than foreigners, and they didn't have the spoofing habit of foreigners. If there was no movement for so long, something must be brewing. Not only did he not relax his vigilance. Instead, be more careful. As Zhou Hao guessed, after about a minute, the coffin suddenly made a moving sound. When the yogi stood up, he found that the coffin was actually opened. This time his choice is relatively correct, and he can see the inside of the coffin. What is it? He stood by the coffin, waiting for the coffin to open. Seeing that there is no danger, but the coffin was opened, he couldn't help but ran towards the coffin along the route the yogi had walked before. Although going out was what everyone was looking forward to now, before coming in, the goal was the coffin. Everyone want to know what's in the coffin. Zhou Hao didn't froze, put Wang Shijuan on his back, and exhorted. No matter what happens for a while, you will hold my neck, and I will definitely protect you. Zhou Hao finished, and let himself go. As Tom followed him, he must be faster than Tom, but he was not in a hurry. He jumped out of the 3rd step. When he was more than 20 meters away from the coffin had already opened a small part. The lid of the coffin was obviously very heavy and the opening speed was a bit slow. However, Tom was only 1 step away from the coffin, and then take a step forward and you should see the contents of the coffin. Zhou Hao's premonition of failure suddenly reminded him of the danger at this moment. Zhou Hao used his skills to protect his body without even thinking about it, and then shouted, "There is danger in the coffin, stay away, don't go over." Then, he retreated faster than he had come. He believed his feeling very much. His words are fast and urgent, and out of instinct, he speaks Chinese. As a result, Tom understands it, and the yogi does not understand what Zhou Hao is thinking. At this critical moment, he can ask for it in a second. Human lives, because the two have different understanding of Chinese, they have different results. Tom is also a cunning person. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, he responded in the same way. He didn't hesitate at all. He quickly changed from advancing to retreating. He was also cautious. The momentum of forward thrust was not unchangeable. The yogi just waited. Seeing the reaction of the two people next to the coffin, they also realized that it was not good and prepared to retreat. But after all, they were too close to the coffin. Even if they wanted to retreat, it was very difficult. Just when his body left the ground and wanted to fly back, a thick smoke burst out of the coffin, which completely enveloped the yogi, and the speed was faster than the yogi, and not only that, but also it spread all around. Look at the speed. If it wasn't for Tom's reaction to retreat quickly, now he has plunged into the thick smoke. The speed of the thick smoke is indeed very fast, but when it spreads to about 5 meters, it becomes very thin. It seems that although the thick smoke is strong, there is not much. Tom's retreats very quickly. It has reached 10 meters away, although it has been stand steady, but couldn't help but speed up his heartbeat. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's timely reminder, and he reacted fast enough, he would definitely end up like a yogi. He actually didn't know the threat of heavy smoke, but seeing Zhou Hao was so afraid, he naturally didn't have the confidence to bear it. When he looked back at Zhou Hao was 30 meters away, watching the yogi warily. He also turned his head to look at the yogi in the direction of Wang. The yogi was blown up by the smoke. Before the smoke came, the yogi had already flew back. With the help of inertia, his people still flew out, and when he was out of the range of the dense fog, everyone could not recognize this as a yogi. More precisely, it was impossible to recognize him as a living person, and of course he was no longer alive. The yogi was blocked by heavy smoke in the air. Neither Tom nor Zhou Hao could see exactly what happened. When he got out of the dense fog and fell on the ground, he had no flesh and skin and turned into a bone. The shelf is just such a clean skeleton, as if there was no yogi before, but just a skeleton. Both Zhou Hao and Tom had chills on their backs. What made the thick smoke just now? This is too vicious. It actually corroded a living person into a skeleton. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's quick response, Tom Shidu has become a skeleton, and he can't help but tremble when he thinks about it. So far, only 2 men, Zhou Hao and Tom, were left in the crypt. Wang Shijuan basically had no fighting power and could only be regarded as a protected object. The 2 quasi-first-class yogis did not even see what was inside the coffin. They were hung up one after another, and the losses were already very heavy. In fact, here, Tom is similar to Wang Shijuan. When he is really in danger, he cannot be counted on. Even Zhou Hao has to protect him if he does not want him to die. In ancient China, when martial arts masters were rampant, American agents, the weak ones, are like babies. "Mr. Zhou Hao, what should we do now? This coffin is very weird." Tom knew that his current situation was very bad and couldn't help seeking Zhou Hao's advice. Zhou Hao shrugged and said helplessly, "Everything has reached this point. What else can we do? We can only choose the remaining 2 buttons. This crypt is far more powerful than we thought. I know what treasures are buried in it. As for using so many vicious organs." As he spoke, he had already stepped towards the coffin. The distance of each step was about 5 meters, and each step was in front of the yogi's foothold. Although he was more than 30 meters away from the coffin, he was only 5 or 6. A step closer, he is now closer to the coffin than Thomas. The reason why Zhou Hao is so bold is entirely because his super premonition has recovered. Only when he is in danger can he feel the sense. Now that he is not sensed, he must be fine. However, he is still on guard, even if he has a premonition. If the danger comes too fast, you can't guard against it. The most important thing is that there is only Tom and himself here. I can't expect Tom to find the way, let alone whether he can do it. With his greedy personality and fear of death, he will definitely not agree. Anyway, only Tom is here. Don't worry about any man-made dangers. When Zhou Hao came to the coffin, he was still very careful. The lid of the coffin was half opened. No matter what was inside, people outside could clearly see it. Zhou Hao was standing where the yogi had stood before. The road is naturally safer. This catacomb is full of institutions, but Zhou Hao must be cautious. When he looked into the coffin, he was really a little lost. It was not that there were a lot of treasures in it, but there was no treasure in imagination, only a very simple pair of clothes. And there are 2 books next to the clothes. Maybe it's because I'm afraid that the book will be destroyed after a long time, and there is a layer of gold foil on it. Zhou Hao is a little confused. There are so many institutions here. Is it to prevent others from stealing these 2 books? He has not heard of it. What books are so important in ancient times? Could it be that it records the location of treasures in ancient China? It is reasonable to say that, but the words are too ridiculous. 2 books are needed to record what kind of treasures. It's not to blame Zhou Hao's crazy thinking. It's because there were too many institutions before, and he didn't dare to reach out and read the book. Zhou Hao stood beside the coffin without saying a word. Wang Shijuan also thought about the same as Zhou Hao. Tom seemed uneasy in the distance. He thought something had happened to Zhou Hao. If Zhou Hao were in the office, what would he do? Going out alive, worrying in my heart, hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Zhou Hao, what did you see? Don't you scare me, Mr. Zhou Hao." Tom's shout interrupted Zhou Hao's contemplation and replied casually, "Mr. Tom, don't be too nervous. There are no institutions here, but there are no treasures either. I am wondering why there is nothing here. But what are so many institutions to guard?" As Zhou Hao spoke, he said to Wang Shijuan, "Shijuan, I will take the contents in a while. You have to hold me tight. No matter what happens, don't let go. I can definitely protect your safety." "Understood. Don't worry. No matter what, I won't let go." Wang Shijuan leaned on Zhou Hao's back, feeling that the whole world is the happiest herself. No danger is in her eyes. She only has Zhou Hao. At this moment, Zhou Hao's back is the safest. Tom heard Zhou Hao say that there was no danger, and he hurried over. He didn't doubt Zhou Hao's words, but couldn't believe it. There were so many institutions, but there were no important treasures in the coffin. This was a bit of a fantasy. He couldn't follow Zhou Hao's previous step forward. After all, Zhou Hao's light work could not be imitated. However, in order to be able to see the contents of the coffin as soon as possible, he couldn't control so much. Anyway, it's not far. Even if he was lucky, he didn't encounter any mechanism, so he walked to Zhou Hao, beside the coffin. When I saw what was in the coffin, I was a little surprised. There really is no treasure in it. The 2 books in the coffin are written in ancient Chinese traditional characters. Even foreigners like Thomas who have studied Chinese cannot fully understand them. Moreover, the writing on the surface of these 2 books is not clear. It is impossible to see what is on these 2 books. Mr. Thomas is very cunning, not the kind of reckless person. Since he was not sure, he turned his gaze to Zhou Hao and asked, "Mr. Zhou, what are these 2 books? Can you understand what I learned? Chinese is just fur, I don't know such fonts." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Mr. Thomas, you are too humble. There are not many foreigners who are proficient in Chinese like you. Don't say you can't understand. I can't understand, and the writing on it is not clear. Now, let me take it out and have a look." While speaking, he tore a piece of cloth from his clothes, wrapped his hands, and his power spread all over his palms. Tom understands why Zhou Hao did this. The sad end of the yogi before is still vivid. Zhou Hao can at least prevent books from being poisonous. Zhou Hao's martial arts is superb, not invincible, and he is not afraid of anything. In case of poisoning, even if not. As for becoming a skeleton, it is bound to be astonishing if you want to go out. Zhou Hao's hand was wrapped with a layer of cloth, and then wrapped with internal force. Like an insulator, he reached into the coffin and picked up the 2 books with a little clearer handwriting. Although Zhou Hao's hand did not touch the book, it was completely. "I can feel that there is no danger above, so I feel relieved." The book does not have many pages and is much thinner than the current textbook. Zhou Hao did not hesitate to open the book with his hands. As expected, there is no danger. It seems that those institutions are only used to protect the 2 books, but the book itself there is no danger. This has made Zhou Hao quite relieved. He turned the pages of the book. The few large characters on the first page, although they were in ancient traditional, could still be recognized by Zhou Hao's knowledge. The 4 characters were general program of organs. These four characters seemed to have magical powers. In Zhou Hao's heart, someone really wanted to sleep, and someone would send a pillow. Zheng Shou didn't know which button to choose to go out, so someone sent the organ's general guide. Thomas could still recognize these four words. He was overjoyed, and he already yelled, "Mr. Zhou, we should be able to go out with this book. It's great. This place has no treasures, but lost so many of us." Zhou Hao just smiled and didn't say anything. This Tom really thought he was with him. Even if he could get out, whether he would let him out is not certain. It seems that sometimes people are in danger. He could forget the identity of his friend and foe, but Zhou Hao could not forget the scene of being threatened by him before. Seeing that Zhou Hao didn't respond, Tom didn't know whether he thought of the relationship between the two parties or felt that he was happy and boring. He also closed his mouth and stretched his neck to read the book in Zhou Hao's hands. This book is related to freedom. I was afraid that Zhou Hao would understand that he was still here. Then it would be really bad every day. Zhou Hao was not afraid that he would read the book. The book did not change its direction, so he turned it page by page at the angle that Tom could see. In fact, when he saw the first page, he knew that even if Tom saw the content behind, there is no possibility of going out, because this book can't make people go out at all. The first page of this book does have 4 characters, but the pages on the back are all blank. There are so many pages. There is no self and no pictures. This book is like a book with no cover. The content of the book, Zhou Hao estimated that this is the wordless heavenly book in ancient rumors. He didn't know what technology or potions the ancients used to make such books. He used to think that they were just made up in movie novels. Now he saw it with his own eyes and knew that all of this was true. Generally, he decrypted the wordless heavenly books, either soak it in water or burn it with fire. These 2 methods are the most common, but now, here and now, no matter whether it is water or fire, the decryption method cannot be used. This book is like waste, and it does not have the slightest effect on leaving here. It is really disappointing. Tom also saw the content of the book, and his face suddenly became gray. He originally thought that the hope was here, but he was disappointed. Who knows the mentality of the designer? In such an environment, there is no way to write a wordless book. There is no way to crack it. It seems that this path will not work anymore. I will look at the content of the book again. Since this book is hopeless, maybe that book is fine. Don't be too frustrated. Zhou Hao's mentality is relatively calm. Even though without this organization's general outline, there is at least half the chance to choose, and there is no need to be too disappointed. Yes, there is one more book. Maybe there is an introduction on it. These 2 books can't be useless. Otherwise, what do you do to protect them? Tom thought of another book, suddenly regained his energy, and urged. Zhou Hao still didn't care this time. He also wrapped his hands in cloth before taking the book. He is no longer the original Zhou Hao. After experiencing so many dangers, if he doesn't know how to be cautious, really it's impossible to recover, especially in such a weird catacomb. This book is slightly thicker than the previous one, and there is no danger. Zhou Hao took this book in his hand and didn't worry too much. Turning over the first page gently, the writing on it was still in ancient traditional Chinese, because there are a lot of words, and Tom can't understand the meaning of this article. Fortunately, Zhou Hao was deeply educated in ancient Chinese and could understand the meaning. While reading it, he explained, "Mr. Thomas, this book probably records some historical events. The first page is about the establishment of this catacomb. It seems that we all guessed wrong. This is not a palace at all." After watching for a long time, Tom didn't understand. He waited for Zhou Hao to explain to himself. Hearing what he said, he couldn't help but eagerly asked, "No, it's not that the palace can be so brilliant. Who can excavate such a huge underground tomb? And is it necessary to make such an exaggeration? You don't understand this. The Chinese, especially the ancients, pay attention to these." Zhou Hao explained with a smile. According to the introduction in this book, the owner here is called Lu Sishi, which is Lu Ban's. As for the 40th generation, it is impossible to verify whether it is true or not. From the above introduction, it is really possible that the ancestor of organ school should be Lu Ban, right? Do you know Lu Ban? Zhou Hao said to Tom while reading. Thomas really deserves to be an agent. He knows China very well. He nodded and said, "I have heard that he should be the ancestor of carpenters, which is equivalent to the ancestor of your Chinese architecture. He should be correct. Do you have outstanding achievements? It seems to be amazing to hear what you mean. Zhou Hao couldn't help but looked at Tom with contempt and said with emotion, even if you learn Chinese and know a lot of Chinese knowledge, you know it, but you don't know why. You know that Liu Ban is the ancestor of carpenters, but you don't know that carpenter is. Who? That's the craftsman who makes the organ. Do you think he has anything to do with the organ? Tom was embarrassed by Zhou Hao, but he understood what it meant and asked quickly. You went on to say that this place was built by a descendant of Liu Ban, but what is the purpose? There are no treasures, no antiques, and even there is no private person in the coffin. What does that mean? Zhou Hao did not despise him anymore, and continued, the establishment of this tomb was indeed at the invitation of the royal family. He wanted to build an underground palace for the emperor at that time, but when everything was completed, Liu Cixi suddenly felt that this place was exactly what he wanted. The burial mound to be made is the ancestors' clothing. When talking about this, Zhou Hao was a little surprised. The clothes in the coffin won't belong to Liu Ban, right? These people are almost 3,000 years ago. They won't really be able to survive to this day. But looking at that style, it is indeed very ancient. Unlike the Qing dynasty, Zhou Hao felt incredible, and Tom shook his head, saying impossible. Regardless of Tom, Zhou Hao continued to tell the content of the book. Not only Liu Ban's burial mound is to be buried here, but also Liu Ban's lifelong learning. Liu was born without children, and the day the catacomb was completed, he died. At that time, he knew that the emperor would definitely not let him go. So he opened the organ directly and sealed the catacombs, leaving only a peripheral map, that is, the map you took. He wanted to wait for someone to pass on Liu Ban organ science. There is no baby at all. Zhou Hao's words were undoubtedly a major blow to Thomas. After they discovered the map here, they intuitively thought it was a treasure map, and when they came here along the map, they confirmed this estimate even more. The palace must be the purpose of a certain or several generations of monarchs in ancient China. They all know about the extravagant life of kings in Chinese history. Back then, the 8-power allied forces of the last Qing dynasty invaded China and plundered many treasures. This is a well-known thing. Even if it is not richer than the real palace, at least they can get it. Little baby, this is where someone is sent. They joined forces with several countries. They took advantage of the members of an army to protect Zhou Hao. So they took advantage of the loopholes to come here to hunt for treasures. Otherwise, if so many of their masters entered China to hunt for treasures, they would surely be discovered by the members of the army. And all countries have sent masters, and it is considered to have paid a lot of money. In the end, only oneself saw the baby in the palace, which was actually only 2 books. No matter how precious mechanism science is, for Thomas and others, no matter who it is, it will not be okay to study mechanism science. Let alone this subject has very little application in modern society, even if it's useful. You must first study organs, you must first study ancient Chinese, and then spend your whole life studying this subject. For foreigners, this is undoubtedly self-abuse, and it is not physical abuse, but spiritual abuse. It is estimated that yogis can't stand it. Zhou Hao looked at Tom's face like a bereaved concubine with great interest. He was already gloating in his heart, and the organization was exhausted. Although he was in a difficult situation because of their calculations, after all, he came in passively. They came in on their own initiative and ended up disappointed. 1. The blow to them is certainly not small. Mr. Thomas, it seems that you are all confused by this palace. There is no treasure here. If you are interested in these 2 books, I can give them to you. Zhou Hao felt a little sorry for not saying anything. Tom, holding the book in his hand, swayed to him. Tom felt that Zhou Hao's words had penetrated into his heart like a knife. The irony of these words was too strong. If he hadn't always cared about his face, he would just cover his face and run away, of course. There is an important problem. He is afraid that he accidentally stepped on the organ. Mr. Zhou Hao, we have reached this point now. We don't need to talk about the useless ones. Since this book introduces the origin of the catacombs, whether it mentions how to leave, let's leave this ghost place first. Trying to calm down the disappointment and depression in his heart, Tom said solemnly. Zhou Hao gave a secret compliment in his heart. He is worthy of being an agent. He has excellent psychological quality. With such a big psychological gap, he can calm down so quickly. If it is not for his lack of extraordinary martial arts, he should be listed as a strong enemy, and be careful. Now what he said really makes sense. Since Mr. Thomas is not interested, I will take it away, but I can tell you for sure that there is no mention of how to leave. If you want to go out, you still have to look at our choices. Now is the most critical time. Protect yourself, Mr. Thomas. Zhou Hao didn't talk nonsense, wrapped the 2 books with the cloth he had wrapped in his hands before, and handed them to Wang Shijuan behind him so that she could hold the 2 books. The book introducing the catacombs has a lot of content. Zhou Hao didn't read it carefully, and the other book is a celestial book with no words, so naturally I have to take it back. This kind of book usually contains some more important contents, otherwise it won't. It is recorded in the form of a wordless book, and it is estimated to be more valuable than the book with words. When Tom saw that Zhou Hao wanted to take the book away, he didn't say much. The value of these 2 books in his eyes is almost 0. Zhou Hao is willing to take away, but he will not say anything. What he cares about now is how to choose to leave. Organ, there are 2 buttons there. That is, half the chance is not dangerous. Mr. Thomas, don't look at me. Are you planning to hand over your fate to me, or make this choice yourself? Since I have taken the book, I respect your opinion. Zhou Hao bowed to the crown in the crown mound. After bowing, if it is really Luban's burial mound, it should be a respect for yourself. Mr. Zhou, I don't understand everything here, and in terms of strength, you are relatively strong. You can choose everything. If the agency really touches at that time, I hope Mr. Zhou will help me. Tom is now discouraged. Feeling cold, just want to leave here quickly. Everything is subject to Zhou Hao's arrangements. Zhou Hao is very satisfied with his attitude. Not to mention the character of this Tom, at least he is very clever. If he is going to work against him, let alone encounter the agency. Even if he does not encounter the agency, he will not let him leave here. He killed a lot of people anyway. Don't care if he is one more. I thought to myself and smiled. Mr. Thomas, if I really choose the agency, don't blame me. Everything here is very weird. Who knows what will happen, but if I can, I will definitely help you. A handful. How can I not see you in the trap? He squatted down while speaking, and his body was still on high alert. Not only did he have to prevent the organs from being touched, but also to prevent Thomas from plotting. Who could ensure that he would not be attacked suddenly and frantically at a critical moment if he was accidentally attacked? Success, then really capsize in the gutter. Zhou Hao had been on the verge of life and death many times, and he had already reacted very alertly. Even if he squatted down, if Tom made a change, his strength was enough to kill Tom 10 times. Of course these Toms did not know. Zhou Hao did. Don't say, he behaved unsuspectingly. Fortunately, at this time Tom has lost all his thoughts and his desire for treasure hunting has been shattered. He just wants to leave here, otherwise he really has some thoughts. He probably doesn't even know what happened to death. Now his eyes are fixed on Zhou Hao for fear. Zhou Hao chose the wrong step and opened the mechanism. Zhou Hao is not as nervous as Thomas. In fact, since his premonition recovered, he has not been nervous anymore. He estimated that if he chooses one of the 2 buttons, if he chooses the wrong button, the premonition will definitely remind himself. Otherwise, this premonition will be too unreliable. According to the previous map, if the head office here is activated, it's absolutely impossible to leave. It's useless to press the checkpoint of that head office. Otherwise, if you press the wrong button and press another button, the office will be it's over. There is no danger. He placed his hand on a button on the left. Before pressing it, a warning sign flashed in his mind, and it was the strongest ever. It seemed that Zhou Hao was strongly requested not to choose this, otherwise it would be overwhelming. Zhou Hao changed his hand to the other side without hesitation. I have never encountered such a strong warning. Obviously, this button should be the activation button of the main organ. The other one is the main level of stopping the organ. Although all this is simple for Zhou Hao, it can be directly changed by ordinary people. It's over. Zhou Hao's premonition has no idea how many times he has saved him. When his hand pressed the general checkpoint of all the organs, he only heard the sound of the machine spring again. The originally separated ground was closed together, and the mercury ditch was also covered. The ground was as smooth as before, as if it had never been split. And the iron gate at the gate is also back. After Zhou Hao selected the button, everything in this underground palace returned to normal, as if there had never been any mechanism before, just like a normal tomb. Even the coffin was closed when the central mechanism was pressed. Zhou Hao and the 3, after looking at it for a while, I was stunned. Even though the three of them are mentally prepared, when everything happens, they are still falling into a dream. Such ingenious mechanical skills are almost inexplicable by modern science. So many movements are entirely due to some mechanical springs and carpentry craftsmanship. It's amazing to do it. Thomas was a little bit down on those two books before, and now he can't help but regret it. Even if he doesn't understand it, he can find someone to study it. If these organ techniques are used in the national security system, there is no guarantee that stealing by outsiders, at least defending against foreign spies, will definitely have a very significant effect. This kind of organ technique is more deadly than modern technology. Well, Mr. Thomas, we are safe this time. Since there are no treasures here, let's go back. Now we are in a smooth road. Although you were not very good to me before, I don't care about it. Your U.S. government said, it's better not to trouble me. I won't be so polite next time. Zhou Hao took Wang Shijuan's back and jumped 2 steps before turning back to Tom Sherdao. He originally wanted to keep Tom here, but then he thought about it. No matter what the two sides were doing before, this time it was a shared adversity. There was no fighting friendship. At least he didn't want to kill him. Let him pass a message. Zhou Hao decided to let the cunning villain Thomas. Although Thomas knew that the agency was shut down by Zhou Hao, he was still worried. While chasing Zhou Hao, he nodded and said, "What Mr. Zhou meant, I will return to my superiors. Thank you for your help today. This matter is over. I will immediately when I return to China. I will never be an enemy of Mr. Zhou again." Zhou Hao smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't expect to have to fight a life and death relationship before. It turned into such a relationship. It's really impermanent. I just hope that Tom will tell the truth. Zhou Hao will not be soft. It's a second time, and Tom will definitely have no way to survive. And when he was about to step out of the palace hall and was about to leave the underground palace, Tom's screams suddenly came from behind him. Zhou Hao was shocked. Didn't all the institutions stop? What happened? He hurriedly looked back. At this moment, Tom was already surrounded by a cloud of pink smoke. When he came by himself, he didn't get a move. Tom must have stepped on something and inspired another mechanism. But Zhou Hao could see this time. With all the changes in Thomas, he kept twisting his body in screams. When Zhou Hao turned his head with Wang Shijuan on his back, he saw Tom was surrounded by a cloud of red smoke. Unlike the thick smoke encountered by yogis before, he turned into a skeleton without any reaction. Now Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan can both. I heard Tom scream clearly. It's not that he doesn't want to be Tom. Since he doesn't want to kill him anymore, Zhou Hao will not stand by if he is in danger, but this red smoke is really weird. He doesn't know what its effect is. For the sake of safety, Zhou Hao still intend to watch the changes. Tom's screams were endless, but because of the red smoke blocking them, even if Zhou Hao had extraordinary eyesight, he couldn't see exactly what was going on, and his screams, from the beginning of dying, gradually became high-pitched. It seems that not only has the vitality not weakened, but strengthened instead. Even Zhou Hao couldn't help frowning at this kind of unreasonable scene. Although this catacombs knew what caused it, they didn't know what kind of organs existed. Judging by the various vicious and strange organs before, here there should be no organs to help others. Not to mention that if it really makes people's vitality stronger, Tom's doesn't need to make such a scream. Wang Shijuan is also very curious. If she used to be a weak girl, she has become more courageous after experiencing this series of things. Zhou Hao has tried not to let her see some things, but after all, she is in this crypt. Here, there are casualties at any time, and she will not be bloody. Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan stood near the gate of the underground palace, looking at him at a distance of 40 to 50 meters from Tom's. From this distance, even if Zhou Hao encountered any danger, he would definitely be able to deal with it in time. He was actually very curious. Tom was not. It was over all at once, but was hit by some strange mechanism. They didn't wait long, that is, within a few minutes. The smoke gradually dissipated. Originally, Tom was a tall foreigner. Now Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan have seen a giant. The American artificial human body is very tall, capable of 2 or 3 meters, but now the Tom's has surpassed the cyborg's, 5 meters high. And not only the height has changed, but the reminder has also changed. It looks burly and strong. The muscles on his body are as thick as a steel plate. The clothes all over his body have already been broken. Tom has become an out-and-out monster. It is much more abnormal than artificial humans. It turns out that in ancient China there were more advanced biochemical technologies than American artificial humans, but I don't know why it was not passed down. Mr. Zhou Hao, do I look very mighty now? Didn't you be very powerful before? Now I seem to be even better than you. To Zhou Hao's expectation, Thomas, who became a monster, not only did not lose his mind, and it seems to feel pretty good, speaks clearly, and seems not to be affected at all. Zhou Hao's shock cannot be overstated. The cyborg's technology is already the world's top biochemical technology, but the cyborgs they created, including the second-generation cyborgs they've seen before, have a cost of transformation, but the results are worse than Tom's. A lot of it, at least you can't keep your sense. Now Zhou Hao can't wait to get the smoke, and then go back to the laboratory analysis. This is the world's top biochemical technology. I really don't know how the ancestors developed it, but it's not the time to think about it. Although Tom's words are not clear, they are full hostility. Mr. Thomas, although I don't know what happened to you, don't you think that the most important thing now is to leave the crypt palace and check your body? Your appearance is indeed a bit unhuman. Now, Zhou Hao was talking, trying to step back. Tom chuckled and opened his legs, not looking at his muscles. His movements were as fast as a civet. As he approached Zhou Hao, he smiled and said, Mr. Zhou Hao, I have never felt so good, although I don't know what happened. Something happened, but I don't think I need to check it. Now I only want to get the 2 books in your hand and the woman behind you. He has always been very forbearing, not only because of his cunning character, but also because his strength is not too arrogant. Now Tom feels that he is already very powerful. Even in the face of Zhou Hao, he is not afraid. He is an American. Naturally, he understands cyborgs, but he now feels that he is 3 points better than cyborgs. Thomas is now more than 5 meters tall, with 2 legs straddling. Just an ordinary step is 7 or 8 meters, and he wants to stop Zhou Hao. Hastened his pace, more than 40 meters, but is 3 or 4 steps regarding steps. Although Zhou Hao's body style is very fast, after all, there is too much difference in size. Zhou Hao really can't match his speed. And even if Zhou Hao really leaves the inner palace of this underground palace and arrives in the outer palace, he will still be overtaken by Tom. Now he must be determined to deal with himself. He wants Wang Shijuan. His purpose is self-evident. Zhou Hao will never allow it. Wanting those 2 books, it is estimated that they have also seen their value. Zhou Hao will not give in. The 2 are bound to fight. Zhou Hao didn't expect that he would be merciful for a while and left such a big disaster. Who would have thought that such a special mechanism would be left in the tomb of the ancestors? The monster that this guy has turned into is a monster. At least the appearance is already scary enough, and those who are less timid will really be scared to death. Mr. Zhou Hao, if you don't want to be left here forever, you'd better be obedient. I remember that you helped me before. I don't ask too much. Leave what I want and you can go. Now, my condition is very good. I don't think you can resist in front of me. Tom stood not far in front of Zhou Hao, blocking Zhou Hao's path, and said with a smile. Mr. Tom looked pretty good at first, tall, but now he is an absolute monster. He cracked his blood basin and opened his mouth, and when he spoke, the urn sounded like an urn. Zhou Hao really didn't know how he could maintain such an attitude after being transformed. It was amazing, but looking at his oppressive power, it was indeed much stronger. Zhou Hao was originally a person who grew stronger when he met Tom's strength. After he confirmed Tom's strength, he did not hesitate to throw a white tiger 5 Emperor sword. He was very frustrated with Tom's muscles and seemed to have a high defense. He wants to test how strong these muscles are. Although Thomas has become a monster, his reaction speed is still the brain's reaction after all. Without special training, it is always worse. He only felt that the cold light flashed in front of him. Zhou Hao's white tiger 5 Emperor's sword was already in his arm. Above, the muscles on that arm are piled up and the thickness is amazing. Zhou Hao, as a supermaster, hit the opponent with the most powerful blow. Even if it was a humanoid, this arm could not be kept, but Tom's arm just burst out with blood, and he didn't even hurt his bones. And how strong the arm's defense is can already be imagined. Of course, Tom's arm didn't fall, and the pain caused by being cut by a sword could be clearly felt by Tom. He let out a horrible cry, and then roared, Zhou Hao, you bastard, you have reached this point. If you still want to resist, I will let you know that the current Tom is no longer the same. As he spoke, He shook his figure and reached Zhou Hao in one step. He raised his huge fist and punched him. Even if he became a monster, he still used his previous understanding of boxing to deal with the enemy with his fists. But this punch is afraid of thousands of kilograms. Even if he wins a car, he may have to break it. Zhou Hao knew in his heart that if you hardwired it might not be impossible, but it would be dangerous. He immediately decided to avoid the sharp edge, and his whole body rose into the air. Wang Shijuan was behind him, and he didn't need to flip. The toes kicked Tom's head. His body is fast. He has 10 meters in the air, kicking from a high altitude, and with the help of inertia, this foot also has thousands of kilograms of power. Tom is not as agile as Zhou Hao, but his height and arms are long, and he hits the floor with a punch. When he smashed a hole, he raised his other arm to welcome Zhou Hao's kick. Fists and feet met in midair. Zhou Hao finally realized how great Tom's power is now. The whole person was flying backwards uncontrollably, flying out tens of meters, before he could control his body and land on the ground. But he already felt his legs are a little numb. This is a situation that he has never encountered before all enemies. Although Thomas beat Zhou Hao into the air, he himself was uncomfortable. After all, Zhou Hao was a great player, and Zhou Hao was good at strength. His arm had a very strange twist. Even if it was not broken, he could no longer use force. Zhou Hao's leg almost abolished his arm. Zhou Hao landed at a distance of more than 30 meters from Thomas, slowly moving to relieve the soreness on his legs. When he encountered so many enemies, today's battle was particularly difficult. He had no magic weapon. He could only rely on his hands and hands. The internal strength of the legs made it very difficult to hurt Tom. Tom's wounded arm hangs slightly, hissing like a beast in his mouth, staring at Zhou Hao. You are going to pay for everything you do. Today I must tear you apart to let you know how great the harm is. Mr. Thomas, what a big mistake. While speaking, Zhou Hao saw Tom's other hand that was intact and pinched his injured arm, as if he was treating his arm, twisting and twisting on it. Kaka's bones were aligned again. With a positive voice, Zhou Hao listened to pantothenic teeth, but Tom was indifferent. I don't know if Tom turned into a monster and his pain nerves became weaker, or his special agent training gave him such a tough nerve. Zhou Hao felt that things were not easy to handle today. This Tom is not easy to deal with. Can't kill Tom. Obviously don't want to leave today. In the first confrontation between Zhou Hao and Tom, neither side took advantage. Zhou Hao's legs were sore and Tom's arm was twisted, but from the experience of both parties, Zhou Hao was already at a disadvantage. Tom, just an ordinary agent. Now he can stand up to himself, which is really unimaginable. Mr. Zhou Hao, your strength is nothing more than that. It seems that both of you can't get out today. It's up to me to tear you up, ha. While using his intact hand, Tom straightened his twisted arm. While laughing, it seems that the twisted arm is not his own, and he doesn't feel pain at all. Zhou Hao can actually see the blue veins of the monster's rage. He is definitely suffering huge pain. After all, it is absolutely very painful to break a misplaced arm so raw, but this guy may be able to hold on because of the mutation. Come down, this is really a monster. If it were not for the first attack, Zhou Hao's legs and feet were sore. He really wanted to take advantage of Tom's arm injury and continue to attack, but now he is carrying Wang Shijuan on his back and insisting on fighting. There will always be some inconvenience. Thinking in his heart, said to Wang Shijuan, Shijuan, I put you aside in a quiet position. You pay attention to safety. This monster is not easy to deal with. I will try my best to deal with him. Although he didn't want to put Wang Shijuan in a dangerous place, he had to be behind him, perhaps even more dangerous. In case he made a mistake and let the monster like Thomas touch his back, Wang Shijuan, an ordinary girl, would definitely not be able to bear it. The blow of the monster. Wang Shijuan was very well behaved and saw that Tom had become a monster. He nodded and said, You can put me aside. You can beat him. I will just watch. I will not speak. Zhou Hao's face was embarrassed. He thought of a particularly cute picture in his previous life. It was exactly the same as what Wang Shijuan said now. It was funny. After taking Wang Shijuan's kiss, he sent her to a place close to 100 meters away from the battlefield. Sit there, don't move around. No one can guarantee whether there are other institutions here. However, in terms of a distance of 100 meters, as long as Zhou Hao is not defeated by Tom, No matter what he wants to do to Wang Shijuan, Zhou Hao can rescue him in time. And if Zhou Hao is defeated by Tom, nothing needs to be said. Both of them understood in their hearts, but no one said it. Tom is not a master of martial arts, but Zhou Hao does not dare to underestimate him. This guy is more powerful than any opponent he has encountered. With his physical strength, he is no longer comparable to all the opponents he has seen before. What method did the ancestors use to make this guy mutate? Now that Zhou Hao has no worries and no nonsense, he just jumped in and got at Tom's body. Using his relatively small figure, he quickly rotated around Tom and took the time to punch and kick him, taking Wu Qin Shi to its extreme. Every palm also contains tremendous strength. Although his movements are as fast as lightning, today's Thomas is no longer what he used to be. He has a body over 5 meters tall, a physical strength that counts genes, and an amazing reaction speed, even if Zhou Hao uses his body. A small advantage starts a fast break, and Thomas does not suffer. Every punch of Zhou Hao is very fast, but Tom's arms are very long. With a little swing, Zhou Hao's attacks can be shut out. Zhou Hao's internal strength is strong, and Tom's physical strength is strong. The fists of the two intersected, and neither side had a hard time. So Zhou Hao chose to avoid his sharp edge temporarily. He is a cultivator of internal strength. He has a long breath. Even if he fights for a day, he has enough strength. He believes that although Thomas has become a monster, his strength has greatly increased. His strength has increased, but his physical strength is limited after all. When you are tired, that time is your chance to succeed. Zhou Hao usually works with people, and most of the things he encounters are not as good as himself. Even if he encounters an opponent with his own strength, he can tell the victory or defeat in a short time. This time he intends to kill Thomas with a protracted battle. The monster's pressure on Zhou Hao is really great. Tom can defend Zhou Hao very well. He can't let Zhou Hao attack him, but it's very difficult to beat Zhou Hao. In Tom's eyes, Zhou Hao is more cunning than Loach, so he doesn't know how agile he is now. When Bei reached out his hand, he couldn't catch Zhou Hao's clothes at all. The two moved very fast, and Wang Shijuan in the distance couldn't see clearly. She only saw Zhou Hao spinning around Tom quickly. As for the fight between the two of them, I don't know how many times. Tom's strange screams from time to time made him sure he was not taking advantage. The battle between Zhou Hao and Tom is different from regular martial arts masters. It is more like Zhou Hao casting demons and slayers. This kind of scene makes Wang Shijuan in a daze watching a movie, and the movie starring is still the brother Zhou Hao, whom she has always liked. I knew that Zhou Hao was great before, and even saw clearly when he wiped out the people who threatened him. But now that Zhou Hao is working hard, Wang Shijuan realized that Zhou Hao can no longer use humans to measure him. But this is not a bad thing. The more powerful his man, the better. Anyway, Wang Shijuan, I love Zhou Hao more in my heart. In Wang Shijuan's heart, he is not thinking about how to defeat Tom. This guy is worthy of being a transformed mutant. If it is an ordinary person, under such a fast attack and defense, it will not take long for the physical fitness to follow. Go on, this guy can hold it for so long. Thomas was also very impatient. He didn't know how powerful Zhou Hao was. He didn't know what level he was after this transformation. This feeling of inadequacy made him particularly unhappy. A part of the potential is stimulated, and the action is faster. Zhou Hao also noticed the changes in Tom. Not only did this guy not become sluggish due to long time consumption, he suddenly broke out, and the power of each punch increased. Zhou Hao was a little bit afraid to take it hard. Shocked, this Tom's transformation is too powerful, more difficult to deal with than two cyborgs. In order to stop Thomas from continuing to stimulate his potential, Zhou Hao was also fierce. He used his strongest skills. Even though it was more expensive, at least it could trap him for 2 or 3 seconds. Then he would use the White Tiger 5 Emperor sword. Send a few swords in a row, chop his neck, and try if you can kill him. Zhou Hao's 4 demon apes were locked in his mind and set on Tom's body. Tom's offensive was immediately slowed down. Although it was only a slight meal, it was enough for Zhou Hao to act. He did not hesitate to follow the schedule. Planned to aim the White Tiger 5 Emperor sword at Tom. He usually uses his hands with others. The White Tiger 5 Emperor swords are always issued with 1 sword and 1 sword. They have never been used continuously. This time, in desperation, regardless of so many, the White Tiger 5 Emperor's sword sends out 3 swords in a row, with each sword position. They are all parts of Tom's throat, As long as a sword can cut into it, it is enough to chop off his head. Zhou Hao's White Tiger 5 Emperor's sword can cut off the neck of an artificial human. Its sharpness is self-evident. Moreover, his White Tiger 5 Emperor's sword could not cut Tom's bone before, only cut his arm, but now he issued 3 consecutive White Tiger and 5 Emperor swords. After he used it, he had no more energy to fight. He fell on the ground and quickly regained his internal strength. Tom was trapped by him with the magic ape lock. According to Zhou Hao's estimation, how could he be able to hold him for 2 or 3 seconds? Still overestimating his own strength, Thomas just paused for a second. Fortunately, Zhou Hao made quick moves. Within such a second, the 3 White Tiger and 5 Emperor swords had entered Tom's neck indiscriminately. Tom's neck suddenly ran into a lot of blood, and his face suddenly changed. After a fiasco, anyone who has lost so much blood will look good, even a monster. However, Zhou Hao's face was more ugly than Tom's. He could see clearly that his 3 White Tiger and 5 Emperor swords had caused huge damage to Tom's. His neck was almost cut off, and it seemed that there was only a little connection, but just such a little connection made Tom cling to his life. What is the principle of Tom's mutation transformation, whether it is Tom or Zhou Hao, is not clear, but during the transformation, perhaps Tom's attention to the neck, or the process of transformation deliberately strengthened the vulnerable parts of the human body. It's always Tom's neck, which is much stronger than the average person's neck. Because Zhou Hao chose the most vulnerable part of the human body to attack. In fact, in terms of defense, Tom's strongest defense is the neck. If Zhou Hao chooses to pierce his heart, perhaps Tom is already lying on the ground and dead. It has been a long time, and now it is doomed to Zhou Hao's tragedy. Although Tom was not dead, his neck was chopped off so much, his vocal cords were severed, and he could not speak. He could only hiss like a viper, watching Zhou Hao's strange eyes full of fierceness. You don't need to ask to know how much he hates Zhou Hao now. Although Zhou Hao knew that Tom would not let him go, he just used too much force and couldn't react at all for a while. Tom moved very fast. He arrived in front of Zhou Hao in 2 steps, because his chest was full of cruelty. Regardless of whether Zhou Hao has the power to counterattack or not, he lifted a kick to Zhou Hao's chest. Zhou Hao's body rose into the sky. With the strength in his body, at best, he could defend himself with a thin layer of defense on a solid cushion before Tom hits him. Zhou Hao didn't even have a chance to dodge. How many have never received such a heavy blow? The body is in the air. Blood has been sprayed out. No need to think about how embarrassed he is. He didn't expect that the monster that Thomas had turned into was so perverted that even a super master like himself would not be an opponent. If placed outside, he would be invincible. Zhou Hao is already a human power in this world to the top. Zhou Hao was kicked into the air by Tom, and his whole person suffered a serious internal injury. Only Zhou Hao knew how heavy Tom's kick was. He didn't have a head-to-head fight with Tom before, but now he feels Tom's strength has risen by at least 30%. According to the previous estimation of Tom's strength, the previous Tom's is almost the same as Zhou Hao. Even in terms of pure strength, Zhou Hao is slightly weaker than Tom's. As a result, the current Tom's strength has increased by 3 points, even if it is Zhou Hao. In Hao's heyday, Zhou Hao was much weaker than Thomas. Zhou Hao has tried his best because he wants to kill Thomas. Even if he is an absolute master, he is still a man. He can't spend endlessly with his internal power. From entering the underground palace to the present, he has been in a state of combat and has consumed a lot of internal power. Even compared with a monster like Tom, Zhou Hao couldn't hold it anymore. Tom looked at Zhou Hao, who was injured on the ground, and laughed arrogantly. Although he couldn't speak because his vocal cords were severed, his appearance was unsatisfactory. The hostility in his eyes was even more fierce, like a jackal watching. Like prey, full of cruel banter, he obviously wanted to torture Zhou Hao to death. Zhou Hao had gathered his remaining internal strength before and resisted Tom's kick. It seemed that it was heavy and he had vomited blood and was injured. In fact, in the air, Zhou Hao used his strength to dissolve a part of his strength, otherwise he would use Tom's one. The strength of the feet, even if Zhou Hao's body was modified, would definitely be seriously injured. Tom walked towards Zhou Hao step by step. The two got together for more than 20 meters. At his pace, they reached Zhou Hao's front in just a few steps. He raised his foot to step on Zhou Hao's chest and applied fierce pressure. His mind was to torture Zhou Hao to death. His own injury was very serious, but it did not affect his strength. Zhou Hao already had a high estimate of Tom's, but when he stepped on his body, Zhou Hao still re-evaluated Tom's strength. Although he had only one leg, Zhou Hao seemed to be pressing on his body. With 10 mountains, he had never thought that a person could have such a great power. Of course, Zhou Hao also forgot at this time. Tom's could no longer be measured by humans. Whether in form or physical ability, it has already surpassed humans. Even the American artificial humans would be far behind. If American artificial humans could have such a strength has already swept the world's cultivation world. Tom's leg increased his strength a little bit, and he could even hear Zhou Hao's unbearable pressure on his chest. At this time, Tom was in a very happy mood. Zhou Hao, who had been so high before, always threatened his own Zhou Hao. Now lie on the ground like a dog and let yourself step on it. Once upon a time, Zhou Hao, who was able to be so beautiful and made the entire U.S. Secret Service very troublesome, was actually stepped on his feet as the most threatening martial arts master. If it weren't for his vocal cords to be cut off, he couldn't speak. He really wanted to humiliate Zhou Hao a few more words. The physical changes did not affect Thomas's mentality, but it did affect his heart. After all, he had also endured a lot of pain from his screams before. After a person has endured a lot of pain, he will naturally be more perverted, and now Thomas has already looked like a pervert without knowing it. Zhou Hao's body has been remodeled, and it is indeed very tough. Even under the heavy pressure of Thomas, it can still be held without fracture. This is something that artificial people cannot do. Those supermasters should also it can be done, but it will definitely not be as strong as Zhou Hao, who will directly bear it physically. When Thomas put pressure on Zhou Hao was enduring heavy pressure while quickly recovering his internal strength. The recovery speed of the top master is not comparable to that of ordinary warriors, especially Zhou Hao, even among top masters, can also be regarded as a master of warrior. Although he can't enter the Tao from martial arts and then fly into the sky like in the novel, he has almost reached the highest state of martial arts. Now he is stepped on by Tom. The physical pain is actually not a big deal, mainly in the heart. The blow is even greater. After all, it is really a humiliation for a proud person to be trampled underfoot. This is also the requirement that Tom wants to achieve. He thinks that Zhou Hao didn't treat him as a human being before. He now has to retaliate, let Zhou Hao know how good he is, and make him regret that he once treated him so much. Yes, this kind of humiliation is more uncomfortable for any supermaster than physical pain. It's a pity that he doesn't understand Zhou Hao. What he says is a person who has died once. Even if he is still proud, his views on personal honor and disgrace are different from ordinary people. Now that he is humiliated, it is not necessarily a bad thing. If Tom is frantic, he will come up. Killing myself, I don't even have a chance to recover. Now Tom's humiliation is equivalent to giving Zhou Hao enough time to recover. In this case, Zhou Hao just carried Tom forcibly without any indication, and the more he did this, the more Tom felt he wanted to continue. Humiliating Zhou Hao, let him die without going smoothly. As a foreigner, Tom didn't understand an old Chinese saying called patience and humiliation. Otherwise, he would definitely not treat Zhou Hao so violently. It was the most correct choice to punch Zhou Hao to death, and he was too confident in himself. Think Zhou Hao has no power to fight back. For Americans, Chinese Kung Fu is mysterious and powerful. They know that Chinese Kung Fu is very powerful and can often defeat opponents who are much stronger than themselves. But Chinese Kung Fu is equally mysterious. They don't know the principle of this kind of Kung Fu, and one looks very thin. People, how could there be such a powerful force? Because of this ignorance, Tom thought that Zhou Hao had no ability to counterattack, and forgot that China's domestic gong didn't require physical power at all, and used the power within the body to attack. So Zhou Hao had enough time. Tom wanted to break Zhou Hao's chest with his feet, but Zhou Hao's body strength exceeded Tom's expectations. He applied such pressure, and he was able to hold it down. He was furious, and after a roar, he suddenly raised his feet. I was ready to fall down, so I took advantage of Zhou Hao's breastbone to break. Zhou Hao has been waiting for such an opportunity. He was stepped on by Tom before. With his current skill, he couldn't move at all. Now Tom takes the initiative to lift his foot. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Tom's movements are special. Quickly, such an opportunity is fleeting. There was no chance to hesitate at all. The palms of the hands were gently supported on the ground. The heels were a little on the ground, and the whole person moved out from the ground 5 meters parallel, and Tom's foot fell with him, but his feet were no longer Zhou Hao. It was the ground, and suddenly a big pit formed under his feet. If this kind of power falls on Zhou Hao must have a broken tendon. There is no second possibility, but now that Tom has stepped on the air, Zhou Hao has stood up, and there is a white tiger 5 Emperor sword. It was he who had accumulated for a long time before he could use an attack. Zhou Hao accumulated strength on the ground for a long time. Naturally, he was not trying to escape. He wanted to make a final blow to Tom. He could see clearly that the current Tom's strength has indeed increased, but his injury has not recovered. His head, and there is still a part of the neck that is connected, and other places have been disconnected. Zhou Hao intends to use the last bit of strength he accumulated to cut off the last bone that Thomas was connected to. His movements were quick and unexpected. Although Tom had turned into a monster and reacted very quickly, he was still a little slow in the face of Zhou Hao's sudden shot. However, Zhou Hao's luck would not be so good. Tom must have been recruited, but now it is gone. Tom realized that Zhou Hao's attack was a threat to him. The first thing he did was not to dodge, but to stretch out his arms and wrap his neck around his neck. He also knew the most vulnerable position of his body now, and then hit the ground with his toes. The enormous power in his footsteps flew backwards. He still remembered the power of Zhou Hao's white tiger 5 Emperor sword. He didn't know why Zhou Hao had enough energy to make such a strong attack, but he knew that if Zhou Hao cut his neck again, he would definitely die. If he resisted it with his arm, people would fly back again. Even if Zhou Hao's white tiger 5 Emperor sword, if he can hit himself, he will certainly not cause too much damage. If Zhou Hao is in full strength, the white tiger 5 Emperor swords can be fired in a row, and Tom's response is no use. Unfortunately, Zhou Hao not only can't send the white tiger 5 Emperor swords in succession, can watch the last chance disappear. He knows very well that this is his last chance. It is the first time that Thomas has the heart to abuse him, so he has time to recover and gain his wisdom. He will not let himself have a chance to take action again. Today, neither I nor Wang Shijuan can leave. I didn't expect that I would die a second time. It's just that before he finishes his emotions, Tom's side is abnormal. Zhou Hao's white tiger 5 Emperor sword does not hurt Tom too much. Without breaking through the blockade of his arms, his neck can naturally be connected. Mind, but the white tiger 5 Emperor sword is still very powerful. He was in a retreat momentum. He was hit by the white tiger 5 Emperor sword and retreated 3 points faster. Moreover, because of the dissolution of the white tiger 5 Emperor sword, his heart was a little lax, and people did not control their bodies in the air. The place before flew out more than 10 meters. When he landed on the ground and wanted to look back for Zhou Hao to settle the account, he suddenly felt that his feet were soft and his whole person fell down. Although he had become a monster, his height and leg length were infinitely powerful. After all, he just changed his body. Zhou Hao's light work couldn't resist this kind of trap at all. His body fell into the trap uncontrollably, and because his body was really tall, people fell into the trap, but his head was on the ground. Tom had the upper hand. Although Zhou Hao was not desperate, he didn't know where his hope was. But things suddenly turned around. At the most critical moment, Tom accidentally fell into a trap. When Zhou Hao and Tom were fighting, I tried my best, and even forgot that there are traps here. At that time, Zhou Hao broke the general checkpoint, and only broke the organs inside the palace hall. But the organs outside have not been broken, and think that the and other organs cannot be closed at all. The unfortunate Tom kicked it. Step on the flap, and you will naturally fall into a trap. Zhou Hao has seen various traps before, and he knows what traps look like. For ordinary people, this trap can get them into it. But for the mutant Tom, this trap is not deep enough, at least can't hold his whole person. The depth of the trap is about 5 meters. The average person falls in, enough to fit 2 or 3, but Tom's height is more than 5 meters. The result is that the whole body is inside, and the head is outside. The most depressing thing is that he is basically I couldn't use it, my hands couldn't stretch out. Only my head was swaying outside. Not all traps are clean. There are all kinds of barbs and horizontal spines inside. As long as they fall into them, people will pierce their bodies and die. Tom's height and legs are longer than the length of the barbs. If you fall into it, you will suffer some skin trauma at most, which will not be life-threatening. Zhou Hao's sharp, white tiger and 5 Emperor swords can't break Tom's defenses. Ordinary swords can naturally not severely wound Tom. Moreover, the horizontal stabs on the sidewall of the trap should at best cut Tom's body. He couldn't be killed directly, and the biggest help that the trap helped Zhou Hao was to trap Tom. Unlike a master of martial arts, Tom has no light skills. He can only fight with the power of the flesh, falling into such a deep trap, and can come out with his power, but he cannot jump out like a master of martial arts. With the strength of your arms, you must hold it out. Just because he couldn't come out so quickly, it was doomed to his tragedy. Without others present, Tom would be safe, but Zhou Hao was here, and everything was different. After Zhou Hao used the White Tiger 5 Emperor's sword, he has indeed become weak and unable to sustain his internal strength, but his own strength is also dozens of times stronger than ordinary people. When Tom fell into the trap, leaving only one head on it, Zhou Hao knew that the opportunity had come. Without thinking about it, he immediately leaped 3 times and came to Tom's side without hesitation. Their heads are the heads, and he can't use the kung fu that consumes too much internal strength, but ordinary fists and feet are not affected. Now Tom is in the trap, like a natural target. Whether Xiao Yifeng shoots or kicks him, he can do nothing but swing his head left and right. His arms are too long to get out of the trap. Pull it out. The pros and cons of mutants at this time are immediately reflected. He is tall, and in a narrow space, he must be constrained. In the empty place before, he has the advantage. Unexpectedly, an accident ruined Thomas. However, he touched the mechanism and cannot blame others. Zhou Hao didn't expect that his luck was so good that Tom actually played himself to death. Zhou Hao's movements are quick. Even if he doesn't have much strength, he is more flexible than Tom's head turning. Tom's head movement itself is affected in the trap, and because Zhou Hao's White Tiger 5 Emperor's sword cut 3 swords. The neck is only not too big, just twisting the head left and right. It is definitely a heavy load. No matter how flexible Tom's head is, it's not as free as Zhou Hao. After avoiding Zhou Hao's 4 attacks, he finally couldn't escape when Zhou Hao's 5th kick came. How big was Zhou Hao's kick strength? Not only Zhou Hao himself knows, but Thomas also knows. Tom's head is a few laps bigger than football, but Zhou Hao takes his head completely as a football with a kick. If his neck is connected intact, even Zhou Hao's foot strength can't do anything to him. It's just kicking, but unfortunately his neck is only connected a little. Quite simply, Tom's head turned into a football. Zhou Hao volleyed his head vigorously, kicking his head away, and even flew out of the inner palace. After this, Zhou Hao avoided. The blood squirted from Tom's body, sitting on the ground panting. Just now he has calculated that Tom must not be able to avoid this kick. The first few strokes are still empty. This time he used his whole body strength, internal strength and physical strength. If this kick can't kill Tom, Zhou Hao will be a little bit. I wonder if I am a super master, but fortunately I made a contribution. Thomas became a mutant. This is a very unexpected crisis. Even if Zhou Hao had super foresight ability, he could not predict it, and his death was caused by accident. He had the upper hand, but he died under the influence of the agency. Zhou Hao, I feel even more that I have picked up a treasure. Sometimes a powerful mechanism is more sharp than a martial arts master. People in the United States, Japan, and India are now thinking about their secret recipes for cancer treatment. They can put these secret recipes in a place full of institutions. Unless the people here are super masters, it is bound to be stolen. Waiting for the day, Zhou Hao thought about the beautiful scene in the future, couldn't help but sit and laugh, completely forgetting that he didn't know how to use mechanical skills. One thing he knows very well is that this time Japan, the United States, and India lost a lot of money in the treasure hunting process. Each country will lose a few people. However, Zhou Hao believes that there are more than these. People who come to China, or they will rely on these people. Not to mention taking away your own cancer drugs. Self-protection will be a problem if discovered by the army. Zhou Hao, what are you laughing at? Don't hurry up. It's horrible here. Who knows there is any danger? There is nothing wrong with you. Wang Shijuan watched the whole battle. When Tom died, she was closed. With eyes closed, even if I see too much death, I still don't want to see too much blood. When she opened her eyes, she found Zhou Hao sitting on the ground giggling. Wang Shijuan was a little puzzled. Zhou Hao was fine sitting there laughing. Even if he was a survivor, he didn't need to be so happy. In fact, Wang Shijuan was purely a layman watching the fun. Zhou Hao, the previous situation was not good. She just vaguely guessed that if it weren't for accidental appearance, they might not be able to leave the underground palace. Zhou Hao was awakened by Wang Shijuan. He laughed twice. Naturally, he couldn't say what he was thinking. A little bit on the ground, a few vertical leaps, he had come to Wang Shijuan, and he could not help but put Wang Shijuan on his back again, and then tried running to the outside of the underground palace. He didn't want to fall into the trap like Thomas. His internal strength will certainly not recover in such a short period of time. If he encounters a trap, he can only rely on light work. If he is not paying attention, he is carrying Wang Shijuan on his back. The light work will definitely be affected. When an accident occurs, he will really want to cry without tears. Zhou Hao is not the kind of unreliable person. We can go out now. No one can stop me anymore. It really scares you, Zhou Hao said softly to Wang Shijuan as he walked out. He really loves Wang Shijuan. Wang Shijuan is on the way. It must have been frightened. Wang Shijuan hugged him tightly and lay on Zhou Hao's back, with his small mouth almost close to Zhou Hao's ears, and smiled slightly. Nothing. Although it was thrilling this time, I was not wronged. Those foreigners were afraid. You didn't cooperate and didn't dare to do anything to me. They just kept looking at me squintingly, making me very uncomfortable. Zhou Hao smiled, and the hand that dragged Wang Shijuan's hips squeezed too badly, and smiled. Of course it will be squinted. Who told my Jia Shijuan to be so beautiful? I can't help but squint. I'm watching you. You are necrotic, and others are squinting. If you are like this, I will ignore you again. Wang Shijuan put his head tightly on Zhou Hao's neck, and Zhou Hao could feel Wang Shijuan's face hot. This little girl is thin-skinned, but this is also her cuteness. Zhou Hao knows that it's fine to tease Wang Shijuan. You can't make her too embarrassed, otherwise she really doesn't dare to speak. This little girl has grown up now, and she blushes so easily. But then again, Wang Shijuan's figure is absolutely top-notch. No longer belong to the little girl Situ Jianying. My prince, after I go back this time, don't tell them, lest they worry, just say that I had a battle with those foreigners, and then I rescued you. There will be no one after this underground palace today. Here, after I went out, I sealed the opening of the cave. Zhou Hao groaned for a while and told Wang Shijuan. Seeing Zhou Hao change the subject, Wang Shijuan retreated with shame and asked a little bit unclearly, "Why did you seal this place? Shouldn't you report this place to the country? What we say here can be regarded as the legacy of our Chinese ancestors. I think you should report to the country." Yeah, our little Shijuan still has this kind of consciousness. It's not bad. Zhou Hao couldn't help but teased when thinking of Wang Shijuan's current expression, and then said in a serious tone, "Actually, what you think is the same as when I first came in. It's the same. If this is really the tomb of an ancient Chinese emperor, I will definitely report to the country. After all, this is the property of our country." However, it has now been confirmed that it is not the tomb of the Chinese emperor at all, but the tomb of the Lubon descendant. From the perspective of ownership, it should be private property, and we have just seen it. There is no treasure at all here. My baby is the 2 books, which I took away. I will report to the country what to do so that they can die. Zhou Hao has very good reasons. The most important point is that I have learned secret skills from their organs now, and I can be regarded as their generational heir. How can I let others harass my master again? Zhou Hao said the most fundamental reason. After Zhou Hao took Wang Shijuan out of the underground palace, he recovered a period of internal force at the door of the underground palace, and then used internal force to break a huge stone and directly block the entrance of the underground palace. From then on, unless there is any crustal change on this mountain, basically no one knows that there is still a cave here. This was originally a remote mountainous area in Shenyang City. Even if no one passed by, no one would be able to come for at least 10 or 8 years. Thanks to Thomas and others who have a map, otherwise they would not be able to find this place. But also because in this way, the tomb has not been discovered for hundreds of years. Zhou Hao didn't spend a whole night from going up the mountain to going down the mountain. When he came down, the members of the First Army were waiting at the foot of the mountain. The staff who sent her up saw Zhou Hao carrying Wang Shijuan down and hurriedly greeted him, asking in surprise. Said, "Mr. Zhou, you got Miss Wang down. You are really amazing. We even said let us pick you up." When he arrived, Wang Shijuan was naturally embarrassed to let Zhou Hao continue to carry him on his back. He had jumped off Zhou Hao's back and stood beside him. The two of them were quite good match. Even if the staff didn't mention it, everyone knew in their hearts that they were sure. It's a couple relationship, otherwise Zhou Hao wouldn't be so worried before. This time things are a bit unexpected. Although there are a lot of people on the other side, but there are no great masters. This time I am considered smooth. They have been solved by me. You don't have to worry about it. Let's go back now. Just assume that nothing happened, Zhou Hao said while asking someone to arrange for Wang Shijuan to eat and drink. Wang Shijuan hasn't eaten anything for a day since he was kidnapped by Tom. He is indeed a little hungry. While rejoicing Zhou Hao's carefulness, he ate unceremoniously beside him. Now when he's not a lady, he was startled and watched after several scenes of fierce battles. If it weren't for the army of people who sent them all convenience food, Wang Shijuan couldn't even eat it. Zhou Hao said that when he asked the members of the First Army to assume that nothing happened, he had already thought about it. Even if these people don't know their true identity, at least Yu Jingyu must have notified them that they should not interfere too much with their own affairs. They cannot solve problems that they cannot solve by themselves. Sure enough, as he guessed, the members of the First Army heard Zhou Hao's words and stopped asking more questions. They really regarded it as nothing happened. Working in the First Army, there are many special things that don't need to be said. Since Zhou Hao made them think that nothing happened, then everything must be handled. The soldiers of the First Army parked the car at the foot of the mountain. Wang Shijuan ate something to pad, and then took the car back to Shenyang with Zhou Hao. Although it was not long, what he experienced today is more than what Wang Shijuan has experienced in his life. It was all irritating. In that kind of environment, she needed to be strong and able to withstand it. After the incident passed, she would inevitably be a little scared. She even hugged Zhou Hao tightly while sleeping in the car, for fear of not having his protection. Seeing Wang Shijuan's pitiful appearance, Zhou Hao's heart was full of hatred for the special agents such as the United States, Japan, and India. If they were only targeting themselves, that would be fine. They would not be forgiven for hurting the people around him. Zhou Hao regretted his kindness at that time when he wanted to release Tom in the cave. When he thought of Tom, he thought of the smoke that could turn Tom into a monster. Even though Zhou Hao would not use it even if he knew what it was, he couldn't help but admire his ancestors a little. They were able to develop such a powerful biochemical weapon hundreds of years ago, much stronger than the United States today. I don't know how much Tom's monster is stronger than a human being. The most important thing is that he can retain human consciousness. This kind of most defying transformation can be said to be a genetic transformation of a person. Zhou Hao intends go back and look at the 2 books I got. There may be records, especially the wordless heavenly books. Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan were sent to the Shenyang headquarters by members of the First Army. At this time, it was almost dawn. Zhou Hao took about 1 night in this operation. When he arrived in Shenyang, Zhou Hao arranged for Wang Shijuan to take a rest and gave Yu Jingyu a call. I told you about safety. Yu Jingyu is full of confidence in Zhou Hao. He feels that there are definitely no more than 3 people in this world who can make Zhou Hao unsure. The big boss Zhou Liren and Li Shuihan's father Li Tsongyan are 2 of them, and the other one doesn't know yet. Who is it? Yu Jingyu believes that this time he will definitely not be the one who doesn't know. Moreover, according to Yu Jingyu's estimation, the reason why Zhou Hao, the 2 top masters, could not handle it was because Zhou Liren was Zhou Hao's father and Li Tsongyan was Zhou Hao's father-in-law. Even if his strength was higher than the 2, he did not dare to do it easily. Really better than strength, Yu Jingyu is actually more inclined to Zhou Haoqiang. When Zhou Hao's safety call arrived, Yu Jingyu was not surprised at all. He just said that he would arrange for a member of the army to send Zhou Hao back to Beijing so that he would take a rest at ease. In such a short period of time here in Beijing, although he was also affected, several attacks, but because everyone was tightly protected, nothing happened. Zhou Hao thought in his heart that the reason why Yu Jingyu was not surprised was because the members of the First Army had already reported it to him. He could not think that this was entirely Yu Jingyu's confidence in him. He heard that there was nothing wrong in Beijing, so he was relieved, and then he was responsible. This time, the safe Li Shuihan and Hong Ya also made a phone call to find out what happened during the day they were not in Beijing. As Yu Jingyu said, during Zhou Hao's absence in Beijing, the Americans, Japanese, and Indians did act again. Although it was very secret, they were discovered by members of the First Army and Pluto's security personnel, and their sneak attacks were resolved. Hongya's the ninjas also resisted the Japanese ninja offensive. Before Zhou Hao left Beijing, he thought that Tom and his party came to Shenyang to adjust the tiger away from the mountain. What Zhou Hao said was the protagonist of this incident. As long as Zhou Hao left, it would be more convenient for them to act at least. Hao himself is a great master. With him in Beijing, their success rate is definitely lower. Although he did not expect Tom to have such a trick, Zhou Hao had arranged for everyone to step up their defenses before he left. After he left, the United States, Japan, and India did take action. However, Zhou Hao guessed that among the people involved in this action, the top masters will not appear. Except for Kinjiro Yanaju, the Three Kingdoms, which originally did not have top masters, put most of their power on this exploration. There was no accident in Beijing, and it was reasonable. Since everything is safe, Zhou Hao doesn't need to rush back to Beijing. He is very relieved of Hongya and Li Shuihan. One is the deputy head of the Imperial Palace at the Imperial Palace, a high-level ninja, and the other is the fourth master of the former army and the head of Tang Min. The daughter of the door, Li Shuihan. If they can't guarantee their safety, there is probably no one who can invite them. What's more, there is Yu Jingyu, a top master who took a group of people to protect his relatives and friends. Zhou Hao has no idea at present. After entering the hotel and regaining his inner strength, he opened the two books he carried. One is a wordless heavenly book. Zhou Hao doesn't know how to make it appear yet, so put it aside. Another book introduces the origin of the tomb in more detail, and most of the space in it introduces other content. At that time, the location was not suitable, and Zhou Hao didn't read it. It suddenly became clear that both Tom and Zhou Hao were wrong. It is indeed stated in the front of this book that there are Luban's secret books in the wordless heavenly book, which are all mechanism techniques. But as mentioned later in this book, in addition to recording mechanism techniques, the wordless heavenly book also contains some secrets. Only those who can see the wordless heavenly book know what is written in it. According to the book's records, at that time, although Lu Cixi inherited Luban's mechanical skills, he actually only learned the content of this book. The real key content is still in the wordless heavenly book. How exactly is the wordless heavenly book? Turn it on, Lu Shishir didn't know. Otherwise his mechanical skills would go to the next level. Zhou Hao turned the book to the back and realized that this book is actually a secret book of organ learning. Apart from the introduction on the first 2 pages, it is estimated to be written by Lu Shishir. The back is all ancient Chinese, which is more complicated than traditional Chinese characters. Zhou Hao couldn't understand the words except for some words that have not changed until now. However, it can be seen from the words that this is actually the secret of Luban's mechanical technique. It is not difficult to learn. In addition to getting an ancient Chinese dictionary, it is enough to often make some small carpenters. Zhou Hao could not think of Lu Si. Tin just learned the above mechanism skills and can already make such a powerful mechanism. If he can open the wordless heavenly book, wouldn't it be even more powerful than Lu Shishir? This unexpected discovery made Zhou Hao very excited. He had realized the power of organ learning at the beginning, but now he could not think that he would have the opportunity to go to the next level. Zhou Hao felt that he should study it in his spare time, even if he could not apply it on a large scale, but can be used in some protection measures. And if you give these skills to the people of Pluto, their security measures will be more powerful. Whether it is to protect themselves or accept others' entrustment, they can be more secure. Zhou Hao's brains are transformed quickly, and he learns organ skills. The idea of is immediately ingrained, and I will execute it when I am free. In fact, what interests him more is the wordless heavenly book. The content that can be written into the wordless heavenly book should be very important no matter what era. And according to Lu Shishir's meaning, there is a secret on it, thousands of the secret of a year ago. The temptation of this is no one can determine. At least Zhou Hao is very excited and can't wait to open the wordless book immediately. Although his trip to Shenyang this time was a lot of thrills, but in the end, all the dangers were eliminated. Those internal injuries would not affect his actions. After a few days of rest, he should be able to recover. Generally speaking, the gains are not small. These 2 books are definitely treasures. Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan stayed in Shenyang for a day. They were arranged by the First Army to return to Beijing. Naturally, they weren't as anxious as they were when they went to Shenyang. When they returned to Beijing, it was already the next afternoon. There is still 1 day before the new drug is released. Zhou Hao had arranged the new drug release before he went to Shenyang. I didn't know how long he was going to go there, but the release of the new drug could not be delayed. He put the new drug release on the Shao family, and his sons were responsible. Now he is back, too. Will not interfere, just watch from one side. The release of this new drug can be said to have attracted much attention. Both Chinese and foreign forces are waiting for the release of cancer drugs. This drug is almost the current panacea. Even if it cannot really cure cancer as rumored, as long as it can relieving the condition can make many people live longer. The most indispensable thing in this world is the rich. The richest lacks life expectancy. For fear of death, the money will not be spent. That is the greatest tragedy. If there is a medicine that can prolong life, even if they spend it again, the big price is definitely not hesitating. The drugs Zhou Hao and the others are preparing to appear on are such things. As long as Zhou Hao's cancer drugs are aimed at all kinds of cancers, it cannot be said that they can cure all diseases. However, it is impossible to count the number of people who died of cancer this year. The reason why Zhou Hao's secret prescription of cancer drugs is so appealing is that because of the value it represents. Even if the United States, Japan, and India are intent on launching, they will not give up. The cost of cancer drugs is not too high, but in order to maximize its value, Zhou Hao and others set the price of the drug to be not low, not for ordinary people to consume, but in order to allow the public to enjoy the benefits of the drug. They also deliberately some ordinary medicines with slightly lower efficacy have been produced at low prices, which even ordinary people can afford. Although Zhou Hao is patriotic, he is also a businessman, not a charity organization. It is impossible to set the price of drugs at a level acceptable to everyone. Otherwise, these drugs would not have to make money from other countries. Zhou Hao is not so. Generosity, and such generosity amounts to stupidity. When he and Wang Shijuan returned to Beijing, everything was ready here. He first sent Wang Shijuan back, and then drove to the pharmaceutical base by himself. Even if he was more assured about the new drug release tomorrow, he couldn't help but watch. Look, after all, I am the boss of the company. When he arrived, both the Shao family and his son were there. Shao Jiming and Shao Manhwa were also busy with the company's new drug release. Seeing Zhou Hao's arrival, Shao Jiming first smiled and said, "Uncle Master, you are here. Is there nothing today?" He knows that Zhou Hao has been very busy. It is a bit surprised that he can come today. Naturally, Zhou Hao could not tell Shao Jiming that he had just returned from Shenyang. He just reminded the Shao family and his son to be careful. People from the United States, Japan, and India had the idea of using these drug formulas, but this time Wang Shijuan was kidnapped. The two talked, and when Shao Jiming asked, he smiled and said, "No matter how busy I am, tomorrow's new drug release is also the focus. Why should I come over and take a look? Otherwise, I would be too irresponsible." Shao Nanhua loves this little brother very much. Hearing what he said, he also smiled and said, "Shao Hao, what you said, don't worry about our father's affairs. Besides, you never leave things here. We don't seem to come here a few times to talk about responsibility, so you are really irresponsible." Zhou Hao knew that brother Zhou was joking with himself, and he didn't take it seriously. He smiled and said, "I'm not at ease for brother and Jiming. I'm here to mean that I'm serious about this new drug release. The two of you are very relieved, otherwise you can't be the shopkeeper." After the joke, Shao Jiming said sternly, "Uncle Sure, the representative of the Yagyu family in Japan has already negotiated with us about the drug sales agent. He said it is your friend, but he told us that he would the price increased by 30% and sold to them." "Why is that?" Zhou Hao was taken aback. He asked Kinjiro Yanagi to talk to the person in charge of his own pharmaceutical company. He just told him to say that he had agreed. He didn't expect this guy to say to the Shao family and his son that he was his friend. But that's fine. Lu Sheng the family is originally a pro-China faction. If you can become your own friends, you will have fewer enemies on the Japanese side. After all, Kinjiro Yagyu is a super master, and he is also a ninja. It is better for such a person to be his friend than to be an enemy. He is probably the only super master in Japan, but Kinjiro Yagyu raised the price, obviously not to help yourself, that is to make a profit. Mr. Kinjiro Yanaju is indeed my friend. He is the representative of the Yanaju family. Their family is considered pro-China in Japan and has always been closer to us, so it is better to give them the agency this time, and the higher price will also affect us. Good thing, Their family definitely wants to profit more from it. Zhou Hao thought for a while and introduced them to Yanaju Kinjiro. Xiao Nanhua took it for granted and nodded to Zhou Hao. When Kinjiro Yanagi came here, I felt that he was not simple. Although he could not specifically feel his strength, he felt that he was not inferior to the master. He turned out to be a super master, Japan. There is such a master, but fortunately it is your friend of junior brother. Otherwise such an enemy is difficult to deal with. Zhou Hao's experience in the past 2 years, the Xiao family and his sons don't know much. They don't know that Feng Mo Kotaro has been killed by Zhou Hao, and they don't know Zhou Hao's situation in Japan, but they always regard Zhou Hao as their relatives. Naturally do not want him to have anything. The strength of Kinjiro Yanagi is naturally not comparable to that of Xiao Nanhua, but Xiao Nanhua can feel that Kinjiro Yanagi is powerful, and it is also very rare. Zhou Hao thought about it for a while and said with surprise, "Brother, it seems that your cultivation level has changed recently. Improvement, is it not far from the top master? Xiao Nanhua's previous strength has reached the first-class level. Now if he is more diligent, Xiao Nanhua has reached the quasi-extreme strength. Although there is a world of difference between the quasi-extreme top and the extreme, it may not be achieved in a lifetime. But the quasi-excellent the master is already a rare master in the world. After all, there are no more than 10 super masters in the world." Zhou Hao's judgment was correct. Xiao Nanhua knew that Zhou Hao could understand what he meant. Hearing what he said, he nodded and smiled. "Senior brother has broken through the bottleneck not long ago. Now my cultivation base has improved a little, not worse than you. Less, but it can be considered a better one." Xiao Nanhua is very humble, but Zhou Hao is happy for his brother. He used to be disturbed by his medical treatment, and his legs could not go to the ground. The improvement of the cultivation level is really pleasing. Like the Xiao family and his son, Zhou Hao also regards them as relatives, and his master has only 3 people. Xiao Jiming interrupted the 2 of them and said with a smile, "Dad, Uncle, don't talk about martial arts. The release of new drugs tomorrow is probably going to be very lively. Drug agents from all over the world have already arrived in Beijing. Yes, just wait for the release of our new drug tomorrow and get the agency right. If it weren't for Kinjiro Yanaju's name, the agency right this time in Japan might not necessarily belong to them." When Zhou Hao came here, he was most concerned about the release of new drugs. After Xiao Jiming talked about it, he immediately asked, "By the way, how do you prepare for the release of new drugs? I was relatively busy at the time and did not ask in detail. Now tell me and listen to you." Meaning, the agency right has not been negotiated yet. Of course not. If we negotiate separately and directly determine the agency rights, the new drug release will not be lively enough. This new drug can be said to be epic-making, and no drug can be compared. We have to get the new drug release. More important scenes, and a bidding will be held on the day. Xiao Jiming answered Zhou Hao's words very simply. "Bidding? You have to bid high." Zhou Hao has not experienced bidding. Bidding is mainly in the real estate industry or the entertainment industry, but I have never heard of medicine. After all, so far, no other drug has received as much attention as this cancer drug. Uncle Master, you are really busy lately. You have not paid attention to the medicine side. Except for those who covet our secret recipe, there are also many people who want to obtain our agency rights, and they have all rushed to use various methods, even thinking to bribe us. In view of this situation, we simply make a bid, and whoever has the ability will pay a high price." Xiao Jiming teased Zhou Hao. "Then how do you arrange it? If so many people all over the world bid for the new drug release, it will be lively, but there will be chaos." Zhou Hao is a business wizard and naturally understands the truth, and he is like this ask. Most of them belong to Xiao Jiming. Xiao Jiming is naturally not an idiot. He can understand Zhou Hao's thoughts, and he does not retain detailed words. This time we naturally cannot participate in the bidding. There are too many people, and it is easy to be confused. Before the bidding, we have sent people to investigate. Companies that are not strong enough or have a bad reputation have been eliminated. Even some foreign companies that have a bad attitude towards China have been eliminated. After a pause, Xiao Jiming continued. "We have divided into several sections based on the more important countries in the world's several continents. Different people are responsible for setting up several venues. When the time comes, we will bid at the same time. I will be responsible for China. China is relatively large, so it is directly divided into a province as a unit, and an agent is directly selected. The release of the new drug has not yet begun, and they have already made so many preparations. Zhou Hao really feels that he is insightful, and it is definitely a wise choice to hand over the pharmaceutical company to the Xiao family. After Zhou Hao came back from the pharmaceutical company, he went to see Hong Ye and Li Shuian again to find out what happened here in the 2 days he was absent. Even though he was at ease with the 2 women, he had to understand. After all, he was in Shenyang. Solved the opponent's several masters. He didn't know how many masters were left. Hong Ye and Li Shuihan really assured Zhou Hao. They explained the affairs of the 2 days to Zhou Hao in great detail. In this operation, the opponent also lost several first-class masters and 2 quasi-excellent masters. They did not have super masters. It was unexpected to be able to send 2 quasi-tops, but after all, there was Yu Jingyu on the side of the First Army, and quasi-tops was not enough. What's more, Zhou Liren is Zhou Hao's father and their target of attack. Isn't that just asking for a dead end? The Americans, Japan, and India separated most of their forces to deal with Zhou Hao, and the rest were defeated by ninjas led by the First Army and Hong Ye. The operation of the 3 kingdoms has basically failed. In fact, if Tom and the others didn't use Zhou Hao to start the underground palace and directly threaten Zhou Hao with Wang Shijuan in exchange for the secret formula for cancer treatment, with their manpower, Zhou Hao might actually have exchanged it with the rat avoidance device, but now instead, to be beaten by chickens and eggs did not benefit from the underground palace and also consumed all the manpower. It's also because they underestimated the dangers of underground palaces. Zhou Hao was able to use his skills and knowledge of Chinese institutions to turn dangers into vain. Those foreigners were not so lucky. When they were wiped out, the United States, Japan, India people have almost lost confidence. Regardless of the reactions of the United States, Japan, and India, Zhou Hao made friends with Li Shuihan and Hong Ye and went home. He wanted to keep all his thoughts on the new drug release tomorrow. When arranging for the new drug release, Zhou Hao did not count himself inside. He will not show his face in public. The person in charge of this press conference is Xiao Jiming, a young and powerful nephew. Although his identity has been exposed, many people are aware of Zhou Hao's existence, but it is mainly high-level people from various forces. The real people cannot find out that Zhou Hao is the boss of the pharmaceutical company. Zhou Hao likes to do things in a low-key manner. This is what he has always done. Style cannot show up without showing up. After Zhou Hao spent a good night at home with Zhao Yuqin, he drove directly to the site of the new drug release the next day. Today is the day when the new drug was released. When he came to watch it, he did not forget to remind the protection personnel, when this is the case, the easier it is to be taken advantage of. Everyone is busy paying attention to the release of new drugs. If they relax their vigilance, people in the United States, Japan, and India will take action at this time. Even if they can't really get rid of the formula of cancer drugs, if anyone is really taken away and treated as a hostage, that's true. The trouble is, the more this kind of moment, the more we should be more vigilant. Except Zhou Hao, others continue to do their own defense work. At the new drug release conference, Xiao Jiming and Xiao Nanhua are arranging the company to allocate space. As they said, the space is allocated according to the world's continents. Many continents, such as Europe, naturally have more venues. They sent several competent persons in charge to be responsible for the bidding of those venues. Xiao Jiming was responsible for the domestic bidding. This time, the new drugs are definitely released in the country. Although the prices of drugs are high, the Chinese can buy them. It makes no sense to export all good things abroad. Uncle Master, you are here, what do you think? Is the venue very lively today? These foreigners have red eyes, for fear that they will not be able to get our medicine. Xiao Jiming arranged for people to allocate venues, and saw Zhou Hao coming in. He happily smiled, and said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao looked at the lively scene and said with satisfaction, I really didn't expect so many people to come. The drug dealers in these places really took pains. You must arrange things well. Our new medicine, the release, will be an instant success. By the way, those special guests should also be taken care of. In such an environment, Zhou Hao can't avoid being vulgar. Maybe Zhou Hao doesn't care about the special care of other places, but as long as the national government or the military department greets him, Zhou Hao will take care of it properly. It's not that he is afraid of each other. It's completely human. Xiao Jiming naturally understood what Zhou Hao meant, nodded, and then pointed to a special venue among all the venues, which seems to be the best equipped venue, and said, "Uncle Master, here are those special guests. At the venue, they will also bid, but it is not the same as other places. The high prices get more, and the low prices get less. My dad is responsible for it." The behind-the-scenes boss of the pharmaceutical company is Zhou Hao. In terms of the backstage, he can even be regarded as the central government. They don't need to care too much about the opinions of those special departments. They give them face because of the distribution. After all, Zhou Hao's relationship with the government and the military is pretty good. Your own pharmaceutical company has enough medicines, so take care of them first. Xiao Manhwa is his senior brother and one of the main persons in charge of the pharmaceutical company. Zhou Hao feels relieved to be in charge of this meeting place. All he needs to do is to watch it. The Xiao family's father and son are all well arranged. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao nodded and said, "Jiming, if everything is ready, let's start and see what price they plan to pay." Xiao Jiming smiled and said, "Uncle Master, don't worry, I started like this. Their people are almost there. This is the first time I am responsible for such a big scene. I am really a little nervous. Go to my venue and have a look, it gives me some confidence." Zhou Hao patted him and said with a smile, "You still pretend to me. I don't know your skills. You can definitely control this scene. Otherwise, how would you be responsible for such a large pharmaceutical company? You are responsible." After a pause, he continued, "But I do want to go to your place to see. The affairs of my country should be the most worthy of my concern." "Well, I'm relieved with the words of the uncle. I will arrange now so that the auction will start now. The bigger place over there is ours. The quota within the country is indeed the most important." Xiao Jiming heard that Zhou Hao was going to come and put himself in the battle, and smiled excitedly to arrange the start of the auction. Looking at Xiao Jiming's back, Zhou Hao secretly said in his heart, "Even if I don't give you a battle, I still have to see, among so many domestic powers, which people want my cancer medicine more." Zhou Hao knows the beauty. Japan and India are all thinking about their own cancer drugs, but there is still a hurricane mercenary group who hired it. This new drug conference cannot reveal everyone's purpose, but it is not difficult to see a clue from it. Zhou Hao suspects that the mercenary group is from the Dong family faction, but from the previous performance, in other words, it is not like the practice of the Dong family faction, so it becomes a bit confusing. In addition to the Dong family and Zhao family, there are other factions in the Central Committee. The Shun family faction that has a good relationship with Zhou Hao can be regarded as one of them. They lead the Northeast faction. Besides them, there are several factions, no matter which faction they are. Now it is possible to be the employer of the mercenary group. Xiao Jiming has been there for less than 5 minutes. The broadcast on the spot has already notified all the representatives of the participating merchants to enter the venue as soon as possible. The first wave of auctions will begin immediately. After hearing this, everyone immediately enters the venue they should enter according to their own brand numbers. Zhou Hao also with the brand Xiao Jiming gave him. He walked into the lobby of the China field. When I look outside, it's very lively. There are hundreds of people of various skin colors, but only when I really enter the Chinese venue. I find that if these people are scattered after each venue, there are not many. The Chinese hall is not small, but only 100 people. Despite this, Zhou Hao is also very satisfied. These people are all corporate representatives who have passed the primary election. These people are only representatives of relatively well-known pharmaceutical companies from all over the country. A drug release conference can attract hundreds of well-known pharmaceutical companies to bid, which is enough to show how attractive these new drugs are. And if there are 2 or 3 in a province, if companies compete, the price of medicines will certainly be satisfactory. Welcome business representatives from Buffett. Today, our company's new drug is released. Before that, pharmaceutical groups all over the country wanted to obtain our sales agency rights, and we were not sure which company to give this agency rights to. So we decided to use this kind of bidding method to decide. Xiao Jiming was the person in charge of this bidding. When everyone in the audience finished, he immediately said with a smile, "Our agency bidding is divided into administrative regions, such as provincial-level municipalities, special zones, etc., so you must carefully consider the strength of your company and the affordable price." Let's talk about the regulations. The number of drugs in each region is determined based on the population of the region. So the price in each area is different. And each time the bid price increases by 1 million. Xiao Jiming explained the rules of the auction while watching the reactions of the crowd. Zhou Hao nodded secretly. He did not intervene in all of this and let Xiao family and his son take full responsibility. He had decided how many medicines were distributed in each area. He also knew the approximate price of medicines. Each bidding price was 1 million, which is very consistent with this. The value of batched medicines, of course, their agency is mainly to sell middle-quality medicines. It is impossible to sell high-quality medicines on a large scale. They can only be bought at the head office. Okay, our rules are over. Now we start the first regional bidding, starting with our southernmost provinces and cities. The reserve price in Hainan province is 100 copies, 50 million yuan. Xiao Jiming didn't have too much nonsense. After talking about the rules, the bidding for the first province has already started. Everyone knows the effects of the drugs in this auction, but a drug costs 500,000 yuan. The price is still a bit unexpected, and this is only the reserve price. Everyone was surprised and turned their attention to the one on the left-hand side of the hall. 3 people. These 3 people are probably representatives of pharmaceutical companies in Hainan. Zhou Hao looked at the bidding situation of his new drug release in the venue in China. The first thing he threw out was the agency, right of Hainan province. It belongs to the southernmost city in China. It is not too developed and only 100 high-quality drugs. Servings, and the price of each is 500,000. This kind of reserve price seems to be very high. In fact, if these 100 copies of high-quality medicines can be used, the profits created cannot be measured by money at all. In fact, they will auction high-quality medicines in each province this time. Cancer drugs are the target of the auction, which can be regarded as a disguised sale. These high-quality drugs, even if they can't really bring people back to life and cure people's cancer, are definitely better than the drugs sold on the market. When the agents sell these high-quality drugs, they will also obtain the local agency rights. Now, this is a gift for the agency. This kind of high-quality medicine is not the best product for pharmaceutical companies and can be sent as a gift. But for those agents, the value of these medicines has exceeded the importance of agency rights. Knowing that the agency power of selling drugs can bring profits to the company, but these high-quality drugs can be used as gifts. In a social environment like China where human relations are higher than strength, if you can have dozens of copies of this medicine, it will be more practical than any gift. Then there will be a popular saying in society that no gifts will be accepted this year. The gift is given to the cancer medicine in one hand, and whoever can come up with high-quality cancer medicine at that time will have face. All this is in Zhou Hao's plan. He did not explain the truth to the Xiao family in particular. He just used the advertisement of a relatively well-known healthcare product in the previous life. In fact, this healthcare drug is already on sale. And the impact is not small, but after all, his function is incomparable with cancer drugs. Zhou Hao believes that after the launch of these cancer drugs, the myth of that drug will be broken. After all, a healthcare drug and a drug that can really prolong life are incomparable. Let's talk about it. Cancer drugs are not only high-end products, but also many for the general public. With the experience of Zhou Hao's previous life, after the Xiao family's father and son implement this kind of thinking, they will surely achieve amazing results. At that time, Zhou Hao's knowledge of the medicines in the past life that had a huge impact by not accepting gifts during festivals will be affected by Zhou Hao. It is replaced by the most advanced cancer drugs, and it is definitely a myth in the pharmaceutical industry. When Zhou Hao was thinking about it, the Hainanese merchants that everyone followed had already started bidding. They were clearly prepared, but after a pause, they were already racing to increase their bargaining chips. The base price of medicines also increased from 50 million to 7,000. The average price of each high-quality cancer drug has reached 700,000. They had a lot of fun. Drug agents in other provinces were a bit unsightly. This is only Hainan province. Even if it is a medium province at most, a medicine has already reached 700,000. If it is more important in China and provincial-level municipalities, the price is definitely higher, but this kind of medicine is bound to be available to everyone, and it must not be given up. In this case, the Hainan area was finally obtained by the largest local pharmaceutical company. The price was 83 million and the unit price was 830,000. It seems that the price is already very high, But the person in charge of the pharmaceutical company is very glad. What he got was the agency right to sell cancer drugs for 1 year. Although there is only 1 year of agency rights, the benefits generated from it can hardly be measured by numbers. It is impossible to say that your company will rely on this drug to get closer to one level and become a large national enterprise. The prospects are definitely worth fighting for by yourself. The drug bidding in Hainan province came to an end. Xiao Jiming continued the following bidding. According to the previous plan, this bidding started with some identities that were not too developed and the price was not too high, such as Xinjiang and Gansu, and then from inland to coastal development. The price in the mainland is generally between 60 million and 80 million, and 100 copies are sent. The land is sparsely populated and high prices will not be sold. Then wait until noon, Hunan, Hebei, Hunan, Hubei, etc. Raising the price. The share has become 150 cents, and almost every share has reached nearly 2 million in income. The production of this drug made Zhou Hao feel that he had been begging for food before, but this time when the new drug was released, he would make tens of billions. No wonder so many countries were jealous of such violence, even though he felt that he had tried his best before. The net worth of earning can't be compared with the present. Now it is simply stealing money. No, it should be said that it is blatantly taking money from others. At the time of the plan, the base price of each drug was 500,000, but I didn't expect that the drug dealers would grab so fiercely that they would raise the price of 500,000 to 2 million, not because of the number of drugs released by the drug company. There are a lot of price reductions. After all, although it seems that the company is going to distribute thousands of medicines, on average, almost a city will not distribute one, which shows that it is precious. Since ancient times, China has said that scarcity is expensive. Zhou Hao silently calculated that by the time he arrived in the coastal provinces, he already had 3 billion in his account. This is only in China. If he counts other areas, his income is all very impressive. Of course, all this is not all Zhou Hao. Yes, the state still has shares in pharmaceutical companies. The coastal cities are densely populated and the demand is relatively large. They have specially allocated a portion of them. Each province has at least 200 copies. The average price will naturally not be less than 1 million. There are more wealthy people in Zhejiang. Even there were 5 drug dealers competing, and they directly raised the price to 2.5 million yuan per serving. Even Xiao Jiming felt unbearable, but he knew the cost of a drug. Of course, these are just appetizers. The real focus is on several municipalities and special zones. Although Shenzhen, Zhuhai, and other places are just one city, they have a large population and a developed economy. They sell 150 copies, and the average price is 2 million. Around the time when it was sold in Shanghai, the price of a medicine reached 3 million. Prices in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and other places are regarded as special systems. Unlike the mainland, the drug companies there also pay more attention to interests. Although they do not exceed the price in Shanghai, they all propose to cooperate in a way of sharing, but the cooperation period is limited by 1. The year became 3 years. Zhou Hao has no objection to this. Part of his own industry is in Hong Kong, and He Shuiyan's home is in Macau. Sooner or later, he will go there for development. Even if he contributes to the people of Hong Kong and Macau in advance, he will only end up with 100 shares per share. The price of 800,000 yuan, but plus a 20% commission, cooperate with agents. It seems that the unit price is not as good as that of several special zones and municipalities, but in terms of long-term interests, Zhou Hao is definitely the biggest winner. Everyone sees these in their eyes, let alone whether they have this courage. Even if they are really replaced, Zhou Hao is not necessarily agree. After all, this kind of agreement can only be implemented on a small scale. If all this happens, the central government will speak out, thinking it wants to monopolize China's pharmaceutical industry. After all the other provinces and cities have been settled, the capital Beijing will naturally be the top priority. All companies that come to participate in the drug bidding will have their eyes on the capital Beijing, which is the heart of the country and the population. It is about to reach a city of 20 million. Let's not talk about the consumer groups, but the important people here. You know how much the pharmaceutical companies here in Beijing need these high-quality cancer drugs. If there are a batch of such drugs to open up the joints, you will know the future prospects. It can be said that Beijing is also the most competitive. Although Zhou Hao has been silent on the side, he still has a document in his hand that details the situation of the bidding companies. He does not pay special attention to those companies in other places. He mainly took a look. Zhou Hao in Hong Kong and Beijing is more familiar with the Hong Kong area, and he also knows the company that has obtained the agency rights. Now it's the turn of the bidding in Beijing. This time there are 8 companies participating in the bidding in Beijing, which may be more than the sum of the other 2 or 3 provinces. Moreover, the strength of each one is not weak. Other provinces and cities are very busy, and I don't know how much the final price can reach. In fact, according to the rules of this bidding, as long as the agency of a province is determined, the pharmaceutical company representatives of each province can leave, but so far, no one is left. Even the companies that failed the bidding remain, depending on their appearance, are waiting for the bidding from Beijing. Zhou Hao knows their thoughts. Beijing must deliver the most goods, and it must also be the busiest. While they can see the excitement, they can also see if they can cooperate with the company that has obtained the agency rights in Beijing. After all, they are here. This time, I don't want to give up, and although the agency is authorized locally, if they act as secondary sellers, as long as they don't set prices randomly, it's not a violation of the rules. Xiao Jiming also knew that it was the last juncture, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "The following is the bidding for sales agency rights in our last region. That is where we are now, the capital Beijing. Since this is our capital, it is important. The is extraordinary, and each company is strong, so we plan to put more goods this time." After everyone's necks were straightened, Xiao Jiming continued, "We plan to send 500 copies in Beijing this time. The 500 copies are a bit large. Representatives of the companies can discuss carefully and allow cooperation between companies. It's a package sale, you can buy it in groups." Zhou Hao was drinking water. He almost spewed out when he heard Xiao Jiming's words. He had only talked to Xiao Jiming about these things. After all, he had seen a lot in his previous life, and he would always unconsciously expound some avant-garde ideas to people around him. But group buying this thing in this era, Xiao Jiming is the first person to publicly propose it. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.